This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. That night, Qingxiu spent the night with the little girl, telling her many stories about his experiences in the western regions. The little girl was so fascinated she almost didn't sleep all night. It wasn't until dawn that she slowly drifted off to sleep, and only then did Qingxiu realize he had spent the whole night telling stories. He changed clothes and walked into the courtyard. The servants in the mansion were so surprised to see him that they didn't react right away. "You arrived at the residence last night, master? That's too sudden. You didn't even inform us. We haven't had time to prepare a banquet for you. We don't know how things were in the western regions. Were you safe and uninjured?" Qingxiu smiled and responded to the servants one by one. Then he found a pavilion to sit in and ordered Erguzi to bring over all the account books from the time he was away from Chongan so he could take a good look. Qingxiu had thought that as long as the cash flow didn't decline while he was away from Chongan, it would already be good. To his surprise, many of the business accounts had actually improved significantly, far beyond his expectations. Erguzi explained, "While you were gone, the ladies put all their effort into managing the books and tried everything they could to increase income. They were all afraid of ruining your businesses." Qingxiu was touched. He didn't care much about the profits themselves. The fact that the ladies worked so hard clearly showed they didn't want to let his efforts go to waste. In the future, if their maternal families ever need help with business, just give it. Don't be stingy. Even though he had many thoughts in his heart, Qingxiu didn't know how to express them. For now, he simply made this promise. He was just considering whether to invite the ladies to go for an outing to the outskirts when a guard came to report that a woman had come to the residence asking to see him by name. That woman had a very arrogant attitude and insisted on seeing the master in person. We could tell she wasn't an ordinary person and didn't want to offend her. Without needing to hear more, Qingxiu had already guessed who she was. He personally went out to the courtyard and, sure enough, Lianqi stood there with her arms crossed, humming a tune to herself. Suddenly, she felt someone staring at her. She frowned and looked up. When she saw it was Qingxiu, her expression immediately changed to one of anger. "You came back to Chongan and didn't tell me at all. You could have at least come see me." "Ah?" Qingxiu was briefly speechless. The ladies had been waiting so long for me. I couldn't bear to disappoint them. Am I not one of your ladies too? I just don't have the title yet." Lianqi stepped forward without any shyness and grabbed Qingxiu's hand, refusing to let go. "I've been thinking about you this whole half year." By the end, her cheeks were turning red, and her voice grew softer and softer. Only then did Qingxiu take a good look at her. He realized that since they last met, her once budding figure had become even more full. The girl's body is maturing again, Qingxiu felt deeply pleased. Lianqi noticed Qingxiu's intense gaze scanning her. She felt secretly delighted and even straightened up deliberately so he could get a better look at her rounded curves. "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Lianqi didn't want the servants and guards standing by like spectators. She boldly pulled Qingxiu's hand and led him all the way to a tea stall on East Street. It was clear that Lianqi was a regular here. As soon as she sat down, the tea master came up skillfully to pour tea. "Miss, you haven't been here for days. Has something happened at home?" The tea master smiled warmly. As his eyes swept around, he suddenly spotted Qingxiu sitting nearby and almost dropped the teapot in shock. "Duke Qing?" Qingxiu smiled at him. "Business is booming, I hope." "Oh, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have prepared tea in advance." Afraid of being disrespectful, the tea master quickly tried to change the tea he had poured, but Qingxiu stopped him. "No need. I actually like this flavor." Lianqi, however, pouted and said, "So what other good stuff have you been hiding? You didn't give it to me before, but now that you see Duke Qing, you bring it out?" "Miss, it's not that I wouldn't sell it to you. That was reserved for the boss himself." The tea master grinned apologetically and backed away, leaving the two of them to talk. Lianqi pouted in dissatisfaction. "You sure have a lot of influence." "It's nothing, just a few small things that people remember. Really not worth mentioning," Qingxiu said casually. Lianqi couldn't help saying, "What you did can be called small things?" If that's small, then there are hardly any competent officials left in the entire court of Chongan. Qingxiu teased, does that include Duke Wei? Li Yingqi gave him a playful glare. Enough of that. Let's get to the point. You probably won't be staying in Chongan for long, right? You'll be heading back to the western region soon. Qingxiu calculated in his mind, he could only stay in Chongan for another half a month at most. Only half a month? The western regions have just conquered the kingdom of Lulan. Someone must stay in control. If I'm gone too long, it will be very dangerous. Li Yingqi grinned and took out a decree from her robe, placing it in front of Qingxiu. Look what I asked my father to get for me. Qingxiu was puzzled by the mystery. When he opened it, he saw it was an imperial edict granting Li Yingqi an official title. She was appointed as a cavalry officer in the army and would join the expeditionary forces heading west. This meant that next time, she would go to the western regions as his subordinate and fight alongside him. Why not just stay in Chongan instead of following me all the way out there? Qingxiu said flatly. Li Yingqi was a little displeased. You don't want me to come with you? You're all alone in the western regions with no wife to accompany you. Wouldn't it be better for me to stay by your side? Besides, maybe I could help you fight too. As she spoke, the girl moved closer to Qingxiu and lowered her voice, making the moment feel quite intimate. It would be hard for any man not to be moved under such circumstances. All right, it's time for you to see what a real battlefield looks like, so you don't take it lightly anymore. It's not like I've never been. I went to fight the Turks with you last time, didn't I? Haha. By that logic, didn't Ado also charge through battlefields with Zhao Zilong back in the day? The two of them joked and teased each other, and before they knew it, the sun was high in the sky. It was already noon. Seeing that the time was right, Qingxiu signaled to Li Yingqi to go to the palace with him. He knew that Li Er surely had many matters waiting to be discussed with him. Me? Enter the palace? Li Yingqi was a little hesitant. I'm not like you, I can't enter the palace that easily. I'll just wait for you outside the palace walls. With me here, what are you afraid of? Just right, I also want to talk to His Majesty about your matter. Qingxiu grabbed Li Yingqi's hand and insisted on taking her along. Before leaving, he casually threw a few silver coins onto the tea stall. Farewell, Duke Qing. Come drink tea again next time. The tea master quickly grabbed the silver and beamed with joy. Tai Chi Hall. Last night, he had stayed up late reviewing memorials. Just after morning court, Li Er was exhausted and was planning to return to his chambers to nap. Suddenly, he got the news that Qingxiu had arrived at the palace. Quickly, I must see him at once. Li Er's sleepiness instantly vanished. When he saw a young girl following Qingxiu, Li Er was slightly taken aback. He felt she looked familiar but couldn't recall who she was. This girl is Li Yingqi, greets your majesty. Qingxiu didn't bow, but Li Yingqi had to. The moment she saw Li Er, she was extremely cautious and immediately bowed. Oh, you are the daughter of Duke Wei. Li Er suddenly understood. Seems like I saw you once during the campaign against Jieli Khan. At this, Li Yingqi's cheeks instantly turned red. She couldn't help but recall that unforgettable experience she had with Qingxiu inside the command tent back then. Your Majesty doesn't mind me bringing her along, right? Of course not. Li Er didn't waste words. He immediately signaled Qingxiu to sit down, then laid out a pile of memorials on the table. It looked like he was going to handle state affairs with Qingxiu on the spot. Your Majesty, hold on. Qingxiu didn't want to get entangled in all those messy tasks. Have you been saving all recent memorials just for me to handle? Of course not. Li Er sifted through the documents and suddenly exclaimed with joy, pulling out a very thin booklet. Duke Qing, take a look. This is currently the most difficult issue. Qingxiu opened it. The first few pages of the booklet reported floods in Jiangdong. But as the dates progressed, he discovered that the flood disaster had turned into an epidemic. The continuous floods in the area not only destroyed houses, drowned people and livestock, but also washed up all kinds of filth buried underground, polluting drinking water and farmland. Although the floods were eventually brought under control, the corpses of people and animals were not dealt with in time. Under the blazing summer sun, all of Jiangdong stank unbearably. Naturally, this led to a large-scale epidemic, much worse than the malaria once rampant near Chongan. According to the symptoms described in the booklet, 3 days after onset, the patient becomes weak, high fever, coughs blood by the 5th day, skin ulcerates, and dies within 10 to 15 days. After death, the body emits a foul smell. It was clear that this was a severe plague no local doctor could handle. Rotting, high fever, this illness is really serious. Qingxiu frowned. In his knowledge of diseases, ones with such severe symptoms and high fatality were rare. Li Er shook his head. I've already sent the palace physicians and your Huichuntang doctors there one after another, but none had any effect. Even Sun Simiao is in Jiangdong now. They say he personally dissected dead patients to understand the disease, but it was useless. Qingxiu knew it was a viral infection. In this era, without microscopes or modern medical knowledge, nothing could be seen from dissections alone. Do you have any solution to this disease? Li Er asked his most urgent question. Previously, even penicillin had been tried but had little effect. At most, it only slightly delayed death. Even penicillin didn't work? Qingxiu was surprised, but quickly guessed what kind of virus it was. A virus that rendered penicillin ineffective and caused such horrible deaths, Qingxiu blurted out. The plague. What? Li Er was confused. What is plague? Never heard of it. Not only Li Er, likely no physician in the Central Plains at that time had ever heard of such a disease. Before the Song dynasty, there were no records of the plague. But that didn't mean it didn't exist. In history books, there were many records of mysterious, highly fatal epidemics. That was the plague. This disease had half the population of medieval Europe. If not for the special living habits of Central Plains people that happened to prevent its spread, it would have left a huge mark here too. Now, the plague was ravaging Jiangdong, and no one had a cure. If Qingxiu couldn't come up with a solution, the local officials might have to resort to the most helpless method. Wait until all the patients die, then the plague would disappear. This disease likely has no written record. Even if there were matching prescriptions in the past, they're almost all lost. That's why no one knows about it now, Qingxiu explained. This made Li Er even more nervous. So, does that mean it's incurable? Qingxiu ignored him. He remembered that after plague outbreaks, ancient doctors did develop effective prescriptions, but each had its limitations. He asked a eunuch for pen and paper, and wrote down all the plague-related remedies he knew. These were effective medicines discovered by future generations of doctors. Although Qingxiu wasn't a professional physician, he had been deeply influenced by Sun Simiao and understood pharmacology fairly well. He tried to combine various plague-effective herbs and finally wrote a prescription, handing it to Li Er. This is the cure for plague? Li Er could see it was filled with names of herbs and asked with hope. Qingxiu said calmly, there's a 9 out of 10 chance. These herbs match the symptoms. As long as the patient isn't too weak, they can be cured. He sighed inwardly, his conditions were too limited. If he had access to various antibiotics, it would have been much more efficient. Li Er treated the prescription like a treasure, carefully examining every word. You always say you're not skilled in medicine, but even for a long-lost illness like this, you can write a prescription. You're too modest. Just have a better memory, that's all, Qingxiu said indifferently. Li Er thought he was being modest again, but had no idea Qingxiu was speaking the truth. Someone, copy this prescription at least 100 times and send it urgently to Jiangdong to assist local physicians in treating the plague. With the matter resolved, Li Er's expression visibly relaxed, clearly in a good mood. This issue had troubled him for 2 whole months. Almost every day he received updates about new deaths from Jiangdong. By the end, he couldn't even bear to look at them. If this can be resolved today, at least over 10,000 people will be saved before winter. Your Majesty. Qingxiu suddenly spoke, interrupting Li Er's thoughts. This time I return to Chongan because I have something that requires your Majesty's help. No matter what it is, just speak. I'll handle it for you. Li Er had already expected that Qingxiu had come for something important. Is it about the western regions? Of course. Qingxiu took out a map from his robe and slowly unfolded it in front of Li Er. He had marked all the areas of Lulan and Gaochang on the map so that Li Er could clearly see just how much territory Qingxiu had expanded recently. Although taking the western regions didn't require much military force, the follow-up stabilization and control efforts far exceeded my expectations. If I use all my troops just to maintain control, there will be no way to continue expanding. So I need your Majesty to increase my troops. Only then can I further open new territory in the western regions. Li Er frowned and studied the map carefully. He knew Qingxiu wasn't lying. In fact, the fact that Qingxiu had managed to control such vast territory with just over 10,000 troops had already exceeded Li Er's expectations. Increasing troops is doable. How many do you need? Qingxiu paused to think, then said, from my assessment, at least 30,000. And they must be elite soldiers with actual combat experience, who've been hardened on the border. I don't want anyone with poor combat skills. Li Er looked troubled. Currently, the total number of elite troops under the entire court was only 50,000. If he gave 30,000 to Qingxiu, then the court would only retain about 10,000 under direct control. Although the Tang army had over 400,000 soldiers, true battle-hardened elites were extremely rare. It wasn't that Li Er didn't trust Qingxiu, rather, the court needed to keep some elite forces in reserve to quickly respond to any rebellions in newly acquired territories. How about 10,000? Li Er began bargaining. No way. 30,000, not one less. Qingxiu refused without hesitation. If your majesty wants to reserve troops to handle rebellions, the regional and local armies are enough. Using elite troops for anything other than expanding territory is a waste. But I also have difficulties. Those local armies, no matter how capable, can't compare to true elites. How about this? I'll give you 20,000 and keep 20,000. Li Er had to make a compromise. But let's be clear, I can't give you one more man. Qingxiu hadn't expected Li Er to argue with him on this. His brows slightly furrowed. Is your majesty preparing for war? Li Er vaguely replied, there are some uncertainties. It's best to be prepared. Hearing that, Qingxiu could already guess the general situation. He stood up and paced a bit, thought for a moment, then agreed. Fine. 20,000 it is. Li Er sighed in relief, but Qingxiu immediately followed with another condition. Even though I'm getting fewer troops, the need for manpower in the western regions hasn't decreased. I need your majesty to give me another 30,000. 30,000 local troops? Li Er winced. It wasn't that he didn't want to give up those men. But sending 30,000 local troops from Chongan to the western regions would require all supplies and logistics to come from the central region. Previously, when Qingxiu led only 10,000 men on his expedition, the court could afford it. But 30,000? That would exceed budget by far. He also had a doubt, did conquering the western regions really need that many people? Your Majesty, I'm not asking for 30,000 soldiers. I'm asking for prisoners. Qingxiu's words shocked Li Er even more. What do you want prisoners for? Although there are 36 small states in the western regions, their development of oases is very limited due to lack of manpower and productivity. So, if we mobilize all prisoners except those sentenced to death and send them to the frontier to reclaim land and atone for their crimes, wouldn't that be better? Although the court had a tradition of exiling prisoners to the frontier, this was the first time Li Er had heard of using prisoners to develop newly acquired territories. How can criminals be trusted? And you're so far out in the western regions, if they rebel, or even ally with locals against the Tang army, wouldn't it be disastrous? Li Er was still uneasy. But Qingxiu showed no worry. He smiled calmly. Your Majesty can rest assured. I know how to handle these people. Just give them to me. I guarantee that in a few years, I'll carve out 10,000 miles of land in the western regions for the Tang Empire. Though Li Er still had concerns, Qingxiu's confidence made it hard for him to refuse. After all, every time Qingxiu promised something, it came with significant returns. Fine, I'll follow your plan. After thinking it through, Li Er made a decision on the spot. I'll give you 40,000 prisoners and ensure they're supplied with food along the way until they reach Gaochang. After that, you manage them yourself. Anyway, keeping them in the Tang territory was just a waste of food. Sending them to develop the frontier could at least be their final contribution to the empire. Whether they died out there, well, that wasn't Li Er's concern. In fact, it might be for the better. Your Majesty is wise. Qingxiu cupped his hands in salute to Li Er, smiling calmly. In his heart, he was already sketching out a plan for how to best use these prisoners. A few days later, orders were issued from Chongan and quickly spread throughout Guangzhou and parts of eastern China. The order was simple: each region was to send all prisoners in custody, excluding those with minor or death sentences, to Chongan for centralized deployment. The locals didn't understand why the court suddenly wanted these prisoners, but since the order was given, they didn't question it. They followed Li Er's instructions and sent them all to Chongan. These prisoners were already disliked by the local governments. On the journey to Chongan, they suffered from constant abuse and neglect by the escorting soldiers. Even the rations were greatly reduced. Barely holding on, they finally made it to Chongan. At first, they were full of hope, thinking Li Er had grown merciful and was going to announce a general amnesty in the capital. But upon arrival in Chongan, they were thrown straight into a central prison and subjected to even stricter control. This didn't look like a pardon at all. As time passed, various strange rumors began to spread among the prisoners. Some said that the frontier lacked enough troops, so they were being sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Others said they were all going to be executed. In any case, the rumors grew more and more disturbing, and if not for the heavy guard over them, these people might have already started a riot. I also heard that there's a plague spreading in Jiangdong. The court is trying to develop a cure. Do you think? Could it be they're using us to test the medicine? Then I'd rather be killed with one stroke, it'd be quicker. Nonsense, we're already in this situation. Whether you want to or not isn't up to you anymore. We don't even own our lives now. Each day the rumors worsened, and they visibly grew more restless. Until one day, when the soldiers guarding them were struggling due to lack of manpower, Qingxiu finally appeared. He came to the central prison with only a few of his personal guards. The soldiers, upon seeing him, nearly burst into tears. "You've finally come. These beasts can't be killed, yet we have to watch them constantly. We don't know when they might riot, we're at a complete loss. Please handle them quickly, we can't take it anymore." The soldiers vented their frustrations, but Qingxiu only smiled slightly. Then he ordered them to gather all the prisoners together. "I will speak to them personally. After today, there will be no more riots." At first, the prisoners didn't care much. But when they were all gathered in the prison yard and saw someone opening the gate and walking in alone. "Who's that?" Everyone looked at him with contempt, thinking he didn't know his own limits. Didn't he know this place was full of desperados? "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. I originally planned to come a few days ago, but something came up and I couldn't make it." The newcomer stood at the highest point, and at this moment everyone could clearly see his face. Duke Qing? Only then did the prisoners recognize that this man was the famous figure. Many who had been loud just moments ago fell completely silent, lowering their heads without saying a word. Most of them looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. These were men who normally only dared to bully defenseless civilians. When they met real officials and soldiers, they'd tuck their tails between their legs. Especially in front of a major figure like Qingxiu, they didn't dare speak at all. "I've heard about many of you. You've caused great harm in this world. In my view, quite a few of you should have been executed on the spot." His words made many of them tense up. "But today, I'm willing to give you a chance to serve the country, atone for your crimes, and find a way to survive the rest of your lives." Qingxiu slowly stepped down from the platform. With each step he took forward, the prisoners involuntarily stepped back. When he stopped, he said slowly, "Now, my army is expanding territory in the western regions. There's a lot of fertile land that needs to be developed. You, with your criminal records, will all be sent to the western regions. You'll be allowed to farm, build cities, and start a new life through your labor. If you follow orders and work hard, your past crimes may be reduced or even erased. But if you refuse to obey, or refuse to go..." Qingxiu pointed at the prison gate behind him. "You can leave now, and the court will consider your crimes wiped clean." As he finished speaking, the large prison gate slowly opened. At the same time, the soldiers outside stepped aside to make way. But their weapons remained drawn, and they stared at the prisoners with deadly focus. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Either go to the western regions, or go straight to the afterlife. After a brief silence, the prisoners immediately expressed their stance. "We'll obey the court's orders." It wasn't that none of them knew how far the western regions were. Many among them, who were well informed, knew that once they went west, they might never return to the Tang Empire. But right now, they had no other choice. "Now that's more like it. I'll be going to the western regions too. When the time comes, we'll work together and support each other." A slight smile appeared on Qingxiu's face. This would save him a lot of trouble. After leaving the prison camp, Qingxiu ordered the soldiers to begin preparations immediately. Once the supplies were ready, they were to depart for the western regions without delay. "Besides these trash, I've also arranged for 20,000 elite soldiers to accompany them. With these soldiers watching them, the prisoners won't dare cause trouble." The soldiers agreed immediately, but some still didn't understand Qingxiu's plan. If there's so much fertile land to develop in the western regions, why not recruit ordinary civilians to go with you, Duke Qing? Why use these scum? They can't be trusted. Qingxiu didn't answer. He simply waved his hand and left leisurely. He didn't care whether these people could be trusted or not. As long as they didn't cause trouble on the way from the Tang territory to the western regions, that was enough. Once they reached the western regions, he wouldn't need to give them any orders, they'd fight to survive and develop the land on their own. Back at the mansion, Qingxiu originally intended to ask Guzi to help him prepare for his return to the western regions. But before he could even enter, he saw a crowd of merchants and gentry gathered outside his gates. "Duke Qing is here," someone called out, and immediately all eyes turned toward him. They rushed forward to greet him. "Greetings, Duke Qing. You must remember me? I once did business with you, even if it was just once. My name is Chen Qifeng. You remember me, right? We spoke once at Qingfeng Trading Company." These merchants swarmed him like flies. Qingxiu instantly looked annoyed, and the crowd quickly backed off, afraid of upsetting him. "All my attention is now on the western regions. I have no time to talk business with you. If you have needs, go to Qingfeng Trading Company." He knew too well, these men only wanted to get close to him under the pretense of doing business. They wanted to use his expedition as an excuse to build connections. Some still wanted to speak, but his guards stepped forward and forced them to back off. "Duke Qing will soon head to the western regions. Who knows when he'll return? If you delay his journey or interfere with frontline military operations, can you bear the consequences? The guard's words made everyone's scalp tingle. That kind of accusation was too serious. Who would dare take that risk? Everyone immediately quieted down, not daring to say another word. They quickly moved aside to let Qingxiu through. Qingxiu didn't spare those people another glance and walked around them straight into the residence. As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately saw the little girl Qing Ruyuan happily running toward him. "You little rascal." Qingxiu picked her up and playfully teased her, "If your father leaves for a long time again, you must stay home and behave, and don't cause trouble for your mother. If there's nothing important, don't leave the residence on your own, in case you run into bad people." As he spoke, Qingxiu suddenly came to his senses and realized he was starting to nag like a parent, which made him laugh. "Daddy, I've started learning sword practice recently. If I get better, can I go to battle with you?" the little girl asked hopefully. "Sword practice?" Qingxiu was slightly surprised. Then he noticed the peachwood sword she had just thrown on the ground and understood. This little girl truly wanted to go to battle with him and had even seriously started practicing. It wasn't just childish play, her hands were rubbed red, showing real effort. Though it looked funny and useless, it showed that she genuinely wanted to stay with him. "All right, I promise you. If one day you can defeat all the guards in our house, you can go to battle with me. By then, you'll be just like Hua Mulan, your name will go down in history, and no one will dare to look down on you." The little girl smiled so happily that her whole face lit up. She rubbed her cheek against Qingxiu's neck and then ran off again to keep practicing with the peachwood sword. Qingxiu smiled, not saying more. By his estimate, there were only 5 days left before the expedition. So he gave orders to cancel all affairs and decided to spend the remaining time fully with his family. 5 days weren't long, but Qingxiu enjoyed a rare period of leisure. Soon it was time to mount his horse again and set out for war in the western regions. He specifically ordered Urguzi to pick out several strong and durable horses and personally took them to the military camp. Not only him, across Chongan, preparations for the army's march westward were in full swing. The streets bustled with people and horses moving in both directions. Qingxiu rode through the streets, casually observing everything. But soon, he noticed something strange. "Stop!" Qingxiu reined in his horse and walked over to a group of stable officials transporting horses, ordering them to stop. "Stop! Quick! It's Duke Qing." These people didn't know why Qingxiu suddenly called them to stop, but since it was his order, no one dared delay. They immediately halted the procession. "What orders does Duke Qing have?" The head stable official quickly came forward to await instructions, but Qingxiu ignored him and walked straight toward the group of horses behind him. At first glance, the horses looked fine, but with Qingxiu's experienced eye, he could tell these were mediocre, even unqualified horses. In his view, they were only fit for carrying goods, not for charging into battle. If civilians used such horses, that would be one thing. But using them in war? Qingxiu could not allow it. The Ministry of Horse Affairs has had plenty of funding year after year, and all your needs are met. So why are the horses you raise this poor in quality? Qingxiu patted one of the horse's legs. The weak leg muscles made him even more dissatisfied. The officials quickly said, "Please don't be angry, Duke Qing. It's not that we didn't put in the effort, it's just that. Don't talk nonsense. Do you really think I don't understand court affairs? Let me tell you, even when I'm far away in the western regions, I know exactly what happens in Chongan and in the court." Qingxiu didn't waste more words. "You can either take off your official robes yourselves or wait for me to have someone do it for you. Please calm down, Duke Qing. We really do have unspeakable difficulties." One official actually knelt before Qingxiu right there on the street, despite civilians watching, and begged, "Please show some understanding and at least hear me out before you make your decision." Qingxiu had no interest in listening, but then he noticed a patch sewn into the lining of this man's official robe. So he paused. "Fine, I'll give you one incense stick's time to explain. If you really have hardships, we'll deal with it accordingly. Get up from the ground. Don't kneel." At Qingxiu's command, the man quickly got up and awkwardly brushed the dust off his clothes. "You." The official's superior was annoyed at how disgraceful he looked and scolded him. "Though Duke Qing holds high rank, you are still a court official. It's inappropriate to behave like this in public." Qingxiu had no patience for people who only knew how to talk big while standing. He coldly said, "That's enough. If he hadn't swallowed his pride to beg, none of you would have had a chance to defend yourselves." "Yes." The superior didn't dare say another word and bowed repeatedly. As the official explained, it was true that the court had given plenty of funds and support to the Ministry of Horse Affairs. But no amount of money could fix one basic problem. There wasn't enough land to raise horses. The Tang Empire's main territory consisted of fertile farmland, not the kind of open grasslands needed for horse breeding. No one in their right mind would destroy good farmland to grow grass. And the court would never allow that either. Most of the empire's horse breeding areas were in Yuyun and Hatao, where the grasslands were close enough to the central plains. That way, they could ensure a steady supply of horses and prevent those lands from getting out of control. In the past, these regions could produce 30 to 40,000 quality horses per year, 60,000 in good years, enough for the military. But in recent years, the empire had constantly been at war, fighting the Turks in the north, expanding eastward for 1,000 miles, and conquering Lingnan in the south. Not to mention Qingxiu's campaign in the western regions, supplies for that journey needed horses, and the local breeds were no good, so they still had to rely on Central Plains horses. Though Qingxiu was a brilliant general and always won with minimal casualties, that came at the cost of countless horses. His elite cavalry had all worn out multiple war horses. Sometimes, after a single battle, each man lost one horse. Over time, there simply weren't enough war horses. But the front line still desperately needed them, so the officials had no choice but to send underqualified horses to barely meet demand. When we raise good horses, the court rewards us. But now we don't even have enough breeding stock. The court doesn't accept substandard horses, and although the funding is generous, we local officials barely get anything ourselves. The official whose clothes were covered in patches seemed to realize his appearance was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly tightened his clothing, afraid the patched inner lining would show. Even so, Qingxiu still found it hard to believe that these officials' clothes were full of patches. How long has this been going on? Around last year, when the court started the Western Regions campaign, we already began using the horse reserves. Now those horses are gone, and we have no choice but to send backup horses to the battlefield. Qingxiu did a rough calculation in his mind, thinking of all the logistics he had used over the years, especially war horses. It seemed what the man said was true. He had already drained the court's horse supply system. Although it hadn't greatly harmed the civilian population, the officials raising the horses were indeed having a hard time. Duke Qing, there is something I'd like to say. I fear it may offend you, but I must say it. Qingxiu gestured for him to speak. I'm not some foolish minister who won't listen to advice. What could you possibly say that I wouldn't hear? The man hesitated, then said, in recent years, you've indeed expanded territory for the Tang Empire. But the land conquered is all farmland, there's no grassland for raising horses. Meanwhile, the demand for war horses increases every year. You mean I should reduce my horse usage? Qingxiu immediately understood what he was getting at. Yes. But I don't mean you should stop using horses. What I mean is, allow the pastures to recover for 2 years, and also spend 2 years breeding new horses. If we can just get through this gap, then we'll be able to provide better horses later on. He quickly explained, afraid Qingxiu would get angry. His superior didn't expect this minor official to dare bargain with Qingxiu and silently cursed his luck. If Qingxiu hadn't stopped him, he would have forced the man to shut up. But since the conversation had reached this point, there was no way to stop it now. He just prayed Qingxiu wouldn't take his anger out on him. If I cut my warhorse usage by 2/3, how long will it take to breed horses of the previous quality? The minor horse official furrowed his brows and calculated briefly before answering, 2 years, at most 2 years, and we can supply 60,000 high-quality warhorses. Qingxiu frowned. That won't do. That's too long. I need a large number of warhorses very soon. I can only give you 1 year at most. If you can't do it within a year, I'll replace every official in the horse ministry and find a team who can. The minor official was immediately speechless, and the others wished they could tear his mouth apart. After all that talk, he had gotten them into a situation where no one could meet the standard. This was pushing them into a corner. In recent years, the Yenyun and Heshi pastures had already been developed to their limits. There was no way they could support more high-quality horse production. But Qingxiu then said, however, I can give you larger grasslands, many times larger than before, for you to raise horses freely. The horse officials were stunned. Many times larger? Where could such vast grasslands be found? May Duke Qing please explain? The minor official asked cautiously. Have you forgotten the land south of the desert? Qingxiu asked with a smile. The grasslands south of the desert were vast and full of rich pastures. They could support a nomadic population of up to 3 million at its peak. If used solely for raising horses, the number and quality of horses produced would be unimaginable. Now that the Turks had been wiped out, the land had been granted to Qingxiu, but the court had never suggested developing it. The reason was simple, the land had a strong power of assimilation. Just like foreigners assimilate into Central Plains culture when they come, anyone who enters the grasslands will be swallowed up and start living like nomads. Historically, the area south of the desert had always been a revolving door of Han and Hu peoples. There was no clear distinction between them. Living in the Central Plains made one Han, fleeing to the grasslands and herding livestock would eventually make one Hu. In times of scarcity, they would take up arms and raid the Central Plains. The court was well aware, sending large populations to the desert south was dangerous. A few generations later, they'd become adapted Hu people. In the vast desert, once they moved with cattle and sheep, even the Central Plains army wouldn't be able to find them to fight, let alone collect taxes. But Qingxiu absolutely would not allow such a vast land to go to waste. Letting top-quality grass grow freely was a huge waste. That land is forbidden by the court, isn't it? The minor official asked carefully. That's my fief. What does court permission have to do with me? I'll use it if I want. Unless His Majesty orders it taken back, will he? Qingxiu said carelessly, and stop sending these low-quality warhorses. Take them back to the stables for other use. Then Qingxiu turned to look directly at the minor official. This man definitely hadn't come up through the imperial exams, otherwise, he wouldn't hold such a low position. Most likely, he had started at the bottom as a stable hand. Clearly, this man was very skilled at horse breeding. What's your name? Reporting to Duke Qing, I'm Wang Han, just a lowly horse official, not worth remembering, the man quickly replied. I never judge people by status. If someone is useful and truly capable, they're worth remembering. Qingxiu waved his hand. The nearby head of the horse directorate stepped forward. What are your orders, Duke Qing? From today on, Wang Han will take your place. Pack up your things and get out. Qingxiu turned and left, leaving the group standing there in stunned silence. Especially Wang Han, he felt like he was in a dream. He had just chatted with Duke Qing briefly, and now he'd jumped several ranks in one go. At the same time, outside Chongan, Li had already arranged a farewell ceremony. Everyone had arrived, except Qingxiu, who was nowhere to be seen. Li occasionally asked the attendants for the time and grew increasingly puzzled. Although Qingxiu often stood him up, at critical moments like this, especially those involving military expeditions, he never delayed. In fact, he usually arrived early to avoid holding up the schedule. He's nearly half an hour late already. Could Duke Qing have had something urgent come up? Li found it odd. Just as everyone was wondering, Qingxiu suddenly rode in at full gallop, rushing straight from the gates of Chongan to Li's carriage. Isn't that Duke Qing? Someone immediately noticed Qingxiu and shouted loudly. Li also quickly signaled the guards to move aside, allowing Qingxiu to ride up directly to him. Your Majesty! I had something urgent to handle just now, so I arrived a little late. Please don't blame me. Qingxiu reined in his horse. Seeing the army already fully assembled and still in formation, he was relieved that his delay hadn't caused any disruption. Brothers, you've worked hard. Qingxiu cupped his hands and saluted the soldiers. They immediately returned the salute. Duke Qing is too polite. There's one more thing I need to tell you all. Qingxiu paused briefly, then said, on this expedition to the western regions, I'm afraid I won't be going with you. But it's not that I'm not going, I'll just be leaving later. All of you, please head out ahead of me. A short while later, Li and Qingxiu went to a simple temporary palace on the east side of the city gate to rest. As for the army outside, they had already begun packing and preparing to escort the prisoners westward. Although they didn't understand why Qingxiu had suddenly changed plans, since it was his order, they would carry it out without hesitation. A few days ago, you said there were many matters in the western regions waiting for you. Why the sudden delay in your return? Li asked, puzzled. It's a long story. I was delayed just now because I rushed home to fetch something. Qingxiu took out a document and handed it to Li. Your Majesty should remember this item, right? It was the land title document, stating that the vast grassland south of the desert had been granted to Qingxiu. Of course I remember. That's my own jade seal stamped on it. How could Li forget? But why bring it up today? Qingxiu smiled. Your Majesty, this land has sat idle for months since the Turks were defeated. Isn't it time to put it to use? Now that the two main horse-producing regions in the Central Plains can no longer meet the army's needs, isn't the grassland south of the desert the perfect place to use? Li clearly wasn't too moved. He said with some helplessness, I know the horse supply is a problem and have been trying to solve it. Coincidentally, the Shi and Khitan people have recently been raising horses in large numbers, and the quality is decent. I plan to. How many warhorses can we even buy from them? And I don't like the quality of their horses. Qingxiu shook his head. Why avoid the proposal I just mentioned? He was talking about using the southern desert grasslands to raise horses. You probably already guessed the reason without me saying it, right? Lier said, helpless. He was worried that populating the south of the desert could eventually lead to the area breaking free from Central Plains control, creating future trouble. I've already considered that. And Your Majesty doesn't think I'd have no plan to deal with it, right? Qingxiu laughed. I've already thought it through. Qingxiu's method was very simple. Based on his understanding of the nomadic tribes, their ability to break away from the Central Plains and become uncontrollable powers outside the Great Wall was due to one thing: their means of production, herds of cattle and sheep. With enough livestock, they could survive independently from the Central Plains and grow their own population. Over time, they naturally became a threat to the Central Plains. At the core, it was because the Central Plains couldn't monopolize the productive resources of the grasslands. If we assign households to herd horses on the grasslands, but only give them breeding horses and foals, no cattle, no sheep, and they can only trade horses for grain from the Central Plains, we can prevent them from becoming independent. And once they raise qualified war horses, we take them away immediately, never allowing them to stockpile. Qingxiu explained his entire plan clearly, and Li Er's eyes lit up. It really did seem feasible, just as Qingxiu said. With this approach, does Your Majesty still worry they'll break free of control? Qingxiu was clearly very confident in his arrangement. In his eyes, this was the perfect solution. Li Er quickly calculated in his mind and realized how brilliant this plan was. This way, he could confidently send people to raise horses there without fearing any unexpected risks. But Your Majesty must remember, if anything starts to go out of control in the north, we must stop the loss immediately. If the north gets out of hand, regaining control will cost just as much as it did the first time. Qingxiu warned. I understand. Li Er thought deeply for a while, then added, if so, we must isolate them from all other nomadic tribes. To Qingxiu, this wasn't difficult. I have ways. Your Majesty need not worry. With this assurance, Li Er was completely at ease and no longer had any reservations. I'll give you full authority over this. That land is your fief anyway. Do as you see fit. But this will delay your return to the western regions. I was already prepared for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let the army go ahead of me. At that, both men laughed heartily. If this plan truly worked, the court would never again be limited by horse shortages. The 20,000 elite troops personally selected by Qingxiu began their journey to the western regions as scheduled. They had almost completely emptied out all the quality horses in the Tang Empire. Not only did every elite soldier have 3 horses each. Even ordinary foot soldiers could share 1 horse among 3 to carry their supplies. Such a grand move was all to ensure the army reached the western regions as quickly as possible and maintained full combat strength. The soldiers marveled at the court's generosity, but only the commander, Hou Junji, knew that this had drained all of Tang's usable warhorses. For a long time to come, if the Tang army needed to fight again, they would have to use low-grade, civilian standard horses. Originally, Qingxiu was supposed to lead the expedition himself, but due to the sudden situation, the opportunity fell to Hou Junji. Having been idle for a while, Hou Junji couldn't possibly pass up such a chance. Even though he was informed at the last minute, he didn't even change clothes, he got on his horse and left immediately. Others might not know, but he was well aware that his own sons were all useless. He had to take advantage of his remaining prime years to earn as many achievements as he could for their future benefit. Hou Junji wasn't just focused on completing the mission. What he truly wanted was more military achievements, to shake the court and win more imperial favor for himself. At this moment, Hou Junji was on horseback, studying the map of the western regions and analyzing the strengths of various states. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the rear of the army. Warhorses began to gallop wildly, and soldiers were shouting continuously. Hou Junji was puzzled. He immediately looked toward the army and saw soldiers at the rear signaling with flags. When Hou Junji read the signal, he became furious. It turned out there was a riot among the prisoners at the rear, and some had tried to escape. And it looked like there were quite a few of them. Even the cavalry didn't wait for orders and had already rushed to suppress the disturbance. These sons of bitches. Hou Junji was instantly enraged. He had come on this expedition hoping to earn merit. If a large number of prisoners escaped here and it delayed the march, forget about rewards, he'd probably be punished and demoted. Hou Junji immediately ordered that the riot be put down within 2 hours and personally took command to ensure no mistakes were made. These prisoners had merely acted on impulse and had no organization or plan. Now that the Tang army was bearing down, only a few of the most reckless fought back. After they were killed, the rest surrendered immediately and knelt on the ground. Hou Junji came to face the surrendered prisoners, his face pale with anger. Even his personal guards didn't dare speak to him. We know we were wrong, General. Please be merciful and spare our lives. It wasn't our idea to cause trouble, someone stirred us up and forced us into it. That's right, we were tricked. It wasn't our fault. In order to survive, they tried every excuse, pretending as if they had nothing to do with the matter. Ho Junji coldly asked, if someone instigated you, then tell me, who exactly encouraged this riot? They all scrambled to name a string of people, but when checked, it was found that all those named had died in the earlier suppression. Ho Junji laughed in anger. These people really knew how to pass the blame. General Ho, could you let us speak a few words? One prisoner cautiously asked. If you've got something to say, spit it out. It's not that we wanted to cause trouble. If life was even slightly better, who'd want this? Our food is far worse than the Tang armies, and we've had to carry heavy loads the whole way with barely any rest. We really couldn't take it anymore. Ho Junji couldn't stand it anymore. He drew a long knife from a guard's waist and hurled it straight at the prisoner. The man was startled and tried to run, but he was too slow. The thrown blade pierced right through his chest. You lot are criminals. Only because Duke Qing showed you mercy were you spared from prison and allowed to follow the army to the western regions. And now you're complaining you aren't treated like regular soldiers? Not executing all of you on the spot is already a great act of mercy, how dare you have the face to make demands? Ho Junji was already in a foul mood, and this was the final straw. If he didn't teach them a harsh lesson, they'd really think going to the western regions was some kind of privilege. Ho Junji quickly scanned them, over 3,000 prisoners had participated in the escape attempt. Those who hadn't joined watched the chaos unfold, secretly glad. They even hoped Ho Junji would go easy, so that if they ever made a mistake, they'd have a chance to negotiate too. All 3,000 plus who rioted and surrendered, execute them all. Ho Junji gave the order mercilessly. Before the prisoners could react, he stepped back, and a large group of soldiers with spears and shields surrounded them. The prisoners suddenly realized what was happening and tried to flee. But the prepared soldiers surged forward, using shields to force them back. Push! At the officer's command, the soldiers slowly advanced with their massive wall of shields, crushing the 3,000 men tightly together. Anyone who stumbled was immediately trampled by iron boots and turned into a bloody pulp. Duke Qing wants us to help defend the western regions. You can't kill us. If you kill us, how will you explain to Duke Qing? He'd never let you do this. We want to see Duke Qing. Even at the brink of death, they were still shouting. But the more they shouted, the more determined Ho Junji was to kill them. You dogs think I need Duke Qing's permission to kill you? Ho Junji spat on the ground and looked over at the prisoners who hadn't joined the riot. They were all stunned by what they saw, none had expected Ho Junji to act so decisively and kill without hesitation. This wasn't just punishment, it was a warning to all the others, kill one to scare 100. Ho Junji gave them a cold stare, sending chills down their spines. Kill! Kill! The soldiers inside the ring thrust their spears from between the shields. Screams rang out as blood flowed like rivers. The prisoners were packed so tightly that there was no escape. One by one, they fell under the stabbing. Even those briefly shielded by dead bodies beside them were killed in the next wave. Seeing most were dead, the rear soldiers fired arrows into the crowd to finish them off more efficiently. After several rounds of arrows, the screams weakened, until finally, there was silence. All 3,000 plus prisoners were executed on the spot. Not one survived. After the execution, Ho Junji immediately ordered the remaining prisoners to dig pits and bury the bodies. Hurry up! Don't waste time. Bury them and get moving. Terrified, the prisoners obeyed, digging faster than ever. None of their usual laziness remained, each one worked harder than the last. I heard that before battles, prisoners of war are made to dig their own graves. Someone whispered, only to be hit hard on the shoulder by a companion, signaling him to shut up. Shut your damn mouth. You want to get us buried with them? In the current situation, it really did look like Ho Junji wouldn't mind burying them all. These people really moved fast. In just 1 hour, all the corpses had been buried on the spot, so efficient it was shocking. Even though they were all exhausted like dead dogs, none of them dared to complain. They obediently stayed in place, waiting for Ho Junji's next orders. The reason they were so fearful was that they had truly seen those Tang soldiers fully armed and surrounding them, looking like they could be executed at any moment. Ho Junji slowly said, "You've all seen it. This journey west will be under these conditions. If you can't handle the hardship along the way, you can tell me, and I'll make other arrangements for you. We'll follow the general's orders completely. No matter what, we won't have a single complaint." Ho Junji made a formal gesture of courtesy, but none of them dared take it seriously. If anyone dared to make demands in such a situation, they'd probably end up buried with those corpses. Good, you said it yourselves, it wasn't me forcing you to go. Ho Junji got back on his horse and shouted the command, "Move out. Continue west." North of Yenmen Pass, in Mabe. Ever since Emperor Li Er ordered the horse households to cross the Great Wall and herd horses in Mabe, a large number of horse breeders scrambled to go beyond the border. Qingxiu was very generous with the grassland pastures. Anyone could come and claim land, however much land they could graze on, they could have that much. The rent they had to pay was the horses they raised. The Imperial Horse Administration entered the region even earlier than them. Qingxiu had already given the most fertile land to the officials, and the scattered common horse breeders only got what the court didn't want. But even so, it was far better than the overgrazed, depleted pastures south of the Great Wall. Qingxiu had long ago led officials from the horse administration and selected several hundred soldiers to escort them to Mabe. Because the Turks had been wiped out, the grasslands had almost no cattle, sheep, or horses grazing. After half a year of wild growth, the grass and water were more lush than when Qingxiu last visited. This is much better for herding than those pastures in the central plains. Wang Han's eyes lit up when he saw such a huge expanse of grassland. He had never had such good conditions south of the Great Wall. Qingxiu looked around and suddenly sensed something was off. He immediately rode his horse and charged northeast. The escorting soldiers followed him in fear something might happen to him, asking him along the way what was going on. Qingxiu didn't answer. He just kept galloping until they crossed a stream and saw some tribal herders grazing livestock on the grassland. Khitan people. The soldiers instantly recognized their clothing and raised their weapons. According to the previous agreement, Khitan people were absolutely forbidden to graze in Mabe, otherwise, it would be seen as an invasion of Tang territory. Attack. Qingxiu gave the order immediately, no mercy, they were to deal with these trespassing herders at once. Run. The Tang army is coming. The herders, who had been sneaking around, saw the army charging and fled in panic, leaving their cattle and sheep behind, jumping on their horses and running. Losing the livestock was one thing, but if caught by the Tang army, they'd be killed for sure. In no time, they were completely out of sight. Even arrows couldn't catch up with them. But they left behind hundreds of cattle and sheep. They ran pretty fast. By the time Qingxiu arrived, they had already fled far beyond the border. He couldn't be bothered to keep chasing. Let the brothers divide up these cattle and sheep. By the way, do these people often come to graze here? Qingxiu casually asked. Replying to the Duke, they didn't dare cross the border last year. But starting this year, they've noticed this vast grassland has no grazing, so they come here every few days. It's really annoying. It seemed these people really lacked a sense of danger. Qingxiu, dissatisfied, ordered someone to go to the Khitan main settlement and summon their chieftain, Li Huaizhong, to come see him in person for a scolding. Tell him to hurry up. I won't be in Mabe for long. If he comes late, let him strip off his clothes and bring thorn branches on his back to Chongan to see me. Qingxiu's displeasure was crystal clear. If these northern tribes weren't taught a lesson, they'd always be up to something. 5 days later, Wang Han transported batches of breeding horses and foals to the pasture, arranging for each to be cared for. He even personally came to guide the horse officials on fattening, treating injuries, mixing medicine, everything. Qingxiu had judged him correctly. This guy was truly an expert at raising horses. You're still young, yet you're better at horse rearing than many old masters. After watching Wang Han personally demonstrate how to castrate a horse, with such clean technique that even Qingxiu, an outsider, praised it. Wang Han smiled honestly. My family has raised horses since my great-grandfather's time. Generations of experience have been passed to me. If I couldn't handle this, I'd really be letting my ancestors down. That may be true, but many family trades get worse with each generation. Qingxiu paused, then said, I know this is your family's secret craft, but if you only keep it within the family, it'll eventually be lost. Would you be willing to pass it on more widely? Qingxiu's meaning was clear. He hoped Wang Han would openly teach this craft and train more horse-rearing officials like him. Well, Wang Han looked hesitant, and after a while said cautiously, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that my father strictly warned me not to pass on the craft too much, otherwise it would be unfilial to our ancestors. Qingxiu countered, but you also know, if your family alone passes it down, one day it will be lost. Are you really willing to take these skills to the grave? Wang Han had thought of this too, but he was afraid of being accused of being unfilial, so he never dared do it. Qingxiu had seen through people like this long ago. All that secret knowledge nonsense, wasn't it just about job security for the descendants? How about this, you write down all your horse-rearing secrets in a manual and spread it through the horse administration. For every horse official trained, I'll give you 50 taels of silver. Not only that, I'll directly buy your manual for 300 strings of cash, and every year, a portion of the horse administration's income will go to you as a bonus, paid out for 3 generations. How's that? Wang Han hadn't expected Qingxiu to offer such generous terms. Every part of it felt too good to be true. Just one horse-rearing manual, and Qingxiu was willing to pay so much. Wang Han was about to say something, but Qingxiu's next sentence completely shut him up. There's no need for you to discuss this with your father. I'll send someone to speak with him. You just need to write down the manual. All right. Wang Han was overjoyed and quickly agreed, I don't mind. It's just my father, if he agrees, I have no objections. Although Wang Han felt that Qingxiu was offering too much, the latter didn't think so at all. In fact, compared to future gains, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Technology is the primary productive force. In comparison, wealth and silver were just byproducts. While Qingxiu and Wang Han were discussing how to build a system to train horse officials in large numbers, a guard came to report that Li Huaizhong had been waiting for some time. Let him wait. Without even thinking, Qingxiu ordered the man to keep waiting. Without his permission, the man was not to leave. Duke Qing, should you perhaps go receive him first? Wang Han knew Li Huaizhong was the Khitan chief and felt a bit bad seeing him being kept waiting because of their conversation. What are you worrying about? Just a barbarian chieftain, how could he be more important than what we're doing? Qingxiu didn't care at all and motioned to continue their discussion. Li Huaizhong waited outside the tent for nearly an hour. He didn't dare complain, nor leave early. Young man, how much longer until Duke Qing comes out? Li Huaizhong asked the guard with a forced smile, holding his coat tightly. Autumn in the north was truly cold. While the guard wore cotton clothing, Li was only wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin over linen. The guard completely ignored him, eyes staring straight ahead, as if he hadn't heard anything. Damn it, even the dog at a prime minister's gate has a 7th rank title. He cursed in his heart but had no choice. He leaned to the side like a beaten dog, waiting. Finally, Qingxiu and Wang Han came out of the tent, chatting and laughing. Li Huaizhong immediately stepped forward with a big smile, greetings, Duke Qing. Qingxiu only gave him a brief glance and a slight nod, then motioned for the guards to escort Wang Han away. Remember to write the horse-rearing manual completely. Don't miss anything. After giving these instructions, Qingxiu finally turned to the submissive-looking Li Huaizhong. You called for me, what orders do you have? Li Huaizhong asked with a smile. It's been 5 days since I summoned you. I thought you were ready to head to Chongan. Qingxiu sat down in the tent but gave no sign for Li Huaizhong to sit. If I remember right, it's only 2 days from your camp to here. Hee. I was delayed by some things on the way. Please don't be offended. Enough nonsense, you know why I called you today. Qingxiu impatiently cut him off. I understand. Those herders who were grazing in secret, I've already punished them. Everyone in the tribe has promised they will never graze on your pasture again. He placed a hand on his chest and loudly swore, if anyone breaks the rule, I'll personally cut off their hands and feet and give all their cattle and sheep to you as compensation. Qingxiu narrowed his eyes and stared at him in silence, making Li Huaizhong break into a cold sweat. He immediately realized that Qingxiu was not satisfied with this solution. As far as I know, more than half your tribe came here to graze before. Are you planning to cut off all their hands and feet? Li Huaizhong's legs gave out. He hadn't expected Qingxiu to dig up the old offenses. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Well, how should I handle this? I think doing as you said is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Qingxiu's tone rose. Li Huaizhong groaned inwardly. Qingxiu was pushing him into a dead end. He couldn't possibly really cut off the hands and feet of over half his tribe. Seeing that Qingxiu was pressing hard, Li Huaizhong suddenly had an idea and quickly said, even if everyone in my tribe is punished, it can't make up for your losses. I should offer you something more tangible. I happen to have something I believe will greatly interest you. Would you allow me to explain? This did indeed pique Qingxiu's interest. What is it? Li Huaizhong quickly said, it's a long story, could you give me a bit more time? Qingxiu didn't say anything but pointed to the seat beside him, signaling for him to sit. Thank you. This matter actually starts with the reason I was delayed these past few days. As Li Huaizhong explained, the reason he was 3 days late was because he had received some very important news. A war was about to break out between the kingdoms of Sila and Beekch, east of the former Goguryeo lands. The reason was simple. After the fall of Goguryeo, the two countries had regained large areas of land and populations previously taken. At first, it seemed like a win-win situation, but before long, rifts began to form between them. Each side believed the other had taken more land than they deserved. They even accused each other of occupying territories that originally belonged to themselves. Both sides felt they had contributed more to the war and thus deserved more territory and spoils. They even asked the Tang court to step in and redistribute the land. But Emperor Li Er, busy with state affairs, had no time for these two troublemakers. He just said, "It will be decided another day," and brushed the matter aside. Li Er didn't care, but these small kingdoms, who valued land more than gold, cared deeply. Many negotiations followed, but no consensus was reached. They even began small-scale military confrontations, but it hadn't yet caught Tang's attention. Even the court didn't notice. How did you find out? Qingxiu was skeptical. Tang controlled the former Goguryeo lands and bordered both kingdoms directly. The Khitans were thousands of miles away from Sila and Beech. How could they know this? You may not understand. Li Huaizhong lowered his voice. I wouldn't have known either, but the Sila people specifically sent envoys to our tribe, asking us to send troops to help them. Qingxiu's first reaction, this guy was full of nonsense. The Khitan people lived on the plains and hills west of the Liao River, while the Sila kingdom was separated from them by the vast regions of Goguryeo and Liaodong. Did they really think of the Khitan people, who were thousands of miles away, as their first choice for help? It's absolutely true. Please listen to me, I didn't make up a single word. As he said, the Sila people originally hoped that the imperial court would send troops to help them reclaim so-called justice. But how could the court possibly mobilize troops over such a trivial matter? Naturally, they didn't respond. This put the Sila people in an awkward position. With their national strength being on par with Beech at best, they had no chance of winning a war on their own. In the end, they might throw in a huge amount of military expenses, lose countless civilians, and still not seize an inch of land. They looked around the peninsula. The Hua kingdom had long been destroyed by the Tang dynasty, and Goguryeo didn't even need to be mentioned. The Jurchens had also been wiped out. The remaining scattered people couldn't even gather a few thousand. The Shi people were still loyal dogs to the Tang dynasty. Without Li Xiaogong's orders, they didn't even dare to go hunting together, let alone send troops to help. After much consideration, they actually turned their eyes to the Khitan tribes, separated by vast mountain ranges. These envoys directly took boats north, reached the primitive forests north of Jizhou, and then headed west, forcefully bypassing Shi territory. After enduring countless hardships, they finally reached the Khitan tribes. By the time these envoys arrived, nearly two-thirds of them had died. The few who remained were in rags and looked like beggars. If they hadn't brought a national letter with them, Li Huaizhong would have thought they were a bunch of frauds. These Sila people, driven to desperation, immediately offered very generous conditions, promising that if the Khitan helped them destroy Beech, they would give the Khitan half of Beech's territory. Li Huaizhong thought they were out of their minds, so desperate for help they no longer cared who it was. Never mind whether they could win or not. If he really led his men across the steep mountains and primitive forests, and even crossed the sea, by the time they actually arrived, it would be lucky if 1/10 of their fighting force remained intact. This clearly showed that the Queen of Silla didn't understand war at all. She thought it was nothing more than lining people up like a game. Originally, Li Huaizhong wanted to get some benefits from these people. But after today, he realized they knew absolutely nothing and could only leave disappointed to meet Qingxiu in Ma Bei. Can you confirm the authenticity of their message? Qingxiu frowned. The story sounded absurd, but judging from the extreme stupidity of the three Han peoples in diplomacy and politics, it wasn't entirely impossible. It's absolutely true. Do you want to take a look at this? Li Huaizhong fumbled in his chest and then proudly took out a national letter, handing it to Qingxiu. It was a petition from the Silla people to form an alliance with the Khitan. They even left a space for Li Huaizhong's signature, along with the Silla Queen's seal already stamped. When Qingxiu saw this, he was convinced it wasn't fake. He had seen the national letters between Tang and Silla before, and the jade seal was identical. I thought you were just talking nonsense. But it turns out this really happened. Qingxiu casually tossed the letter onto the desk, baffled. How could the Silla people be this stupid? You see? I told you these people were foolish. If the Tang hadn't destroyed Goguryeo back then, these idiots would have been wiped out by Goguryeo long ago. How could they have survived until now? Li Huaizhong smiled widely. Although this isn't earth-shattering news, it still has some value, right? Maybe I could. Enough. Hand over 1,000 cattle and 1,000 sheep, and write a proper national letter admitting your faults. Then this matter will be over. But if it happens again, as you said, anyone who secretly grazes livestock will have their hands and feet chopped off. No mercy, not even for my own relatives in the tribe. Li Huaizhong beat his chest to guarantee it. Qingxiu snorted coldly and signaled him to get lost quickly. Actually, Qingxiu had no real intention of cutting off everyone's hands and feet to make them pay. That would clearly push them to rebel as a whole. Though Qingxiu wasn't worried about a small Khitan tribe rebelling, they were still useful to him. He didn't want to waste them. Thank you, Duke of Qing. We'll never make the same mistake again. He thanked Qingxiu profusely and left. Qingxiu, meanwhile, stared at the letter in deep thought. He had originally thought the small countries of Sila and Beeked were nothing, just tiny lands with poor soil and sparse populations. Even if left alone, they wouldn't matter much. But now it seemed these two small nations were an unclear, unexploded bomb if left unchecked. Luckily, Li Huizhong was a smart man. But what if the Sila people contacted the vanished Jurchens? What then? Help the Jurchens rise again, and fight a new war at the border? Qingxiu finally made a decision. He ordered someone to draft a letter and send it directly to Chongan. As for himself, he took his elite soldiers and set off, not back to Guangzhou, but east to Liaodong. Liaodong, Huanglong Prefecture. That day, Li Xiaogong had just returned from touring the northern Shi tribes and discovered many coal mines in their territory. This coal was extremely important for survival during the freezing winters. Li Xiaogong immediately ordered the Shi people to mine the coal and deliver at least 60% of it to the court. This was to help solve the heating problem for Liaodong's immigrants as much as possible. Since Goguryeo had been pacified, many immigrants from Guangzhou had settled and thrived here. Without coal, they wouldn't have survived. For now, this coal barely meets the demand. But if the Liaodong population grows or more immigrants arrive, it will surely be insufficient. You all need to explore more in Goguryeo. Li Xiaogong ordered his subordinates. They all responded in unison, and Li Xiaogong signaled for them to leave. He had just returned from a northern tour and felt very tired. He just wanted to rest for a while. But just as they left, the door was pushed open again. Li Xiaogong frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back?" "Haha, Duke, how come you've gotten so grumpy lately? Don't even want to see me?" A familiar voice rang out, instantly clearing all his sleepiness. He looked up, and sure enough, it was Qingxiu. 2 days later, news of Li Xiaogong's northern inspection once again reached the Shi tribe. Sila, who had just relaxed for 2 days, immediately tensed up again and took the tribal chiefs to meet with Li Xiaogong. But unexpectedly, this time Li Xiaogong brought along a very important guest. The Duke of Qing had actually come with Li Xiaogong. Sila saw Qingxiu sitting on horseback from afar and his legs instantly went weak. He nearly collapsed to the ground. "Greetings to the Duke of Qing." He was the first to kneel. The other chiefs and close followers behind him didn't dare be careless and all knelt down to await orders. "Hee, didn't I say before I came? No need for such a grand welcome. I'm just here to take a look." Qingxiu smiled and waved for everyone to get up. "It's been a few years since we last met, hasn't it? The last time they met was just after the fall of Goguryeo. It is our honor that you still remember us." Sila stood up with an eager smile. "No wonder the Duke returned so quickly. It turns out Duke Qing himself has arrived, and we didn't even know to welcome you in advance. We truly deserve to be punished." Qingxiu had just met with Li Xiaogong and immediately requested to be taken to the Shi tribe's territory. Li Xiaogong thought Qingxiu had learned about the coal mines, so he didn't delay and quickly gathered his men to return with him. But along the way, judging by Qingxiu's manner, it seemed he didn't know about the coal at all. He was only paying attention to the terrain, frequently marking things down on a map. "I heard that the Shi tribe's territory includes a region near the sea." Sila didn't understand why Qingxiu would ask such a thing. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "If you mean the Heishui River area, we're not really sure. But since we drove out the Jurchens and took over Jizhou, I think there is a part of that region near the sea. But as for more details, I don't know." Qingxiu was dissatisfied. He wanted a more specific answer. "Does anyone among you know anything about coastal areas?" Qingxiu looked at the kneeling chiefs and followers, raising his voice again. I think I know something." One chief immediately stood up. "East of Jizhou, there's a narrow outlet to the sea, and from there you can directly reach Goguryeo." Qingxiu instantly tossed a wrapped package to this man. He instinctively caught it, opened it, and shouted with surprise. Inside was a small piece of gold. Others craned their necks to look, but he quickly stuffed the gold into his chest and excitedly thanked Qingxiu. "Enough talk. If you know where that place is, take us there. There will be more rewards." Qingxiu patted his pouch, instantly drawing attention from many. If Qingxiu was giving out rewards so generously, no one felt tired anymore. "I'm willing to lead Duke Qing there, and I guarantee we'll find the outlet." The man thumped his chest to swear it. He was originally from a Jurchen tribe, with no status within it. Because he was never valued there, he decided to take a different path and defected to the Shi tribe, who were then enemies of the Jurchens. He gained a small status in return. Coincidentally, the Tang army was expanding into Liaodong and chose the Shi people as auxiliary troops, leading to the growth of their tribe. This man also earned many merits in battle and eventually became a chief himself. According to Sila, he was the one who knew the Jurchens best among the entire Shi tribe. Qingxiu chose him as a guide and ordered him to search for the sea outlet through the mountains. Most people knew Jizhou was near the sea, but the coastal areas were rugged hills and mountains, not suitable as sea outlets. Even the Jurchens, who had once seen the sea, couldn't find any natural harbor to sail from. The guide led Qingxiu's group through mountain valleys and forests for nearly half a month. Qingxiu could constantly smell the sea in the air but couldn't see the outlet. Finally, one day, after they were completely lost in the forest and Sila was angrily cursing, scouts reported back that they had found a vast sea and a very narrow sea outlet ahead. The news instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Sila stopped cursing, and they all got up to go see. The outlet was hidden in a crack in a canyon, a very narrow path through steep cliffs. It was tough going, but once through the canyon, everything opened up, vast beaches and coastline appeared before their eyes. It was an excellent natural harbor. All along the untrodden coast were crabs scuttling about and clams opening and closing. The seawater washed up the shore, sometimes even tossing up live fish, creating a scene full of vitality. Compared to the suffocating forest behind them, this place brought a feeling of sudden clarity and joy. No exaggeration, just the seafood washed ashore could feed nearly 100 people. When I was a child, I used to wander the forest with friends. We once saw the sea, but it was too dark, and we didn't stay long. When we came back the next day, we couldn't find it again. The guide spoke excitedly. Thinking back, I was not even 10, couldn't even ride a horse. Qingxiu didn't have time for this childhood story. He took out a gold ingot and threw it to the guide as promised. Thank you, Duke Qing. The man carefully tucked the gold into his chest and clutched it through his clothes, unwilling to let go. Qingxiu closely observed the area. It was indeed an excellent natural harbor. With some simple structures, he could easily dock his specially designed treasure ships here. He climbed a high peak near the coast and looked southeast. Look over there. Qingxiu pointed into the distance, calling everyone to look. In the far distance, through the mist, they could vaguely see a massive coastline across the sea. Though unclear, it was definitely real, emerging faintly from the sea fog. What is that place? I think it might be undiscovered new land? Doesn't look like it. Could it be the Wa Kingdom? Don't joke. Don't you know Wa is much farther east? The group erupted into discussion, everyone voicing their thoughts. Qingxiu did not join their discussion but searched around, and sure enough, he found exactly what he was looking for. Everyone, come with me. Qingxiu led the way. They walked down the hillside, and after a few turns, they found several boats hidden in an inconspicuous corner at the foot of the mountain. These boats weren't large, only slightly bigger than fishing boats used for going out to sea. Each one could hold only 7 or 8 people. He roughly counted the number of boats and estimated that more than 40 people had gone out to sea in total. There were also some leftover tools and spare clothes on the boats. These clothes. Li Xiaogong looked closely and suddenly said, Sila people. These are official Sila uniforms. That's right. Qingxiu nodded. At this moment, he could almost be certain that these boats were left behind by those Sila people when they crossed the sea. And judging by how they placed the boats, it seemed they intended to use them again when returning to their homeland in the future. Qingxiu had passed through Liaodong and Shi territory when he came, but the Sila people definitely couldn't have taken that route. They must have gone around through the mountains further north. Their journey was dozens of times harder than Qingxiu's, so it's no wonder that over half of them had died by the time they arrived. So it turns out, the Sila people really did cross the sea to form an alliance, just like Li Huaizhong said. Such a stupid and unbelievable move was truly eye-opening. But from Qingxiu's point of view, this was very beneficial. It not only gave him important information but also led to the discovery of an excellent coastal harbor in the Liaodong region. Qingxiu's vision was more than 1,000 years ahead of his time. He understood the importance of harbors better than anyone. Even in a farming-first era, ports were incredibly important. This harbor is quite useful. From what I see, if we don't make use of it, it would be a real waste. Qingxiu said meaningfully. Behind him, Sila and the Shi tribe leaders stayed silent after hearing this. This area belonged to Jizhou. According to the agreement between Tang and the Shi people, this land had been given to them and should belong to them, including this coastal harbor. If Qingxiu wanted to take the land, it would break their mutual agreement. And the Shi people were also very envious of this harbor. Sila was clearly reluctant to give it up, but if Qingxiu forcibly demanded it, they didn't dare refuse. It was a very conflicted moment. In this awkward silence, Qingxiu spoke to break the tension. Earlier, when we cleared the mountain road on our way here, I noticed you Shi people hadn't used the land along the way. The land was all dense forest, Shi people didn't have the ability to develop it. Sila had to answer, yes, the Tang dynasty gave us this land as agreed, but we don't have Tang's power to develop it. His answer was very clever. First, he stated clearly that Tang had already handed over the land. Then, he subtly hinted that if Tang insisted on taking it back, they were willing to give it up for their own safety. Qingxiu was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly. Sila, I didn't expect that after dealing with Han officials for so long, you've also learned how to shift blame and play word games. You've become corrupted. Sila realized his scheming had been seen through and laughed awkwardly. Please forgive me, Duke Qing. I shouldn't have done that. Alright, enough nonsense. I do want this harbor, but since it belongs to your Shi tribe, I won't take it for free. Qingxiu immediately started negotiating. He proposed buying the land from the narrow mountain pass to the Goguryeo province border for 3,000 bolts of silk and 1,000 taels of silver, making it Tang territory. As for the harbor itself, he didn't say he wanted to buy it outright. Instead, he cleverly proposed leasing it in his own name, not the court's, for 500 bolts of silk per year. He also offered to hire some Shi warriors to guard the leased coastal harbor, giving them additional income. Although the price sounded low, Sila quickly calculated and thought he'd made a big profit. Most of that land was undeveloped forest, Shi people rarely even hunted there. It was practically useless to them. As for the harbor, though highly valuable, he knew the Shi people couldn't run a business or make money from it. So it was better to lease it to Qingxiu and earn silk and money each year, rather than let it sit idle. And since Qingxiu wasn't buying but renting, it made him subconsciously believe the land still belonged to the Shi tribe. He didn't realize that once land belongs to someone, even if only leased, after years of use and establishment, it's not so easy to take it back just by ending a contract. Qingxiu used this method to lower their guard completely. Then it's settled. Once we return, we'll sign the contract. Working with Duke Qing gives us peace of mind. Sila and the other chiefs were delighted. Clearly, they all thought they had made a huge profit. Only Li Shaogong didn't understand Qingxiu's approach. If he wanted the land, he could have just ordered the Shi people to give it. Why go to all this trouble and spend money to lease it? Your Highness, the Shi people are still useful. We shouldn't force them to rebel too soon. Don't forget the chitin. Qingxiu whispered so only the two of them could hear and gestured to Li Shaogong. The small amount spent today would be repaid by the Shi people 100 or 1,000 times over in the future. Besides that, you must agree to one more condition. Before the others finished celebrating, Qingxiu added another request. Since you are subjects of the Tang dynasty, it's only natural that you serve it. If I build ships at this harbor in the future, you must send laborers to serve us. His meaning was obvious, he was warning them to be ready to provide free labor. And his reasoning made it impossible to refuse. Serving the Tang dynasty was a matter of duty and law. Of course. Sila didn't dare refuse and agreed right away. Qingxiu stood again, his eyes gazing beyond the sea mist toward the distant land of Sila, and suddenly gave an order. Your Highness, once we return, prepare to send envoys. I want to contact the kings of Sila and Beach. Li Shaogong finally realized just how bold and reckless Qingxiu was. After returning to the Goguryeo province, Qingxiu not only contacted the neighboring kings without the court's permission. He even signed those letters in the name of the Tang court. If it were him, Li Shaogong would absolutely never dare to do such a thing. Even if he had 10 heads, he wouldn't risk it. But Qingxiu had no hesitation at all. He not only used the name of the court, but even sent one letter each to Sila and Beach. We might need to report this to the court, otherwise. Li Shaogong was filled with worry, but before he could finish, Qingxiu waved casually and said with ease, I already told His Majesty about this. He knows, no need to talk more. Li Shaogong was speechless. He sighed in his heart, truly, only Qingxiu dared to do something like this. The 2 letters were sent out on schedule, delivered by trusted aides personally chosen by Li Shaogong, with strict orders for secrecy, no leaks allowed. And so, during the tense standoff between Sila and Beach, both sides received a national letter from the Tang dynasty. When Sila Queen Kim Yua received the secret letter, she was overjoyed and immediately summoned her ministers for discussion. The letter wasn't long, but every word in it required careful consideration. In the letter, the Tang court stated that they had always secretly supported Sila but had not publicly declared this due to concerns about Beach's feelings, since Beach had already pledged allegiance in the south. The letter also mentioned that if war broke out between the two, no matter how much territory Sila seized, the court would legally recognize all of it as belonging to Sila. And if Sila's national strength was insufficient, the court would consider sending assistance. Although the type of support was not clearly stated, the Tang dynasty's attitude was made more than clear in the letter. The court supported the Sila kingdom. Everyone, I told you the Tang court would never betray us. We were the ones who pledged allegiance 3 years before Beech. The Tang will surely side with us. Queen Kim Yua's voice even trembled. She seemed to already see the heavenly army of Tang coming down to help her destroy Beech. Your Highness, we believe now is the right time to declare war on Beech. Whether we win or lose, the Tang will back us. Yes, this is a perfect opportunity. If we miss this chance to start a war, we may never get it again. I am willing to lead troops myself to attack Beech. The ministers were all stirred up. Each of them expressed willingness to go to war. Even those who were usually peace-minded now became radical pro-war advocates. This opportunity could not be missed. But Kim Yua didn't let the good news cloud her judgment. She thought carefully for a moment, then said to her ministers, "My lords, have you considered why Tang is willing to help us?" That was a good question. Everyone had just been shouting and hadn't thought about it deeply. I believe Tang is willing to help because they want to split Beech with us. Even though the letter didn't mention it, we should think ahead. When replying to the Tang letter, we should take the initiative and mention this. That will show we are thoughtful and obedient. She seemed to have thought far ahead. The Prime Minister immediately proposed, in our reply, we can say that after Beech is destroyed, we will give 3 of its 8 provinces to Tang. That should satisfy the Emperor. What a joke! Kim Yua scoffed at his words. To destroy Beech, we will have to rely entirely on Tang. At the very least, we should give them 4 provinces, split Beech equally. Her suggestion made the ministers hesitate, but her next words made them determined. At a time like this, we must not be stingy. Just as the Queen says. The officials had no more objections and immediately agreed. Thus, the Sila officials, filled with the beautiful dream of destroying a kingdom in alliance with Tang, wrote these conditions into their letter to the Tang envoy and repeatedly expressed their full obedience to Tang's orders. The envoy, seeing how serious they were, felt strangely baffled. From their behavior, it looked like Tang had already signed a military alliance with them. At the same time, the Beech side reacted with equal excitement. They had always worried that Tang would favor Sila, but now, seeing this, they felt not only relief but that they had gained a powerful ally. To destroy Sila now, wasn't it as easy as turning a hand? I've said all along that Sila's queen sent maidservants to Tang hoping to please the emperor, but really? Who would care about 1 or 2 maids? It takes years of tribute and treasure from us to earn the emperor's favor. Beech King Park Ildan was very proud, holding the national letter up to show his ministers. Do you know what this means? Tang wants us to send troops and destroy Sila. Then we'll split the land. Ha 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 ha. The ministers all burst into wild laughter, believing the matter was completely settled. But among them, there was one who still barely held on to reason. Cautiously, he suggested. This letter tells us not to announce our alliance with Tang. But why so secret? And the envoys who came disguised themselves as merchants. Before he could finish, Park Ildan shouted and cut him off. What do you know? This is how Tang always does things. Who dares question them? Could this letter be fake? It's signed in the name of the court. The minister was scolded so harshly he didn't dare say another word and quickly retreated to the back in silence. But Park Ildan still found him annoying and immediately ordered him expelled from court, stripped of all titles, and declared that his descendants could never serve in government again. With that example made, no one dared raise objections. Everyone loudly suggested that the king declare war on Sila immediately. They were all convinced that once war started, the Tang army would definitely join in. Destroying Sila would be easy. Park Ildan didn't think twice. He immediately issued orders to prepare the country, and once full mobilization was complete, they would declare war on Sila. Mobilize all the people of Beech's 8 provinces. Tell them, in this war, we must destroy Sila and take all their wealth when they fall, to reward our people. The king is wise. The ministers instantly began flattering him, loudly praising his decisive and brilliant leadership. Whatever he said, they cheered. Ha 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 ha. Take me to worship our ancestors immediately. I want to tell them this great news. Park Ildan was so excited he couldn't sit still and ordered preparations for the ceremony right away. 10 days after both countries sent off the envoys, their conflicts escalated again. What used to be secret struggles were now openly shown without any attempt to hide them. Until the Queen of Sila was the first to declare war on Beech, and war between the two sides broke out immediately. These 2 small countries combined had fewer than 1 million people. The armies they put together looked shabby compared to the grand-scale battles of the Central Plains. But even this village-level war was fought with intensity, blow after blow, back and forth. A war that never involved more than 10,000 troops used nearly half of the tactics from the art of war and the 36 stratagems. Instead, this made Qingxiu, who had been observing all along, find it very entertaining. He only regretted that this era had no cola or popcorn to enjoy while watching. During this war, both countries tried to perform better to show the Tang dynasty their value. The kings even pretended to lead the armies themselves. Although Qingxiu received secret letters and messages from both countries during this time, begging the Tang heavenly army to help them crush the enemy, his responses were all vague and full of empty promises. He said things like, "You're doing well, but it's not yet time for the heavenly army to act. You still need to try harder." It must be said, Qingxiu's strategy of drawing a pie was very effective. After hearing the responses, neither country grew suspicious. Instead, they fought even harder against each other. Both sides were thinking the exact same thing: once the Tang heavenly army joined in, the enemy would surely be defeated. While both sides were fighting fiercely, thousands of miles away in Chongan City, Emperor Li Er also received intelligence that the two countries had gone to war. Along with it came a rumor, although not a very solid one. It claimed that Qingxiu had taken it upon himself to communicate with the two countries using the name of the Tang court and had made many promises to them. This rumor spread wildly among the people, but in court, almost no one took it seriously. They were clearer than anyone about the consequences of faking a court decree. They believed that even someone as daring as Qingxiu would never do such a thing. Only Li Er knew that this wasn't a rumor. Qingxiu had actually done it. Because before he did it, Qingxiu had written a letter to inform Li Er that he would be using the court's name to deal with some matters in Sila and Beech. Once it was done, he would help the Tang dynasty naturally absorb Sila and Beech, what remained of the three Han, turning the entire peninsula into Tang territory. At first, Li Er thought Qingxiu was doing too much. Those two nations had poor lands and few people. What value did they have? But when Qingxiu mentioned that those people had crossed the sea to form an alliance with the Khitan, Li Er immediately realized that Qingxiu's actions were very wise. They had dared to bypass the court and secretly reach out to the Khitan, who were vassals of Tang. This was already a clear sign of rebellion. From this, it was evident, even if they weren't as threatening as Goguryeo, the politicians of the Three Han Peninsula were all the same. Doing things they thought were clever, but were actually extremely stupid. If they ever unified, they really could become the next Goguryeo. So Li Er silently approved Qingxiu's actions and even sent him a secret letter, giving him permission to act as needed on the Three Han Peninsula without having to report every detail to the court. Of course, only Qingxiu would be given such treatment. If it were anyone else trying this, even their entire family might not be spared. Just then, Zhang Sun Wuji and Xiao Yu entered the palace, saying they had important matters to discuss with the emperor. As soon as they came in, they happily reported, "Your Majesty, the secret prescription sent to Jiangdong has worked. Everyone who took the medicine is slowly recovering. It seems this plague will be gone before winter." The string of tension in Li Er's mind finally relaxed. At last, this big problem was solved. "Both of you, have a seat. I knew Duke Qing's prescription would be effective." Li Er couldn't hide his joy and immediately invited them to sit. Once seated, Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Your Majesty, recently I've heard troubling rumors about Qingxiu circulating among the people. I hope Your Majesty will punish those who spread such lies, or the consequences will grow worse in the future." Zhang Sun Wuji was fully on Qingxiu's side and naturally wouldn't tolerate slander about his excellent son-in-law. Indeed, letting such talk spread among the people is not good. Li Er suddenly lowered his voice. "But actually, this isn't a rumor. Duke Qing really did it." The two ministers were shocked. They thought Li Er was joking. But after Li Er explained everything clearly, they understood and couldn't help but admire how much trust Duke Qing had earned from Li Er. There was probably no one else in the entire empire who could receive such treatment. "Your Majesty, I believe such things should be allowed less often in the future." Zhang Sun Wuji still hadn't recovered from the shock. He feared that his good son-in-law would get too many special privileges, become overconfident, and end up causing trouble. "I wouldn't trust anyone else, but that's Duke Qing. Without giving him so much power, how could our court have expanded so much land in just a few years? Tell me, if it were someone else, even with 10 times the power of Qingxiu, could they achieve such success?" Li Er's question left him speechless. "Your Majesty, even if we don't talk about Duke Qing's power, Sila and Beech's lands are poor. If we absorb them, and their people rebel again and again, the land's output won't even cover the cost of suppressing them. This is not cost-effective." Xiao Yu tried to consider it from another angle. Li Er gave no direct reply. "Since Duke Qing wants to absorb that land, I trust he must have a way to calm the locals and make sure the court has nothing to worry about. But what if Duke Qing? Sherwin, let me ask you, Is the Tang dynasty's territory vast or not? Li Er suddenly asked an unrelated question. Xiao Yu answered without hesitation, of course. In all the world, no country has land as vast or resources as rich as our Tang dynasty. Li Er smiled. If that's the case, among all this land, whether good farmland, rainforest, or desert, has there ever been any land that was unnecessary for Tang? This. Xiao Yu was at a loss for words. My Tang dynasty may be big, but no land is extra. Now that our country is strong, and our officials wise, we should use this rise to rapidly expand our power, take control of all possible land and resources. In the future, if our strength declines, those lands will be our buffer zones. Even if we lose territory, it won't reach our core areas. The two were startled by this and quickly said, our Tang dynasty will last for 10,000 generations, how could it ever decline? Li Er wordlessly waved his hand, signaling them that was enough. You underestimate my level too much. Since the times of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, how could there ever be a dynasty in this world that lasts forever? 10,000 years is too long, we can only fight for every moment. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Perhaps, just as Li Er said, if they didn't seize the moment today, what they would leave for their descendants in the future might be nothing but a mess beyond repair. We understand. No more words were needed. With the tacit understanding between ruler and ministers, this was enough. If there's nothing else, then go. I have some other matters to handle. Li Er picked up his brush, ready to review official documents, but suddenly remembered something. This year, reduce the taxes collected from the Goguryeo province by half, and give the remainder to Duke Qing as military funds. He'll need it. Beach Kingdom, a small town near the border. This place bordered directly with the Goguryeo province. Because it was a vassal state, Beach didn't dare set up defenses against the Tang here. And Tang merchants and troops could freely enter and exit into Beach territory. Late one night, a group of merchants transporting several carts of goods emerged from the border of the Goguryeo province. Under the cover of darkness, they were barely noticed. The Tang soldiers patrolling the border turned a blind eye. On the beach side, a group of sneaky figures came to meet them. As the merchant convoy arrived, the beach men immediately stepped forward to inspect the goods, but were stopped by the Tang merchant. What's the rush? The leader gave a shout, making the beach men awkwardly retreat. Since we brought these things, they're obviously for you. The leader took off his cloak, it was none other than Qingxiu. Beside him was Li Xiaogong and his group, all disguised as merchants. The beach contacts had no idea how high the status was of the man standing before them. Sirs, don't blame us for being anxious. We really need this stuff right now. There's no time to waste. The beach men all had pained, bitter expressions, as if filled with hatred just thinking about it. Since the war between the two countries began, both sides had been desperately exploiting the common people to achieve breakthroughs on the battlefield. At first, it was 1 out of every 20 men conscripted. But as the war intensified, it became 1 in 10, even crazily, 1 in 7. The war had only lasted a month, but the crops just harvested in autumn were already completely seized. Countless people had no food left to survive the winter. Under such oppression, even the most docile people couldn't take it anymore. While the front lines were on fire, undercurrents stirred in the rear. With strict control over weapons among civilians, they found other ways, trying to contact Tang merchants to buy armor and weapons. Qingxiu had long been prepared. Whether or not these people came to him, he was ready with this shipment, waiting for public resentment in both countries to boil over, to fan the flames at just the right time. We have no other way. If there were even a sliver of hope, who would choose to do this kind of thing? That damn king. At this, they began cursing non-stop again, and Qingxiu had to signal them to shut up and get down to business. He lifted a corner of the cart's cover, revealing swords, shields, and some bows and crossbows. No exaggeration, no peasant uprising in the Central Plains ever had equipment this refined. With these in hand, it was like starting a game with god-tier items. Everyone was overjoyed and just about to move in to inspect, when they were stopped by drawn blades. Where's the money? The beaked refugees looked embarrassed, stammering with no intention of paying. Qingxiu had expected this. He didn't believe these starving peasants had any money to buy weapons and armor. Sirs, we're really sorry. We probably can't pay this time. But if you give us the weapons tonight, we'll attack and take the money, and give you half. Qingxiu sneered. Nonsense. Do you know how much I spent to get these things here? Now you want credit? What kind of merchant would agree to that? Seeing they couldn't bargain, their expressions turned cold. Their faces changed, now looking like hungry wolves staring at Qingxiu and his group, ready to rob them. Qingxiu didn't waste time. With a wave, his men pulled out crossbows, fire guns, and various other weapons, all aimed at them. Firearms! Someone shouted. The fierce-looking beaked men immediately backed off in fear. They had seen the power of firearms firsthand. Even with just a dozen, they could scare off hundreds of enemies. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We're here for business. Please, let's not get violent. Let's talk. The refugee leader quickly put on a smile, trying to smooth things over. It had to be said, their ability to change faces was faster than flipping pages. Qingxiu waved his hand again, and his men lowered their weapons. He slowly said, "Gentlemen, I'm just a traveling merchant. I only want to make money. You may have no money today, but I'm not leaving empty-handed. Didn't you say you'd attack the government office tonight after getting the weapons? If you succeed, I want all the money inside." The man hesitated. Isn't that asking too much? That money is worth 2, 3, even 4 times the cost of your goods. Don't want to agree? Fine, then pay up now, not a coin less. And even if you conquer the palace, I won't ask for a single coin. Qingxiu wouldn't budge. He knew these people too well. If they didn't make this deal tonight, how would they attack the office? Deal. The leader gritted his teeth and agreed to all of Qingxiu's conditions. But we agree that if we succeed, you'll keep supplying us with weapons and armor. That's no problem. Besides swords and spears, we want firearms too. I heard Tang has a weapon called 10,000 Man Slayer. If you can get that for us? Qingxiu burst out laughing. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much it cost me to get even these few guns? You couldn't buy them with all the money in the world. Seeing how forceful Qingxiu's attitude was, the man had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting firearms. But it didn't matter much. As long as their few hundred men could be equipped with this gear, it would be enough to fight. My name is Jin Xianji. Let's be friends, there's a lot more business we'll do together in the future. The man took the initiative to introduce himself and show friendliness. I'm Li Jie. Qingxiu directly made up a name for himself. Then Qingxiu signaled Li Xiaogong and the others to unload the goods from the carts. The disaster victims immediately swarmed forward, each grabbing armor and weapons, and putting them on right there. It was clear they couldn't wait to start fighting. Jin Xianji stroked a fine-quality long sword in his hand. Although it was made in the Tang dynasty, its forging deliberately avoided using Tang's standard military patterns. Instead, it was made entirely in the style of Sila and beaked weapons, so it was impossible to tell where it had come from. You're not just an ordinary merchant, are you? Jin Xianji asked tentatively. Qingxiu bluntly replied, no comment. We're only here for business, don't involve us in anything else. Jin Xianji saw that his side now had a few hundred fully armed men, while Qingxiu's side only had a few dozen. The difference in strength was obvious. For a moment, he even considered whether he should take them out and cancel the deal. But after some hesitation, he gave up on the idea, mainly because those firearms they had were terrifying. More importantly, they'd still need a lot of standard weapons in the future. Without this Li Jie, where would he get them? Jin Xianji cupped his hands to Qingxiu, we'll capture the government office tonight. Give us a few days to count all the silver and gold, we'll deliver your share then. But Qingxiu shook his head and refused, no need. Since you'll finish the fight tonight, we'll wait here. When the battle is over, we'll go in and take our cut, no need to count it. Even if there's only a single copper coin in that office, we'll accept it. Jin Xianji understood that Qingxiu wasn't someone who could be fooled, so he agreed and immediately led his men to attack the county office. Once the group was out of sight, Li Xiaogong said to Qingxiu, wouldn't it be safer to let someone else handle this? Those people just now even thought about attacking us. I know. Qingxiu grinned as he looked at the backs of the departing men. I just wanted to make contact with them early. Besides, if things really went south, they'd be the unlucky ones. They didn't leave, instead setting up just outside the area. Soon after, they heard cries from the rebel army and the sounds of battle. You officials have pushed the people too far. Today, I'll personally lead the people to rid the land of pests and slaughter all corrupt officials. Kill all the corrupt officials. Everyone gets a share, follow us. The rebels marched through the city, shouting loudly, waking up the entire town. Some of the Tang soldiers with them grew curious and climbed to higher ground to look inside with telescopes, but Qingxiu could already see everything clearly with his mind's eye. He saw how the rebels, originally just a few hundred, picked up more townsfolk along the way, people wielding hoes and pitchforks joined them, charging fiercely toward the government office. They didn't care who the rebels were. As long as they could help kill the corrupt officials who had exploited them, they were willing to die for it. At first, the government troops were scrambling to prepare for defense. But when they saw the approaching rebel vanguard, hundreds of soldiers in heavy armor, with sharp, sturdy weapons. They were better equipped than the regular army. This scene scared the government soldiers and clerks so badly they didn't even dare fight. They turned and ran back into the county office, hoping to use the walls to defend. Send a pigeon message right now. Call for reinforcements. These people are insane, they're rebelling. The county magistrate was startled awake by the chaos and rushed to organize a defense. Although the enemy came in strong, they still had hope. If they could hold out for 2 days until reinforcements came, they believed the rebels could be wiped out and the crisis resolved. But they greatly underestimated both the combat strength of the rebels and the hatred the people held for the officials and soldiers. Set fire. Hundreds of soldiers launched a fierce frontal assault, while more looped around to the back and threw torches into the office compound. Before long, a massive blaze broke out. With this pincer attack, the front gate was finally breached. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers charged in, killing every living thing they saw, whether servant or soldier, clerk or guard. No one was spared. This chaotic slaughter was even more drawn out than the battle itself. It dragged on for hours and didn't end until the fire burned out. These guys fight without any plan. What a joke. If it were me, I wouldn't fight like this. It's a total waste of time. And that county magistrate, what a coward. They were already at the door before he even started preparing. Li Xiaogong and his men commented and gossiped like they were watching a show, thoroughly entertained. Qingxiu, on the other hand, stayed focused on observing the battle. It wasn't until dawn, as the morning sun rose, that the riotous rebellion that engulfed the entire county finally came to an end. The rebel force had swelled to 3,000 people, and the whole county town was under their control. The first thing they did after winning was storm the homes of landlords and gentry. Without a word, they dragged entire families out and executed them at the gates, no mercy. Some tenant farmers who had suffered under the gentry even thought up ways to torture them. In the end, the victims begged to be killed just to end it. While the townspeople and rebel army vented their hatred by killing officials and the rich, Qingxiu led his men into the town to find Jin Xianji and collect the payment owed to them. These people hadn't expected Tang merchants to dare show up in the chaos to ask for money. Along the way, peasants and soldiers stared at them with blood-stained weapons. But Qingxiu and his men didn't care at all, as if the others were nothing but scenery. They did exactly as they pleased. When they arrived at the county office, Jin Xianji's rebel guards told Qingxiu that the general wasn't there. Upon asking further, they learned that after breaking into the county office last night, Jin Xianji had taken the magistrate's wife and daughter, spending the whole night talking by candlelight with them, and hadn't come out since. Qingxiu shook his head repeatedly. No wonder the situation in the town was such a mess. They've just taken one small county town, and they're already acting this indulgent. These rebels have no future. Qingxiu spoke with great disdain to Li Xiaogong and the others. Then didn't we pick the wrong people? Should we find a new group? No need. In my view, even a leader like this is enough to bring down Beach. Qingxiu didn't have time to wait for that guy to wake up. He directly told Li Xiaogong to go knock on the door. Chief Jin, open the door. The payment we agreed on last night, don't keep us waiting. Li Xiaogong shouted without any politeness. When there was no response, he simply raised his foot and kicked the main door open. Ah! The kicked-in door directly knocked over a servant who was just about to open it from the inside. But none of them even glanced at the man. They rushed straight into the courtyard to find Jin Xianji. As soon as they entered, the door to one of the side rooms was pushed open. Jin Xianji appeared, clothes disheveled and clearly exhausted. Looks like the chief worked hard last night. He's even more worn out than the rebels who were fighting to the death outside. Qingxiu mocked. The soldiers behind him all burst out laughing. Especially Li Xiaogong, who laughed while saying, Chief Jin, you'd better save some strength. Otherwise, when more government troops arrive in a few days, will you still be able to lift your sword? Jin Xianji had enjoyed himself last night, but being woken up so rudely this morning put him in a terrible mood. Now these merchants even dared to make jokes. He immediately shouted in anger, I gave you face, and you don't know your place. Guards. This guy actually wanted to have them dealt with, but Li Xiaogong reacted quickly. He kicked up the broken door and slammed it back into the courtyard gate, blocking the guards outside from coming in. Before Jin Xianji could respond, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck. When he came to his senses, he realized Qingxiu had already pressed a saber to his throat. The sharp blade gave a little shake and instantly left a shallow cut on his neck, making him scream in fright on the spot. This man, who was a brave rebel leader just last night, now looked like a complete wreck. Can you hear us out there? Li Xiaogong had just one foot pressed against the door, and yet the guards outside couldn't push it open despite trying repeatedly. He shouted loudly, if you don't cooperate, your chief will lose his head first. Calm down. Don't move. It was just a misunderstanding, fall back. Jin Xianji knew what was wise and quickly ordered his men to back down. Then he forced a smile and faced Qingxiu. Misunderstanding, it was just a misunderstanding. I thought it was an assassin from the authorities. Oh? And then? Qingxiu casually responded, but didn't remove the saber. All the valuables from the government office are packed and ready. Take whatever you want. If there's too much, I'll have the brothers help carry it. No need. Just escort us out personally. If there's more business in the future, we can continue to work together. Qingxiu smiled coldly. Jin Xianji forced a laugh too, but couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. You're absolutely right. I'll personally escort you. And so Qingxiu and Jin Xianji cordially walked together, chatting and laughing as they transported the large amount of gold and silver looted from the office, all the way to the border. At the border, Tang soldiers were stationed and patrolling. No matter how bold these people were, they wouldn't dare kill Tang merchants in front of Tang troops. Otherwise, there'd be no need to wait for beaked soldiers. The generals here would cross the border themselves to wipe them out. Chief Jin, thanks for escorting us, Qingxiu said with a smile. You're too kind. Jin Xianji replied nervously, I still have to rely on you a lot in the future. No problem. I'm just trying to make money. But to be honest, if you're relying on this small group, sooner or later you'll be wiped out, Qingxiu warned. Jin Xianji knew this too. He was just a starving commoner who got hot-headed and started a rebellion. If it weren't for his lucky encounter with Qingxiu, his few hundred men wouldn't have made it this far. We can only take it one step at a time. We'd starve to death if we didn't rebel. At least now, there's still a sliver of hope. Jin Xianji's expression turned fierce. He'd clearly made up his mind. Good. You've got guts. But if you want to do something like this, guts alone won't get you far. Qingxiu suddenly changed the topic. Have you ever thought that you could grow your few thousand men into tens of thousands, take over a region, and become a powerful warlord, even a king? Jin Xianji shuddered. He had never thought that far. If he could live another day, he'd already be lucky. How could he dream of being a king? But Qingxiu's words got him thinking. He had managed to pull together 1,000 men in a flash. He considered himself a hero. Why should he resign himself to being crushed by the authorities? The king of Beach was just another man. He was only luckier at birth. Why could he be king, but Jin Xianji couldn't? Qingxiu could tell this man's mindset had changed in just a few moments. Even his expression had turned more ruthless. At this point, Qingxiu knew he had the man hooked. With your ability, achieving greatness is not a fantasy. If you're serious, I could give you some advice. Jin Xianji looked at the so-called merchant Li Jie in amazement. He was nothing like the merchants he knew. Although he kept demanding money, he didn't really seem to care about it. He had none of that annoying stench of greed. He was more like a cunning politician. Every time Qingxiu spoke, he reminded Jin Xianji of high-ranking officials, even more intimidating than those officials. What advice do you have? He found himself asking Qingxiu almost involuntarily. It's simple. You can't get enough to eat, and life is unbearable. But others in Beekj are in the same boat. In the neighboring counties, even farther away, there are more starving people than you can imagine. If they hear that you've risen up and found a way out, what do you think they'll do? No need to say more. Those who understood would get it instantly. Jin Xianji was struck with sudden clarity. Qingxiu was telling him to spread word of the uprising and stir up rebellions everywhere. Even if they didn't join him directly, uprisings all over the place would be enough to drain the strength of Beek's already stretched military. If that's the case, maybe something big really could happen. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he could already vaguely see the scene of a grand army breaking into the royal palace in the future. Thank you for your guidance. If I succeed one day, I will definitely invite you to be an honored guest. Jin Xianji solemnly bowed to Qingxiu. Qingxiu smiled without saying a word, thinking to himself, let's see if you can even survive this ordeal first. After letting Jin Xianji go, Qingxiu summoned all the Tang soldiers patrolling the area. Thanks for your help just now, brothers. All this gold and silver, go ahead and distribute it among the border troops. Everyone gets a share. With that, the border troops were overjoyed, thanking him profusely as they stepped up to inspect the boxes of money. Duke Qing really is generous. If you need us to do anything, just say the word. In the future, if you ever need our help, just let us know. No matter how hard it is, we'll get it done. After taking stock of the wealth, everyone was satisfied. Although the money wasn't a huge amount when divided among thousands of border troops, it was still worth a month or two of their salary. Qingxiu smiled and said, no need to be so polite. I'll often be taking this route in the future, so I'll be counting on everyone to make things easy for me. Of course. On the way back, Li Shaogong was still uneasy. So we'll be supplying them with weapons long term? Of course. Otherwise, how can we keep them draining Beek's military strength? Li Shaogong furrowed his brows but said nothing. Qingxiu knew what he was thinking. He was worried that the weapons and armor flowing into Beach might one day cause the deaths of many of their own brothers on the battlefield. Duke, don't worry. I have it all arranged. Even if we give them weapons and armor, even firearms, they won't be able to pose any real threat. Li Shaogong couldn't help but ask, does Duke Qing have weapons even more powerful than fire guns and cannons? You'll see when the time comes. Qingxiu didn't reveal anything more, leaving it a mystery. Just as Qingxiu had predicted, Jin Xianji quickly spread news of his rebellion far and wide. When people in neighboring counties and provinces heard, they didn't hesitate to rise up too, rebelling in hopes of survival. After all, it was better than starving to death. As a result, uprisings broke out in dozens of locations within just a few days. Beach already had few troops left in the country. With rebellions everywhere, their few thousand troops were overwhelmed. When they went to suppress one area, uprisings in others joined forces to wipe them out completely. Jin Xianji was quite clever. He seized the opportunity to contact other rebel groups and form an alliance, becoming the leader of the coalition and launching continuous attacks on cities and territories. Jin himself had little military talent and few capable commanders, but every time they attacked a city, the oppressed citizens would rise from within to help break the gates. It was almost effortless. Within less than a month, Jin Xianji had captured over 20 cities and even proclaimed himself king. Qingxiu, who had been doing trade and observing from the shadows, was furious when he heard this, calling Jin a complete fool. Now that rebellions were spreading everywhere in Beach, and he went and declared himself king, this would force King Bio-Ilsean to strike back to maintain legitimacy. Sure enough, once Jin proclaimed himself king, Bio-Ilsean pulled troops back from the front lines with Sila and threw everything at crushing Jin Xianji. The Sila people were thrilled. Their army broke through the defenses and advanced deep into Beach. The tide of the battlefield suddenly shifted decisively in Sila's favor. Even the Sila queen and her entire court believed Beach's downfall was certain. Goguryeo Road border, Anong City. This city was close to both Sila and Beach. Qingxiu deliberately chose to stay here temporarily to receive military updates from both sides. Sila's luck is really too good. If this continues, they'll reach Beach's capital soon. Qingxiu looked at the war reports and matched them with the map. He felt Sila's success was a bit too smooth. He casually asked Li Shaogong, has there been any rebellion in Sila recently? None. Though the people are suffering, they can still survive, not like Beach where they're starving in masses. Qingxiu was surprised. Sila is that much stronger than Beach? No. Li Shaogong, who had spent years in Liaodong and Goguryeo, understood the region well. He explained that Sila, deeply admiring Tang, had repeatedly requested border trade with Tang and even offered extreme concessions. As a result, they gained Tang's favor and bought large amounts of grain and supplies with their gold and silver mines. So, even though Sila and Beach looked equal on the surface, Sila had far more resources and food. This stabilized their rear and kept them supplied during war. This Sila queen has some foresight. Qingxiu actually praised her. Since they've stayed stable, we'll have to stir up some trouble for them. Otherwise, this play will end too quickly, and we won't get our chance. After some thought, Qingxiu ordered Li Shaogong to gather troops. He wanted to personally inspect the border and see how the two nations were doing. The border was in a constant state of war, so Li Shaogong easily mustered over 5,000 cavalry. When the troops set off, Qingxiu noticed all the soldiers had well-bred horses, and he finally understood why Tang's horse administration was exhausted. The Korean peninsula had no native war horses. These horses had all come from Yuzhou or Hatao, transported across great distances. Even this remote place was draining Tang's horse supply to the limit. Move out. Qingxiu mounted his horse and led the charge toward the three-nation border. When he arrived, the area had just seen battle. The Sila army, taking advantage of Beach's defeat, had captured all the nearby cities along the way. Not only that, they plundered and slaughtered in every city they entered. Wherever they went, they left nothing alive, even digging up farmland to find the last copper coin. Bastards, these people are ruthless. Li Shaogong swore as he looked over the broken walls and the piles of corpses inside. Let's go inside and take a look. Qingxiu was curious about the appearance of the Sila soldiers, so he was the first to step into the city. At that time, due to the war, the Sila soldiers usually did not allow anyone to enter or exit the city. But when they saw Qingxiu and his group approaching on horseback from a distance, they quickly ordered the archers to put away their bows and arrows, and opened the city gates wide to let the Tang people in. That was the Heavenly Army, how could they dare to stop them? Greetings, General. We didn't know the Heavenly Army would arrive here, forgive us for not welcoming you earlier. The Silla officers hurried forward to greet them and ordered the soldiers to line both sides of the road to give the highest ceremonial welcome. Qingxiu slowly rode into the city, not even glancing at the soldiers, nor did he pay any attention to the officers leading the way. Once inside the city, Qingxiu realized the situation was even more terrifying than what he had seen outside. Everywhere within his sight, there were civilian corpses lying around, and there was not a single intact house in view. These Silla soldiers truly acted viciously. You people are useless in battle, but you're certainly ruthless when it comes to slaughtering civilians. Li Xiaogong couldn't help mocking them. Although the Silla commander was ridiculed like this, he still kept a smile on his face. General is joking. We really can't compare to the Tang heavenly army. But these civilians were all troublemakers who caused us many problems along the way, so we had no choice but to kill them. Li Xiaogong snorted and didn't bother to respond. The Silla commander wanted to chat more with Qingxiu and kept trying to flatter him, circling around the topic to ask when the Tang heavenly army would enter the war to support them. At first, Qingxiu replied a few words carelessly. Later, he didn't even bother listening, letting the commander talk to himself. As they passed by a half-destroyed but once grand residence, a pile of ruins under a broken wall was suddenly pushed aside. A disheveled woman rushed out, crying, and ran straight toward Qingxiu's horse. "Stop her!" The Silla commander did not expect anyone to still be alive in the house and quickly gave the order. But the woman wailed and shouted, "General, please uphold justice for us Han people." When she spoke, it was pure Central Plains Han Chinese accent, which stunned Qingxiu. "Stop!" He immediately ordered the Silla soldiers to halt and personally dismounted to check on the woman. She looked around 30 years old, covered in blood, and barely clothed. When she saw Qingxiu approaching, she immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, "General, please save me, uphold justice for us. Speak." Qingxiu's expression grew dark and grim, while the Silla commander behind him turned pale. "These Silla soldiers aren't human," sob. This woman and her husband were both originally from the Central Plains. After Goguryeo was destroyed, they migrated north and settled there. After arriving, her husband did small business and made good money locally, even bought a residence to run their business long term. The woman even had 2 children and lived quite well. But unfortunately, war broke out, and the Silla people soon invaded the area. Although the Silla people were arrogant in victory, they knew not to offend Tang. So as long as local Tang citizens showed their identity, they wouldn't be slaughtered. However, after the city was taken, some old veteran soldiers, unable to find wealth, grew envious of the big Han residences and their women. Some couldn't resist and started looting Han homes, even killing people. The Silla commander was horrified when he found out. He knew that if the Silla queen heard, he would be punished, and Tang might also hold him accountable. So he decided to go all in. He ordered every Han person in the city killed to eliminate all witnesses. That's why the Silla soldiers were so nervous when the Tang army arrived. They feared their secret had been discovered. They never expected that one Han woman had survived the massacre, hiding among the ruins of her house. During the slaughter, 2 Silla soldiers broke into her home, but her husband fought them to death and killed them both. Then he hid his wife and children in the cellar and was killed by later arriving soldiers in revenge. She later tried to sneak out to find food for her children and happened to see Qingxiu approaching. She didn't recognize Qingxiu, but his official Tang armor and banner made his identity clear, so she risked her life to beg for help. Before she even finished speaking, Qingxiu pointed to the Silla commander and ordered, "Seize him." Li Xiaogong had been prepared. He immediately dismounted and quickly captured the man, pressing a blade to his neck before he could react. "Kneel." Li Xiaogong kicked the back of his knees and forced him to kneel in front of Qingxiu. The Silla soldiers nearby panicked and clumsily drew their weapons, but the Tang soldiers raised their heavy and terrifying modeo, frightening them into stillness. Their commander's life was already in someone else's hands. "Lord Qing, please calm your anger. If you are displeased, I'll immediately execute all involved soldiers. If that's not enough, if it helps you cool your anger, you can do anything to me." Qingxiu swung his horsewhip and lashed the man's face open, covering it in blood. "You knew these people were citizens of Tang and still dared to kill them. Are you not afraid of our heavenly might? Or do you think you can stand against us?" Qingxiu questioned coldly. The commander was dazed by the whipping and stammered, "We didn't do it on purpose. General, please think twice. If you spare me, I'll have all 30,000 of my troops atone for the Han people's deaths." He wasn't really atoning, he was subtly threatening. He feared being executed on the spot and tried to use the 30,000 Silla troops to pressure Qingxiu, implying that if he were killed, those troops would retaliate. "Shut your damn mouth." Qingxiu roared in rage and lashed again and again with his whip, splattering blood with every strike. "Your 30,000 pig soldiers are useless. Even if they all die, they wouldn't be worth one of the Han people you killed. Even if there were 100,000, I'd kill them all. The general was whipped repeatedly by Qingxiu, his whole body drenched in blood. In no time, his face was a bloody mess, completely unrecognizable. Another whip lashed down, sending a few teeth flying. Only then did Qingxiu realize the general had already passed out. He signaled the soldiers to release him. After falling to the ground, the man only twitched a few times before going completely still. It seemed he had completely lost consciousness. Like this, let alone questioning him, it was uncertain whether he was even still alive. Kill him! Qingxiu threw away the horsewhip in disgust. With a command, the soldiers drew their swords and, without hesitation, chopped off the general's head on the spot. General! The Sila soldiers were horrified at the sight. Originally, the Tang troops were ready to deal with these people as well, but the Sila soldiers had already turned and fled to notify the main force. Kill them all, show no mercy. Qingxiu had no sympathy for these scoundrels. At his command, the soldiers immediately drew their firearms and crossbows. With the sound of gunfire, bullets and arrows rained down like a storm, instantly wiping out most of the fleeing enemies. Still, many slipped through the net and managed to escape. Qingxiu didn't care at all and let them run. As for the 30,000 Sila troops outside, he didn't take them seriously at all. Even though they were currently surrounded by these people, they only had 2,000 or 3,000 men. Thank you, General, for seeking justice for this humble woman. The woman burst into even louder tears, overwhelmed with emotion at seeing the bastard finally beheaded. Qingxiu remained unsettled. He ordered someone to help the woman up. I sweep the world clean so that the people of Tang may live without humiliation and oppression, with dignity, no matter where they are. Now that you've suffered slaughter and humiliation in Sila, it is all my fault. Qingxiu gripped his war blade tightly, unable to express his anger. The murderous aura in his eyes burst forth, so intense that even the battle-hardened Li Xiaogong dared not look directly at him. Duke Qing, we should take advantage of the fact that these Sila troops haven't reacted yet. Let's get out of the city and engage them in the field. We're surrounded on all sides right now, too passive. Just as Qingxiu was about to respond, he suddenly heard chaotic footsteps all around. His instincts immediately sensed that the Sila troops were quickly assembling in their direction. However, the enemy lacked unified coordination. Though there were 30,000 of them, they moved in a disorganized manner, yet they were indeed encircling them. It's no use talking now. They're already coming, and it looks like all 30,000 are here. Seems like they're determined to fight us to the end. Qingxiu's tone was extremely calm, as if he were speaking about something unrelated. Li Xiaogong's expression grew serious. He immediately ordered the whole army to prepare, load crossbows and ammo, ready for battle. Li Xiaogong wasn't unfamiliar with winning battles against larger forces. In fact, back in Liaodong, he never had more than half the enemy's numbers. But facing an enemy 10 times larger, and one that was a proper 30,000 strong standing army, this was a first for him. He hadn't fought many battles with Qingxiu. If he had known about Qingxiu's legendary underdog victories in Heshi and the western regions, he might have dropped his jaw in shock on the spot. These 30,000 may have numbers, but they lack unified command, they're just a scattered mob. And their combat ability can't compare to ours. They don't even have cavalry, not worth mentioning. In an instant, Qingxiu had already seen through both the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and had a strategy ready in his mind. While Li Xiaogong was still racking his brain trying to figure out how to break through to more favorable terrain, Qingxiu directly ordered the army. After the battle begins, the entire army is to follow me closely. No one is allowed to fall behind. Anyone who does, I'll execute them after the battle. Once we charge, no one may stop or retreat until I give the order. Anyone who does will be treated as the enemy and executed. Qingxiu personally put on his helmet, picked up the unfamiliar blade on his horse, and a loaded firearm. Everyone was surprised that Qingxiu dared to stand at the very front of the army and lift with one hand a blade that even they struggled to lift with two. They had thought Qingxiu was just a scholar, but on horseback, his military presence completely overshadowed Li Xiaogong. They only knew Li Xiaogong was a ruthless killer, little did they know Qingxiu had slaughtered even more enemies. The Sila soldiers rushed toward the Tang army, shouting furiously, demanding justice. They thought the truth had not yet come out, that the Tang had executed their general simply out of contempt for the Sila. These people, though charging fiercely, never actually intended to start a real battle. With the Tang commander right in front of them, how could they act rashly? They just wanted to make a scene, force the Tang to apologize, and then report back to their queen. But to their surprise, the Tang soldiers immediately mounted up. At a single command, over 3,000 of them charged forward on horseback, kicking up clouds of dust. The Sila troops were stunned. The Tang only had about 2,000 soldiers. Yet their cavalry formation came charging like iron towers. These Sila troops, who had never fought cavalry before, were terrified. Some of the inexperienced soldiers even began to panic and wanted to run. "What are you all afraid of? Our general was killed, right in our own formation. Can we just swallow that? They're only 2,000. We could crush them just by stepping on them." "Exactly. Why be afraid? The Tang have bullied us to our faces, and we still act scared? Even if it's 1,000 armies, we'll charge through. Otherwise, we really are cowards in their eyes." The veteran soldiers refused to back down and charged forward, acting fearless, though in truth, they didn't believe the 2,000 Tang cavalry could pose a real threat. With these veterans taking the lead, the others finally mustered the courage to face the enemy, assuming the cavalry were just fast-moving infantry. Kill! Kill! The Sila veterans at the front charged ahead with just their legs, running fast and swinging their blades like rabid dogs. At Qingxiu's command, he and the cavalry behind him simultaneously raised their firearms and aimed at the charging veterans and officers. These veterans didn't know the true power of firearms, they only thought they were slightly stronger than bows and arrows. Facing thousands of dark gun barrels, they raised their shields, naively thinking they could block the bullets. Bang! The gunfire roared. The Sila veterans at the front immediately stopped in their tracks. These veteran soldiers stood frozen for several seconds as if immobilized, then fell all at once like wild grass being cut down by a scythe. The soldiers charging from behind couldn't stop in time and stepped all over the corpses of the veterans, tripping and falling one after another, trampling each other and causing many injuries. The soldiers who fell to the ground saw the shields dropped by the veterans and officers, and were shocked to find that the shields had all been shot through like sieves. After the first round of fire from the guns, Qingxiu personally lifted his unfamiliar blade and charged forward at the front of the formation, slashing as he went. The soldiers who had run up on foot hadn't even raised their blades before Qingxiu sliced off their heads with a single swing. Kill! Qingxiu tore through the enemy formation like a hot knife through butter, easily creating a gap and breaking through their ranks. The soldiers following behind were shocked by Qingxiu's bravery and fierce strength. He didn't rely on blind rage, but truly used his unmatched might to tear through the enemy. The moment Qingxiu broke through the enemy ranks, Li Shaogong immediately realized the opportunity for victory had come. The enemy formation is in chaos, kill. Li Shaogong, now boiling with killing intent, ignited a surge of morale in the entire army. At this point, the Sila troops couldn't withstand the Tang army's heavily armed cavalry at all. Even the horseshoes of the warhorses could easily crush their shields. They had no way to resist. After several waves of charges, the Sila army completely collapsed. These men were considered elite Sila soldiers, long stationed at the borders fighting against Beech. They were battle-hardened. But when facing an enemy force less than a tenth their size, they found themselves weaker than a stray dog. As thousands of heads fell, the Sila army was totally broken, losing the will to fight the Tang forces. They turned and fled. On the battlefield, an absurd scene unfolded. Just over 2,000 Tang soldiers rampaged freely, as if in an uninhabited land. Meanwhile, the numerically superior Sila troops fell apart, fleeing in panic in all directions. They no longer cared about comrades or brothers, they only hoped no one else fled in their direction, for fear of attracting the Tang army. Only now did Li Shaogong realize how wise Qingxiu's battlefield decision was. He had indeed seen right through the weakness of these Sila soldiers, even better than they knew themselves. And so, the objective of this battle changed from breaking through the siege to taking revenge. Brothers, these dog slaves killed innocent Tang civilians without asking right or wrong. How can we tolerate this? If we don't make them pay 10 times the blood debt today, we are unworthy to be Tang soldiers. Qingxiu's words were unquestionably rousing, and morale soared as the troops charged and killed even more ferociously. The Sila soldiers were doomed, they didn't even get a chance to surrender. Even if they knelt the moment the Tang charged, they were still met with a blade to the head. This one-sided slaughter lasted a full hour. Only when all Sila who could be chased down were killed did Qingxiu order the pursuit to stop, allowing the army to rest and reorganize. Of course, not a single prisoner wasn't taken. Only when the horses were too exhausted to charge did Qingxiu allow a few hundred officers and soldiers to surrender. Even in surrender, these people didn't dare breathe loudly, kneeling obediently and awaiting Qingxiu's judgment. Surrendering didn't guarantee survival, but from what had just happened, not surrendering guaranteed death. You slaughtered Han people, what did you do with their bodies afterward? Qingxiu stepped forward personally, holding a blade as he questioned. He had seen no corpses wearing Han clothing on the way in, which meant they had likely been hidden. The officer quickly confessed and led the Tang army to where the bodies were buried. It turned out they hadn't had time to dig proper graves. They had dumped all the bodies into a river ditch in front of the city hill and covered them with soil, burying the bodies along with the stream. When the Sila soldiers dug up the dirt, the not yet cold corpses appeared one by one. The whole army fell silent in mourning. Especially Li Shaogong. He had lived through the chaotic final years of the Sui dynasty and the slaughter of Han people by the Turks during the Treaty of Weishui. Now, with these corpses before him, he was reminded of many unpleasant memories and past experiences. Qingxiu could no longer endure it. He stepped forward and kicked the officer into the pit of bones, then pulled out a flintlock pistol from his coat and shot him in the head, blowing it apart. Kill! With Qingxiu taking the lead, Li Shaogong also held back no longer, ordering the soldiers to draw their blades and kill, leaving no survivors. The Sila soldiers had no chance to escape. They were all slaughtered by the Tang army's incoming blades. Some were even hacked into pieces beyond recognition. Qingxiu wiped the blood from his blade and said disdainfully, "The Sila people are ignorant of life and death. From now on, they are no longer subjects of the Tang dynasty but enemies. We will not cease our campaign until their nation is destroyed." There was no need to wait for an imperial decree. Just one word from Qingxiu on the front lines could immediately sever the vassal relationship between Sila and Tang. No need for further explanation. He had to destroy Sila to erase today's shame and hatred. Li Shaogong had thought Qingxiu would occupy the city and use it as a base to gather forces. But unexpectedly, Qingxiu only ordered that the bodies of the Han people be buried within the city, then tore down most of the city walls and erected a stone stele inside to mourn the dead. From this day on, this city is a grave for the slain Han people. No one is allowed to live here again. Only then did Li Shaogong realize that Qingxiu truly grieved for the massacred people and was utterly furious. He personally ordered the entire army to retreat to the border and immediately mobilized all available troops from the Goguryeo province. Whether Han or locally recruited Goguryeo soldiers, however many could be mobilized, they would be. After that, Qingxiu wrote a scathing letter denouncing the crimes of the Sila people and their lawless behavior. At the end of the letter, he declared war, stating that they would not stop fighting until the nation of Sila was destroyed. As soon as he sent the letter to the Sila queen, he ordered Li Shaogong to gather the troops and immediately launch an attack on Sila. The Beekj army, already retreating hundreds of li, had no will to fight. Even after hearing the news of the city's massacre, they barely reacted. They were worried about saving their own skins. How could they spare any thought for their countrymen? At least they were still alive. The commanding general was drenched in sweat. He had no idea how to report such a disgraceful defeat to the king. They had lost vast lands and cities. Just at that moment, a scout who had been gathering intelligence at the front returned, requesting to see the general. At this time, the general truly didn't want to meet anyone. He figured it would just be more bad news about how many people the Sila had slaughtered on the front lines, or how much more land had been taken. But when the scout arrived, he had a beaming smile, as if bringing some world-shaking good news. This ridiculous expression made the general frown. He thought to himself, "We're all on the verge of dying and you're still able to laugh? If you don't have anything worthwhile to say, I'll chop your head off." "General, great news, absolutely earth-shattering news." The man was so excited he stuttered. The Sila fought with the Tang army at the front lines. Their 30,000 troops were utterly defeated by the Tang army. And the Tang even declared war on Sila, vowing not to stop until the kingdom is destroyed. The commanding general, upon hearing this, felt it was both absurd and unbelievable. How could this be possible? It's absolutely true. The Sila have gone mad. They actually dared to slaughter Han people in Beekj territory at the front lines, and they even tried to cover it up. The scout explained the entire situation in detail. The more the general heard, the more delighted he became. "I remember now, back then, there were rumors in the court that the Tang would help us defeat Sila and divide their territory with us." He slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that rumor. Before, he hadn't believed it. But now, comparing it with reality, maybe the rumor was true. He didn't think that just the deaths of a few thousand Han people living abroad would drive the Tang to destroy a country. Deep down, he was certain this must be the Tang fulfilling their promise. "Hurry! Send this news to the capital, inform His Majesty the King as fast as possible. We must report it before anyone else." Snapping back to his senses, he quickly ordered a messenger to set off. Heaven is truly helping us. I thought a rebellion had broken out in the rear and all hope was lost. He had previously cooperated with the Tang army in the campaign against Goguryeo, and more than anyone, he knew firsthand how powerful the Tang army was. This time, for sure, they would win. The Tang army's attack on Sila could hardly be called a war. It was complete one-sided crushing. Every time they attacked a city, just 2 cannon shots were enough to collapse the walls made of stone and mud. Then, once the cavalry charged in, 8 or 9 out of 10 defenders would immediately surrender. In just a few days, Qingxiu had slaughtered his way to the capital of Sila, refusing to meet any envoys sent along the way. He simply beheaded them. Even after Qingxiu killed more than a dozen envoys in a row, the Sila queen still clung to hope, continuing to send messengers requesting negotiations. But in the end, no one dared accept the mission to talk with the Tang army. And so, the army advanced unimpeded all the way to the final stronghold before the capital, Jialadu. This region of the Three Han was already mostly rugged mountains. Jialadu was built right across a necessary route to the capital. Not only was it backed by mountains and difficult to attack, but it also had access to the sea at the rear, so supplies could be continually delivered by sea. It couldn't be fully surrounded. Even the city's construction borrowed techniques from the Central Plains, with stone walls much stronger than those made of mud and rock piles. Qingxiu arrived in person to inspect it and cursed, "With terrain like this, you wouldn't even need to build walls. This is more dangerous than the roads of Shu." Though he said this, Qingxiu didn't take the terrain advantage too seriously. He just thought it would be troublesome. No matter how strong the fortress, it was defended by people. And he had already seen what Silla fighters were like. They couldn't hold it. Requesting Duke Qing to speak. Requesting Duke Qing to speak. Suddenly, someone on the city wall raised a white flag and shouted loudly to the Tang army, continuing even without a reply. Out of curiosity, Qingxiu personally walked up the slopes to see what was going on. He happened to be spotted by the shouting man on the wall. "Are you Duke Qing?" Though this man didn't recognize Qingxiu, the many officers around him and his clothing and demeanor made it obvious this was the main figure. "Speak quickly." The man hurriedly raised a letter. "Our Silla queen personally wrote this letter of apology. The slaughter of Han people on the border was a misunderstanding. As long as you're willing to calm things down, we will agree to any conditions, cede land, pay reparations. We still wish to remain subjects of the Tang. You are a high-ranking official of the imperial court. You must know that Silla and the Tang have been allies for many years. Our people and rulers both view the Tang as a parent state." As the man spoke, he grew increasingly emotional and even pretended to cry, covering his face. Qingxiu grew irritated and shouted loudly, "Does your queen not know that I've already killed dozens of your envoys and refused to negotiate? We understand. But Her Majesty thinks we haven't shown enough sincerity, so..." Qingxiu couldn't stand to hear another word. He pulled out his pistol and, without hesitation, shot the man in the head. Bang! With the deafening gunshot, the man fell headfirst to the ground, and the world fell silent. "Prepare the whole army. Attack in half an hour," Qingxiu ordered coldly. Li Xiaogong had been waiting for this moment. He immediately gave orders for the army to prepare. Though cavalry couldn't charge in this area, he still demanded that the whole army charge on foot at full speed. "Today, Duke Qing has ordered us to fight to the death. No matter how hard it is to take this city, we must not delay even slightly. If we can't take it, I will accept punishment alongside you all." Li Xiaogong made a formal declaration to the entire army, instantly boosting morale. As they prepared for the assault, Qingxiu returned to the front lines and was confused by Li Xiaogong's arrangements. "What is the meaning of this?" Qingxiu's question puzzled Li Xiaogong, but he still replied, "We're following your orders, ready to charge up the mountain at any time." "Are you joking? Can't you see how rough the mountain road is and how heavily the enemy is defending it? Do you know how many of our brothers would die if you charged recklessly? You want hundreds of our men to die just to take Jialadu? Is that worth it?" Qingxiu's questioning left Li Xiaogong momentarily speechless. He muttered, "But there's only one road up the mountain. If we don't charge here, we can't take the city." Qingxiu didn't waste words. He immediately ordered the soldiers to bring up the supplies that had just been delivered by logistics a few days earlier. These supplies had been kept strictly secret by Qingxiu. No one was allowed to touch them without his permission. Now, they were finally being opened. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the crates contained nothing but gunpowder-based equipment. However, these gunpowder devices looked different from the usual ones. The tip was cone-shaped like an arrowhead, the body was cylindrical, and the length was about the same as an adult's forearm. At the end, there was a long fuse, making it look more like the fireworks and firecrackers sold in Chongan. "This is something I specially ordered to be rushed from the rear, specifically designed for terrain like this. I call it the flying fire arrow." Qingxiu was full of confidence. He ordered each person to carry at least 3 flying fire arrows to be used in the siege. Li Xiaogong roughly calculated the distance. From the foot of the mountain to the top was quite far, even beyond the range of cannons. That was exactly why he hadn't ordered artillery to be deployed. These things, which looked like fireworks and firecrackers, seemed unimpressive. How could they be used to siege a city? But since Jingxiu had ordered it, he could only follow instructions. The soldiers busied themselves and took quite a while to finish preparations. The Sila soldiers waiting on the mountain top for a desperate battle didn't see the Tang army attacking for a long time. They only saw them deploying strange devices they had never seen before, and were puzzled. The Tang army really seems to be preparing some kind of new weapon. Have you seen it before? Never heard of it. In this kind of terrain, they can't even use cannons. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly. As long as we hold out here for half a year, the Tang army will withdraw on their own. We just have to work harder. Although the Sila soldiers didn't understand, any delay in Tang's attack was a good thing for them. Some even climbed the towers to look down and provocatively fired arrows at the Tang army. Of course, those arrows couldn't possibly reach that far. The gesture was more insulting than threatening. Seeing that the flying fire arrows were almost in place, Jingxiu took out a flintlock rifle and fired a shot at the city wall on the mountaintop. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the Sila soldiers immediately ducked behind the wall, afraid of being shot full of holes. But Jingxiu's shot was just to test the distance. After he heard the bullet hit the wall, he gave a satisfied order, "Light it." The soldiers immediately stepped up with torches and lit the fuses, then retreated as ordered, waiting for the fire arrows to launch. Even though this was a gunpowder weapon, the soldiers didn't expect much from it. In their minds, the more gunpowder a weapon held, the more powerful it was. Even if these fire arrows were fully packed with powder, they probably wouldn't be very destructive. Even if they hit the wall, what use could they be? Whoosh! The fuses burned to the end, and the tail gunpowder of the first wave of flying fire arrows exploded, launching them into the air. They flew diagonally up the mountainside according to the preset angle. But soon, the first stage thrust from the explosion ran out. The arrows clearly lacked enough power and were about to fall from the sky. "Looks like these aren't doing much," the soldiers murmured. But just then, the middle section of the fire arrows exploded again, generating a second wave of thrust that pushed the arrows higher into the air. The soldiers were surprised. Thanks to this second explosion, the fire arrows covered over 2/3 of the uphill path. As that second boost weakened, the remaining powder in the arrowheads exploded again, providing a final push that sent the tips over the top of the city walls. The Sila soldiers hadn't expected these seemingly ordinary gadgets to reach that high. Instinctively, they all tried to flee. A military officer shouted, "Don't be afraid. Tang weapons get stronger with more powder. These small things can't hold much, they can't possibly." Before he could finish, the fire arrow above his head exploded with a bang. The amount of gunpowder in the arrowhead wasn't much, so the blast itself had little shock force. But from the smoke of the explosion flew countless lead pellets and shards of iron, shooting out like a rainstorm. The Sila soldiers had no idea these surprises were hidden inside. Caught off guard, many were instantly shredded by the shrapnel. Dozens of fire arrows exploded simultaneously. In the densely packed formation on the wall, their killing power was nearly equal to small cannons. Continue. Seeing how effective the weapons were, Jingxiu was thrilled. As expected, these were even better than cannons for hitting targets in terrain like this. Since black powder thrust from a single explosion was limited, Jingxiu had each flying fire arrow loaded with 4 layers of gunpowder. The first 3 exploded in succession to provide thrust, like multi-stage rockets, sending them further than even cannons could reach. Once over the wall, the topmost gunpowder chamber exploded, blasting out all the shrapnel and lead pellets to injure the enemy. Especially when facing enemies above, this device could bypass fortifications and attack troops behind the walls, extremely effective. Of course, if facing large cities built on flat terrain, cannons were still more efficient. The Sila troops were completely stunned by this round of rocket attacks. Chaos broke out, low-ranking officers couldn't even control their men. By the time the second wave of fire arrows flew overhead, they screamed in terror, shouting to escape. Some even used the corpses of their comrades as shields. But it was too late. The second wave exploded instantly, killing large numbers again. After several waves of rocket attacks, the Sila soldiers finally realized that staying on the wall was just waiting to die. They immediately began discussing retreat. "We can't retreat." "Absolutely not." A sergeant gave an order to hold the wall at all costs. He pointed down the hill and shouted, "The Tang army is climbing the mountain. If no one holds the wall, they'll break into the city, no one can stop them." Before he could finish, a fire arrow exploded above him, spraying shrapnel. He took most of the hit and fell dead. With the sergeant down, the soldiers dared not stay any longer. They scattered and fled like birds and beasts. Some even kept running after climbing down the wall, no longer caring to hold the city, just trying to get as far away from the Tang army as possible. The Tang soldiers had been prepared for brutal hand-to-hand combat once they scaled the wall, but when they jumped over, they were stunned. The ground was littered with corpses. Some wounded but not dead from the shrapnel were still moaning in pain. Looking into the distance, the Sila soldiers had already abandoned the city and were fleeing. Some even threw away their armor as they ran, afraid it would slow them down. After a moment of surprise, all the Tang soldiers felt was endless contempt for these enemies. "Brothers, what are you waiting for?" The captain gave the order, and the soldiers immediately rushed down from the city wall, taking control of all gates and checkpoints within the city wall. As for those fleeing enemies, there was no need to bother with them. Although they were living forces, compared to these key fortifications, they were far less important. Once all strategic points were secured, Li Xiaogong took quick stock and found that a large amount of military supplies and grain had been stockpiled here, enough to hold this pass for over 2 years. Even more surprising was that there were even some horses stored here. For a country where horses were more precious than gold, this showed how much the Silla Queen valued this place. It was just a pity that with the finest supplies, they fought the most ridiculous battle. After this place was taken, all they had to do was stand at the top of the pass to see the capital of Silla behind it. They could even clearly see the military layout inside. There were no barriers. They could set up cannons right here and directly fire into the city. Qingxiu analyzed the battlefield situation and immediately decided to take advantage of the moment before the Silla Queen could set up a defense, to strike quickly and destroy the nation. Otherwise, if time dragged on and she managed to escape, who knew how long the war would continue? While Qingxiu was personally at the front lines deploying troops, Li Xiaogong suddenly came rushing over to find him. "We just made a major discovery at the rear. Duke Qing, you must see it with your own eyes." Qingxiu found it strange. "Whatever it is, wait until after the battle." "Why so urgent?" But Li Xiaogong, who always prioritized the battlefield, emphasized, "This may be even more important than the battle itself. Once you see it, you'll understand." Hearing that, Qingxiu stopped focusing on what the discovery was and became curious. What could be so important for Li Xiaogong to treat it this seriously? Suspicious but intrigued, Qingxiu followed Li Xiaogong to the back of the mountain. There was a short, crumbling wall. It seemed the Silla had once planned to extend the city wall to this spot. But the foundation here turned out to be very loose and weak, and much of it had collapsed. They had clearly given up on building the wall in this area. Now they could clearly see the base of the crumbling wall. The soil was loose and dark brown, and even a light tap would make a large chunk fall off. When Qingxiu saw the soil here, his expression instantly turned serious. He asked a soldier to bring him a hammer, and he forcefully chipped off a piece of the mountain rock, holding it in his hand for close inspection. It was as brittle as ice, had a strong smell, but not pungent, and even had rings like tree growth rings on its surface. Coal. Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. This coal was of such high quality. The quality was one thing, but more importantly, it was shallow coal. No need to mine deep into the mountain, it could be easily extracted. In the Central Plains and Goguryeo areas, all the discovered coal mines were deep, at least 10 or even dozens of meters underground. With current productivity levels, mining that deep was extremely difficult. Even if they managed to dig it out, only a small portion could be used. Just recently, in Liaodong and Goguryeo, many coal mines had been found, but manpower limitations meant only a small amount could be extracted, barely enough to meet basic fuel needs. But here, the shallow coal could be extracted directly by following the mountain's natural layers. Qingxiu roughly estimated that just the coal in this mountain alone could meet the needs of Liaodong and the entire Goguryeo province. If they took more time to explore the surrounding area, they would surely find even more shallow coal mines like this one. Good thing the Silla never discovered this. Li Xiaogong also broke off a piece of coal, unable to hide his grin. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Once the war started, they couldn't hold this place anyway, they'd just be mining it for us. Qingxiu even thought about stopping the war immediately to begin mining this coal, but he held back. For now, the priority was to destroy Silla and end the war first. Order the soldiers to end the battle as fast as possible. Within 3 days, I want the Silla Queen and all her civil and military officials brought before me. Not a single one is to escape. Qingxiu issued a military order directly to Li Xiaogong. If it's not done in 3 days, I'll strip you of your rank. Yes, sir. Li Xiaogong immediately left to make preparations, while Qingxiu stayed to continue inspecting the coal deposit. This inspection shocked even him. Not only this mountain, 2 nearby mountain ranges also had large coal deposits, and they were only a few meters deep. It could be predicted that once labor was put into mining this area, the yearly coal output could exceed the entire Central Plains' current production. There was no choice. Although the Central Plains were vast and rich, They severely lacked this kind of shallow coal. For this coal alone, fighting such a costly war was worth it. While Qingxiu was planning how to develop the site, a battle report was delivered to him from the rear. At first, Qingxiu didn't think much of it, but a quick glance left him shocked. It reported a complete upheaval in the rear. Why was this report delivered so late? Things have gotten this serious already. Qingxiu frowned. What are the people in the rear doing? Please don't be angry, Duke Qin. We originally wanted to wait until everything was settled, then bring you the news of victory, but you couldn't contain it, so now you come running to me? Qingxiu threw the report to the ground. The messenger didn't dare respond. The report said that the kingdom of Beech had actually been overthrown by a rebel army. After the frontline fighting stopped, the king of Beech had immediately pulled all his troops back from the front to suppress the rebellion in the rear. But by then, Beech's national strength was exhausted. The soldiers returning from the front couldn't even be guaranteed proper food and supplies. Most of them starved for days, forced to gnaw on city walls. Even the officers couldn't bear it any longer. And so, a ridiculous scene unfolded in Beech. The army sent to suppress the rebellion ended up joining the rebels. With that, the rebellion quickly gained momentum. In just half a month, they had absorbed all rebel forces and marched straight to the capital. The king of Beech abandoned the capital, took his wives and concubines, and fled to the Tang for asylum. And so, the rebel army naturally took the capital and crowned themselves as the new king. And the one who declared himself king among the rebel army was Jin Xianji, the first person to ignite the uprising. This man had relied on luck all the way to get where he was, and he shamelessly believed that it was all due to his own exceptional ability and heavenly destiny, becoming arrogantly inflated. If he had been smarter, he should have immediately declared submission to the Tang dynasty to stabilize his throne. But instead, he thought he was heaven's chosen one and didn't even put the Tang in his eyes. He directly demanded that the military officers in Goguryeo province hand over the fleeing former king. Even more absurd, after being refused, he directly chose to attack a Tang border fortress. Although the fortress had only a few hundred defenders, their defense was solid, and the Beech forces could not break through. The situation dragged on until now before a report was sent. Qingxiu knew these border troops too well. They dreamed day and night of an enemy invasion so they could earn military merits once the chaos was quelled. Most likely, they delayed reporting to try and claim the credit for themselves. Once Sila is pacified, I'll personally lead a force to lift the siege. After the war, I'll deal with all of you. Qingxiu scolded coldly. The messenger didn't dare talk back, only cautiously said, the brothers might not be able to hold out much longer, and the frontline battle may take a while. Can't hold out? What were you doing earlier? Qingxiu's retort made the man fall silent. Though he scolded them, Qingxiu knew very well that the war in Sila would be over in at most 3 days. Once the dust settled, he'd still make it in time to go back. The Three Han Peninsula wasn't that large, and with limited distance, he could still arrive to provide support. It was also a good time to give those arrogant troops a hard lesson. Li Shaogong personally led the whole army down the mountain, while the soldiers on the mountaintop set up Shinji cannons, ready to bombard the Silla capital from above. Though the city hadn't been breached yet, Li Shaogong could see from the mountaintop that the Silla capital was already in chaos, everyone living in fear. Even the royal guards couldn't form an organized structure. The Silla queen had called repeatedly for support from across the land, but with little effect. Not only were the cities ready to accept Tang rule, even the officials in the palace believed defeat was certain. Raise your spirits. If we break through the city within 3 days, I will reward you all greatly. But if you don't give your all, miss the opportunity, or allow the Silla queen to escape, I will punish you heavily. As always, Li Shaogong took the lead personally. He had already scouted the terrain from the mountaintop and found the ideal breakthrough point. After today, I guess I can say I've fought a war that destroyed a nation? Li Shaogong couldn't help but think. But he quickly pulled his thoughts back and prepared to order the cannons to fire on the city. Just as he was about to give the signal, the gates of the Silla capital suddenly opened. Li Shaogong was surprised to see officials wearing white mourning robes, covering their faces and crying as they walked out. Behind them, the Silla queen also wore white clothes and, supported by her guards, slowly walked out of the city and respectfully knelt before the Tang army. We know we have gone against the heavenly will of the Tang and deserve punishment. Today, I voluntarily abdicate and surrender, begging the heavenly army for mercy. The Silla queen had surrendered. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Shaogong sighed in relief. It was finally over. Not because he feared war, but because he worried that if battle began, the queen might flee, and then who knew how long the war would drag on. He had, after all, made a military pledge before Qingxiu. Surrender accepted. Atop the mountain, overlooking the battlefield, Qingxiu also smiled with satisfaction. Good. Saves us a fight and spares the city from being drenched in blood. Qingxiu had originally planned to march straight back to deal with the new Beach King stirring up trouble in the rear. But the Sila Queen repeatedly requested to meet Qingxiu in person upon surrender and asked that he personally strip her of her royal title. After some hesitation, Qingxiu decided to accept her request. By accepting her authority in front of all the Sila people and officials, it would help him establish greater legitimacy and ensure those still loyal to the former regime fully submitted. Military conquest and peaceful surrender were two different things. At least those who were truly loyal to the Sila Queen would more easily accept Tang rule. Qingxiu personally rode into the city and reached the royal palace. Thanks to Li Xiaogong's strict discipline, though the Tang army had entered the city, they did not disturb the civilians or damage the palace. The queen and her ministers were still allowed to reside in the palace. Before entering, Qingxiu had already heard from Li Xiaogong that the queen had personally calmed the city's people, urging them not to resist the Tang army. Although it was a way for her to protect herself, it had also helped the Tang army avoid many problems. When Qingxiu's horse stopped at the palace gate, the Sila Queen knelt on the ground, presenting a coffin before her, confessing her sins and begging Qingxiu for forgiveness. Qingxiu ordered the coffin burned and allowed her to stand, publicly announcing her full pardon, but still removed her from the throne. From now on, Sila is merged into the Tang. Its lands and people will be treated and governed the same as the people of the Central Plains, with care and protection. After Qingxiu finished reading the declaration, all the ministers bowed their heads in sorrow. From this day forward, there would be no more Sila on the Korean peninsula. The fate of their kingdom had come to an end. But compared to other nations conquered by the Tang in bloodshed, Sila was relatively fortunate. At least its land wasn't soaked in too much blood, and many soldiers had escaped before they could be killed. Qingxiu looked at the Sila Queen and said coldly, "It's not that I insisted on destroying Sila. It's that you failed to control your army, and they slaughtered Han people. We had no choice but to act to protect our citizens. If you had known this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place?" The queen, Kim Yua, had no reply. After a long time, she quietly asked Qingxiu, "But didn't the Tang emperor once promise to ally with us to destroy Beach? The court never promised that we would definitely send troops to help you destroy Beach. We only said that if you were in difficulty, we might offer military support. Do you understand?" Qingxiu said sternly. That was the vague and ambiguous wording he had used in earlier promises. Since there was no firm commitment, he had full control over how it was interpreted. The Sila Queen had no grounds to argue. Still, considering they had once been loyal subjects of the Tang, Qingxiu decided, after some thought, to allow the Sila Queen a bit of dignity. He immediately promised that the Queen of Sila could continue to live in her royal palace, and all previous royal protocols would be preserved. Each month, she would still receive monetary and material support. However, this treatment would be fully withdrawn after her death. All her children would have to leave the palace, which would then be sealed off and never used again. The Queen of Sila did not expect Qingxiu to give her such dignity in the end. She had thought she would be treated like other defeated monarchs conquered by the Tang, sent to Chongan as a prisoner. At this, she felt emotional. Clearly, her unwavering reverence for the Tang had been the right decision all along. "Thank you, Duke Qing." Not only did the queen kneel in thanks, but many subjects loyal to the royal family also joined in expressing their gratitude to Qingxiu. In any case, he had given the Sila people a more dignified ending. From now on, they would find it easier to accept their new identity as subjects of the Tang. After settling matters here, Qingxiu ordered most of the army to remain stationed at the site. He selected only a few thousand elite soldiers and, after a brief 2-day adjustment, immediately gave the order to return. He would march together with them to Beach and deal with that arrogant Jin Xianji. But on the night before Qingxiu was to depart, the Queen of Sila suddenly came to visit him personally and requested a meeting. This news made Qingxiu tense. Although he had been around women often, it didn't mean he was indifferent to propriety. Though the queen still had charm, she was nearing 40 years old, and Qingxiu felt no interest at all. But after she repeatedly stressed that she had important information to report, Qingxiu agreed to let her in and asked what was going on. "Greetings, Duke Qing." The Queen of Sila, no, by now she was simply Kim Yua, bowed respectfully to Qingxiu, who motioned for her not to be so formal. "You're different from those reckless enemies I've faced. You know how to judge the situation, so I gave you some dignity. You don't need to act this way in private," Qingxiu said, signaling her to rise. Kim Yua gratefully looked at him. After sitting down, she asked, "I heard Duke Qing is heading to Beach next? I do not understand why they dared to raise arms against the Tang." "It's a long story." Qingxiu gave her a rough account of what had happened in Beach during this time. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. She hadn't expected Beach to fall to rebellion so quickly. She couldn't help but feel regret. If she had known how bad Beach's internal revolt would become, she could have held the line and waited for their collapse before moving in. Then perhaps she wouldn't have lost her own country, and might have even taken a share of Beach. So, that means Park Il-seon also became a deposed king? He fled to the Tang. Though he used to be sneaky, he was overall loyal to the Tang. So we didn't humiliate him. But he's unlikely to ever be king again. Thinking that her old enemy ended up worse off than her gave Kim Yua some comfort. At least she could still live in her homeland, in her own palace. In that case, I all the more should tell you this. Kim Yua lowered her voice, leaned in, and whispered, "There's an unexploited gold mine in Beach." Several days passed. Jin Xianji led more than 10,000 men to besiege a Tang border fortress defended by just a few hundred soldiers. But even now, he had made no progress. Almost a month had gone by, and they hadn't even breached the city wall. But this prolonged siege had opened their eyes. The Tang army brought out nearly all their firearms one by one. From standard flintlock rifles to endless volleys of 10,000 man killers and grenades, and even small cannons mounted on the walls. These cannons weren't as powerful as the big ones, but more than enough to defend the fortress, especially effective against Beach soldiers who had little or no armor. One day, Jin Xianji came to inspect the front lines himself. He no longer dared to let his men charge in groups, otherwise, the enemy's concentrated cannon fire and bullets would cause devastating losses. It's been almost a month, why hasn't the Tang army run out of food? Jin Xianji saw that the soldiers on the wall still looked healthy and full of energy, not like they were starving at all. He immediately grabbed an officer and questioned him. The officer trembled in fear and stammered, "There aren't many people in that fortress, and they have plenty of supplies. I heard there's even a well inside." That was not what Jin Xianji wanted to hear. Before the man could finish, Jin ordered him dragged out and beheaded. "It must be because you were sloppy during the siege and allowed their supply team to bring in more provisions." Jin Xianji was furious. He waved his sword wildly, terrifying those around him, afraid they might get struck next. "Don't think I don't know. Half a month ago, you let a scout escape and report back. Who knows how many more blunders you'll make. This is just one small fortress, and it's held us here for so long. When are we supposed to reach Tang territory and capture Park Il-seon?" Even now, he was still fixated on catching Park Il-seon, seemingly unaware of the desperate situation. His optimism was bizarrely persistent. Everyone present knew that if this went on, they'd either be worn out and forced to retreat, or Tang reinforcements would come and wipe them out. Retreating now was the best choice. But Jin Xianji had clearly lost his mind and wasn't listening to anyone. No one dared to speak up. "Sire, this humble general believes the Tang troops are already at the end of their rope. Their food and supplies are about to run out. If we maintain the siege for another 10 days, the city will definitely fall." A low-ranking officer suddenly stepped forward, full of confidence. He even predicted the exact day the Tang would collapse. "What did you say?" Jin Xianji turned to him. 10 days? Can you guarantee it? This general has already seen that the Tang army is at its limit. Nonsense. If you can see that, don't you think I can too? They've been doomed for a while. You're all just too useless, you can't even finish them off. Jin Xianji ranted arrogantly, as if he had already seen through everything. The officer had to endure Jin Xianji's harsh scolding and responded, "Your Majesty is right. I believe you've already seen through the truth. But if you appoint me, I will surely take this fortress within 10 days. No need for you, if I lead personally, I can take the city in 10 days too." Although Jin Xianji dismissed him, it was obvious to everyone that he was desperate to breach the city quickly. "But I'm still willing to give you a chance to earn merit. How many troops do you need?" The man was overjoyed and immediately declared, "Just give me 3,000. "You sure?" Jin Xianji was doubtful. "Over 10,000 men have been attacking for nearly a month without success. You think you can do it with just 3,000? Does your Majesty not know? Back then, the Tang's Qingxiu captured city after city with just a few thousand men, fewer than 10,000, winning great victories. This proves that as long as the commander is capable, a few thousand troops are enough. More men are just a burden," the man said confidently. "Well said. That's the quality a great general should have. What is your name?" "Reporting to your Majesty, my name is Park Buwa." Jin Xianji was delighted and immediately granted Park Buwa command of troops. He even selected skilled and experienced soldiers, hoping Park would succeed in taking the fortress in 10 days. Right now, all Jin Xianji could think about was victory and ending the siege. He didn't care how to manage things afterward. After receiving the troops, Park Bu-hwa led them in front of the Tang fortress and camped just beyond cannon range, to demonstrate his resolve to fight to the death. This made Jin Xianji feel even more at ease. He publicly declared that if Park Bu-hwa took the fortress, he would be appointed a general immediately. Of course, he had another plan in mind. If Park failed to take the city, he must have deceived him, and would be executed in fury. Park Bu-hwa really put on a show. He reviewed the troops, studied maps, asked detailed questions. It looked like he had a solid plan to defeat the enemy. By dusk, Jin Xianji saw this capable general still busy at the front lines and went back to camp for a good night's sleep. The other soldiers also relaxed. Since this guy promised to take the fortress in 10 days, why should they interfere? That night, Park Bu-hwa suddenly rushed out of his tent and ordered all soldiers to rise and prepare. They thought he was preparing a night raid and were pumped up with excitement. But after assembly, Park Bu-hwa shocked everyone by ordering a retreat north, circumventing the fortress. The soldiers didn't understand. Those who asked were cryptically told he had his reasons. In fact, Park had never planned to foolishly attack the fortress. He requested troops from Jin Xianji only to give himself more leverage to surrender. He had already decided, trick the soldiers and, once near Tang territory, surrender. With his newly granted rank and a group of prisoners, he figured he could secure decent treatment. The soldiers didn't know his plan. They still trusted him and followed along, unaware they were already being sold for a price. That night, thick clouds covered the sky. The army couldn't even see the moon, everything was pitch black. They marched with torches, barely able to see the road ahead. But as their morale remained high, they didn't realize Qingxiu, having just returned from pacifying Sila, was leading his elite troops straight toward them. Even while still far apart and unable to see clearly, Qingxiu's instincts detected the enemy ahead. Stop! He immediately ordered a halt, then had all torches extinguished and troops search for ambush positions. Li Xiaogong hadn't sensed anything yet. Qingxiu told him to look through the telescope in the direction where he sensed movement. Sure enough, many torches could be seen in the distance. Even with the telescope, it was barely visible. Li Xiaogong couldn't understand how Qingxiu had noticed it so early. He asked, "But Duke Qing, how can you be so sure they're the enemy? What if they're our own soldiers moving at night? Look at their uniforms, idiot." Qingxiu's words made Li Xiaogong question his own eyesight. He raised the telescope again to take a closer look, but still couldn't see a thing. Frustrated, he thought maybe he was getting old. Qingxiu could even see their uniforms, but he struggled just to see torchlight. "Still, I'm not that much older than Duke Qing," he muttered. While he pondered, Qingxiu had already ordered the entire army to dismount and prepare an ambush. "When the fighting starts, don't hesitate. Kill anyone you see. Leave no one alive." Qingxiu quickly identified them as beaked troops and issued the kill order on the spot. No one questioned him. As he said, they dismounted and silently waited on both sides of the road. Sure enough, the enemy troops soon came into view. They were clearly not Tang soldiers. "It's really them." Li Xiaogong now admired Qingxiu's eyes even more and silently vowed to improve his own night vision. At this moment, Park Bu-hwa was still marching at the front, unaware that the enemy was lying in wait just ahead. "General, aren't we about to reach the Tang border?" someone asked. "You don't understand. That fortress is too strong from the front, we'll go around and attack from behind." Park Bu-hwa responded confidently. "But this seems too far from the front line." "Shut up. Are you the general or am I? If anyone questions my orders again, I'll have you executed." Before he could finish, Park Bu-hwa suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, making him grimace in agony. He looked down. Somehow an arrow had pierced his chest, the arrowhead buried more than halfway deep. Every beat of his heart made him feel the arrow ripping through his chest muscle. What's going on?" Park Bu-hwa collapsed, powerless. Soldiers rushed to help him, but the next second, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, killing and wounding many on the spot. Tang army? Park Bu-hwa wasn't afraid, he was overjoyed. This was exactly who he wanted to surrender to. He struggled to his feet. A soldier tried to shield him, but Park kicked the man aside and shouted loudly. "Tang General, hold your fire. I'm here to surrender. General of Tang, please come out and speak, I have come to surrender." The moment these words came out, the soldiers were very surprised. Looking at Park Bu-hwa, they thought they had misheard. A moment ago the general had sworn to fight to the death, but how could he so swiftly and decisively surrender? The Tang army's rain of arrows did pause for a moment. Park Bu-hwa thought his words had taken effect and hurriedly said, "I did not know the heavenly host passed this way, but it is fate that we meet here. I originally intend." Before he could finish speaking, a deafening gunshot rang out. A large hole was opened in his chest on the spot. Bang bang. Shots rang one after another. Soon Park Bu-hwa was riddled like a sieve, then fell to the ground with a bang. After he fell, the beaked soldiers charged forward like mad, repeatedly swinging their swords to tear Park Bu-hwa's corpse into pieces. They thought Park Bu-hwa had deliberately led them into a Tang ambush to force them to surrender. Seeing this scene in the chaos, Qingxiu immediately confirmed his judgment was right. This man very likely didn't want to surrender, he was just trapped and acting out of necessity. Annihilate them all. I see this group has fighting resolve, they are likely Beaked's main force. Don't let one escape. Qingxiu instantly gave the order to annihilate, without mercy. These men were completely lost among the chaotic troops. In the pitch-black darkness they couldn't see where the enemy was, only hearing gunshots from all around, arrows slicing the air, and grenades hurled now and then. In just a moment, these elite soldiers who followed Jin Xianji in life-and-death combat were entirely wiped out here. After confirming the annihilation, people stepped forward to clear the battlefield. Qingxiu carried a torch and inspected. He intended to see if any survivors could speak, but after searching found them all dead in tragic condition. Each soldier had received at least 3 bullets or 3 crossbow bolts, many had limbs severed by explosions. Looks like there's nothing left to find on these men, let's go, Qingxiu said, somewhat disappointed. He ordered that tomorrow they return to bury the bodies. He had just fought a battle of annihilation here, almost certainly nearby Beaked forces must have been alerted. If they did not speed up their march and destroy them before they could respond, they would likely retreat upon hearing the news. As he prepared to leave, suddenly his foot tripped over a corpse's hand. He bent down to look, and found the armor on the soldier was very familiar. Raising his torch and examining it, he couldn't help but laugh. The armor this soldier wore was the very armor he had sold to Jin Xianji earlier. If judged by the general craftsmanship in Tang, this armor would be poor, even inferior. But in the Three Han region, given their fighting capacity, it was surprising that these armors had not yet been worn out. That shows how weak their combat strength truly was. Qingxiu did not linger to clean up the battlefield. He immediately ordered the entire army to continue marching. He absolutely must strike before the enemy could regroup. At that moment Jin Xianji did not yet know the disaster that had befallen his front lines. Unable to sleep in the deep night, he was nevertheless holding feasts with his generals for celebration. During the banquet, Jin Xianji was drunk, even somewhat proud, talking with his officers about how they would celebrate after victory. Actually, I always knew how to defeat the Tang general, I only delayed to test you all. Didn't expect there really would arise a strong one who leads troops well. Jin Xianji burped drunkly. Every time he spoke, people around him eagerly agreed. While they were laughing and talking, urgent reports suddenly came from outside the tent. Someone came to report what had just happened on the front line. My lord, an hour ago General Park took his troops and marched straight toward the Tang border, and has met them. Jin Xianji's cup shook, much of his drunkenness instantly sobered. Facing the Tang so suddenly meant there must be Tang reinforcements arriving, and Park Bu-hwa had encountered them. What's the battle situation? Did General Park win big? Jin Xianji asked hastily. He longed for a positive answer. No. I don't know the full situation. I only watched from afar, and once I saw they engaged I returned to report at once, replied the messenger. Until now they hadn't engaged in open field battle with the Tang, so they did not know how strong the Tang's field forces were. But Jin Xianji, somewhat arrogant, believed his elite soldiers could match the Tang. This kind of foolish evaluation indeed matched their shallow perspective. Order, the whole army moves. While they are still fighting, hurry and ride out to reinforce. He very much wanted to destroy any Tang reinforcement in one sweep. Then if they laid out the bodies under the fortress walls, the enemy would surely collapse without a fight. Before the messenger left the tent, shouts suddenly came from outside, feet shuffling. Jin Xianji's face grew dark. Angrily he said, I haven't ordered anything, why are they preparing in advance? Before anyone could check outside, a cry rose, Tang army is coming. Tang army is coming. This shout was serious. Instantly the army erupted into mutiny. Even the generals in camp looked terrified. Jin Xianji didn't know the full might of the Tang, but they certainly understood, if the Tang troops overrun their camp, they were doomed. Which damned bastard dared lie about the situation? How could the Tang have arrived? Jin Xianji flew into rage. He thought the camp was betrayed. He grabbed his sword and rushed outside, only to be struck by an arrow. Jin Xianji narrowly dodged, his face turning pale. Before he could recover, he saw Tang soldiers with raised long swords, riding horses, cutting through the camp in fierce battle. When did these people arrive? Jin Xianji was in shock. He had just received word of engagement at the front. How could the Tang army already be at his doorstep? Before he could think further, a cavalry charge came straight at him. He ducked into his tent to hide and, as the horsemen charged, fled in panic to save his life. What's going on? When did the Tang army come? He shouted in fury, though he hadn't lost his mind. He suddenly remembered that his soldiers were still able to fight. He ordered all troops to gather. They must stop the Tang. One must admit, this elite army raised by Jin Xianji was somewhat of an iron force. Even though the enemy had already struck into his camp repeatedly, his orders were still being obeyed. Even the already chaotic army reorganized, and the soldiers all picked up their weapons to counterattack the Tang army in the darkness. In this darkness, they couldn't clearly see how many Tang soldiers there were, so all they could do was brace themselves and fight. Originally, the Beach people were still very afraid of these Tang soldiers. Even when it seemed they had the upper hand, they were still hesitant during the charge, not daring to risk their lives. But once the real fighting began, they realized the Tang army would retreat upon contact. They even deliberately avoided direct confrontation. After several rounds of such attacks, they noticed the Tang army was retreating farther and farther. The morale of the whole army immediately soared, and they began to fight with full strength. The Tang army didn't engage them directly. Seeing the enemy's killing intent rising, they kept retreating on horseback. A bunch of cowards. Ha ha ha. Jin Xianji laughed out loud with excitement. Everyone said the Tang army was undefeated in field battles, but in his case, they collapsed upon contact. The Tang army is nothing special. After this battle, the entire army got excited. The previously low morale skyrocketed. For the first time, they realized they were actually this strong. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Immediately prepare the whole army to support Pu Buhua. This time, the entire army mobilized very quickly. The soldiers didn't even bother to dismantle camp. They focused only on readying their armor and weapons. They were thinking they'd defeat the Tang army at the front line and then return to rest. The entire army was ablaze with enthusiasm, but they had no idea that Qingxiu, with his few thousand elite cavalry, was already approaching nearby. The Tang army that had been repelled earlier wasn't led by Qingxiu. It was the Tang soldiers from the fortress who had launched a night raid to strike the enemy camp. They had been besieged by the Beach for nearly a month and were filled with resentment. They wanted to take this opportunity to crush the Sila morale. However, in the darkness, the Beach troops didn't realize that the attacking Tang soldiers were only about 200 men. Seeing the large enemy force, the Tang soldiers quickly retreated. What made it even more ridiculous was that when Qingxiu arrived, he saw the Beach army going wild on the spot. What's wrong with these people? Qingxiu was baffled. Judging by their behavior, it seemed they had just won a great victory. And in the middle of the night, when they should have been resting, they were all jumping with excitement. I was planning to raid them at night. Why are they suddenly going crazy? Li Xiaogong was confused. No matter. They can only be arrogant for a short while. Qingxiu was indifferent. His spiritual sense had already detected that Jin Xianji was in the camp and was excitedly mobilizing the whole army. This time, Qingxiu didn't lead the charge himself. Defeating these people didn't require his personal effort. Without sounding the trumpet, Li Xiaogong personally mounted his horse and charged. His charge served as the signal. At the moment he raised his flag and charged, the soldiers followed without hesitation. There were no battle cries. The soldiers advanced fearlessly, the hooves thundering. The beaked soldiers who were preparing to depart sensed something was wrong. The sound of returning hooves grew louder and louder, far louder than before. Even the ground beneath their feet trembled violently from the pounding hooves. The Tang army is coming again. Jin Xianji also noticed signs of the enemy's approach and immediately got excited. He had felt unsatisfied after the last battle. He hadn't even cut down a few Tang heads before they ran away. Now that they had returned, it was the perfect chance. Everyone, no need to say more, prepare for battle. He shouted loudly, and the troops that had been arranged burst into excitement. This time, they had torches ready, and the clouds in the sky had also dispersed. By the moonlight, they clearly saw that the Tang army charging in were all cavalry, but only a few thousand. Prepare the bows and arrows. The Beach had no proper formations or tactics to deal with cavalry. All they could use now were bows and arrows to try and force the cavalry back. But before they could knock their arrows, the Tang soldiers had already raised their flintlocks, unleashing a dense storm of bullets like a downpour, instantly killing all the frontline infantry. The Tang gunmen only have one wave of attack, they'll be out of ammo soon. Hold the line. Jin Xianji tried to rally the troops to hold on, but before he finished, the Tang soldiers had pulled out crossbows and fired again. After 2 or 3 volleys, their front lines were shattered even before direct combat began. The stunned Beach army was shocked. This was completely different from the Tang army they had fought earlier. Before they could react, the Tang cavalry had already charged in, swinging their sabers, slicing through armor and men in one stroke. Although the beaked troops didn't understand why the Tang army's performance had changed so dramatically, their collapse came faster than the Tang charge. Before the enemy even reached them, they were already fleeing in panic, terrified their heads would be chopped off in the next second. Jin Qianji stared in disbelief as his entire army fell apart. He hadn't even recovered from the thrill of victory. But he quickly realized this battle couldn't be fought any longer. He couldn't even regroup the remnants, so he had to personally flee on horseback. Even this horse was a low-quality one bought at a high price from the Tang. It couldn't compare with Tang warhorses. Before he could escape the battlefield, the Tang vanguard had already pierced through to the far end, cutting off his retreat. Break through the formation. Let me out. Jin Qianji roared in anger, but there were almost no soldiers around him. Everyone was busy fleeing for their lives, no one was listening to orders. Qingxiu had been observing the battlefield and closely watching Jin Qianji's movements. He had already sensed this man wanted to escape and thought Li Shaogong would finish the battle quickly. But the darkness made it hard to pinpoint Jin Qianji's location in the chaos. There was no choice, Li Shaogong couldn't track the enemy like Qingxiu could with spiritual sense. I'll have to do it myself. Qingxiu mounted his horse and entered the battlefield. His guards tried to follow, but he stopped them. You don't need to come. Too many people would disrupt the battlefield. Qingxiu slipped in alone, unnoticed by anyone. He planned to use his flintlock to finish Jin Qianji, but just then, it started to drizzle. Although the light rain didn't hinder the Tang army, it made Qingxiu's flintlock unusable. Frowning, Qingxiu tossed the gun aside and took a crossbow from his saddle. Unfortunately, the crossbow's range wasn't as good, so he had to go deeper into the battlefield. The beaked army was already in chaos like a pot of porridge. At this moment, when they heard the horses' hooves, they wanted to flee. Nobody could care about someone riding alone entering the army ranks, except Qingxiu. Soon Qingxiu caught sight of Jin Qianji, frantically fleeing in the disordered army. Jin Qianji was still trying to find a way to escape, not knowing he had already entered the killshot sight of Qingxiu. When the enemy came into range, Qingxiu drew the crossbow fully, aimed with one breath, and shot an arrow directly at Jin Qianji's skull. Shoo! The fine rain could not block the arrow from cutting through the air. The ripping sound in the sky rose suddenly. In the next moment the arrow hit Jin Qianji's head. Bang! Although this arrow was accurately aimed at Jin Qianji's forehead, it only knocked his helmet off. Ouch! Jin Qianji, terrified, grabbed his head, ignoring the helmet fallen to the ground, even began to run wildly in all directions. Qingxiu was slightly stunned. He was used to flintlock guns, whose power could easily pierce any iron helmet, so he had instinctively treated the crossbow like a flintlock gun. If I had known, I should have aimed for his face. Qingxiu drew another bolt in the crossbow, but by now Jin Qianji seemed to sense someone was ambushing him. He craftily had his soldiers form a circle to protect him. Qingxiu fired several more arrows, but only hit those small fry forming the circle. Even if some were shot dead, there were immediately others to fill the gap. At this point, this man still had such loyal bodyguards around him. Enough. Qingxiu got tired of wasting time. He simply threw aside the crossbow, even his helmet, letting the fine rain batter his hair, and spurred his horse directly toward Jin Qianji. Though lost in the chaotic army, Jin Qianji soon saw someone locking in on him for a kill. Panicked, he shouted. Quick, stop him. At first these bodyguards were panicked, but when they saw that Qingxiu was just one person, their courage rose. 7 or 8 of them swung their blades toward Qingxiu. Seeing this, Qingxiu immediately urged his horse and sped forward. In a moment he burst through to the enemy front. Hand raised, blade fell, faster than lightning. Swoosh! Before anyone could clearly see the blade's image, someone was already decapitated in one stroke. Even though this person was killed in a flash, it did not affect the fighting will of the other bodyguards. They raised their long spears at the same time toward Qingxiu, regardless whether they would be struck next. Qingxiu made no move to dodge. In an instant he flipped the blood-stained blade in midair, the edge carving a perfect cold arc in the air, and in that motion he cut through all the spears thrusting at him. Bang! The heavy blade in Qingxiu's hand landed. At the same time those bodyguards were shaken numb in their palms, unable even to hold the broken spears steadily. The next moment, the horse's iron hooves smashed the man who stood in front, throwing him flying. Then Qingxiu swept his blade sideways, instantly cleaving several through the waist. However, one man, as the blade skimmed past his waist, by the faint gleam of the blade saw Qingxiu's face clearly, and was shocked. You are not Li Ji. Swoosh! Before he could finish speaking, He was bisected at the waist, his upper body, like a cut-loose kite, floated down lightly, then trampled by the Tang army's iron-hooved attacks. Jin Xianji, escaping, instinctively looked back, seeing Qing Xiu charging toward him with a long sword in hand, made his soul tremble. In just one look meeting, he had lost 7 or 8 of his bodyguards, all elite who had followed him since the very beginning when he rose from poverty. He could not care about heartache, escaping with his life now was already good enough. Jin Xianji, where can you still escape to? Qing Xiu spoke, with a shout of anger. He struck fear into Jin Xianji so that his legs softened. He suddenly realized how familiar this voice was. But next moment he tripped over a corpse underfoot, falling face first in the dirt, in a wretched state. The soldier beside him reached to help, but was immediately cut down by a sword that came from behind. Blood sprayed across Jin Xianji's face. Startled, he trembled all over. Through blood-red vision, he saw a figure on horseback looking down at him. Seemed that face was familiar. Jin Xianji frantically wiped the blood from his face. When he opened his eyes again, the person in front had already raised the long sword. At just that moment, dark clouds in the sky gradually spread. Moonlight finally broke through the clouds and shone on this battlefield. Jin Xianji saw clearly the person before him was the Li Jie with whom he had done business in the past. Who exactly are you? Before his words fell, the blade came first. Jin Xianji only felt the world spin. In the next moment his head was cut off and he saw his own corpse without its head. The routed soldiers on this battlefield were still fleeing in all directions. Many loyal soldiers were desperately looking for their master. You, the lord of you bandits, has already been slain. Surrender at once. Qing Xiu used a spear to lift Jin Xianji's head, held it above his head, so that everyone on this battlefield could see it clearly. At this moment, the already few remnant morale of the Beech army collapsed completely. Many immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. Unexpectedly, among them were soldiers loyal to the end, still refusing to lay down arms. How dare you kill my lord? Pay with your life. A sergeant screamed. Even though he was now alone, he still raised his blade to kill Qing Xiu. A hero. From a distance Li Xiaogong saw the scene and was very admiring. Then he immediately drew crossbow, and with one arrow shot this man through the face. As the man fell and could not get up, no one dared show their face. They all knelt and surrendered to the Tang army. Beech originally had few people and scarce soldiers, barely able to muster 30,000 troops. Now Qing Xiu in this battle had killed nearly all their elite. Although there were still soldiers in Beech, most had never been in battle, and the elderly, the weak, completely not worth mentioning. Having just dealt with Jin Xianji on the battlefield, Qing Xiu immediately ordered the whole army to swiftly enter Beech territory, to take over its capital. Though there were only a few thousand, wherever they passed, villages or cities, local gentry and officials immediately with the people forced to surrender, not daring utter a word. These people were the most standard, grass on the wall. Whoever was powerful they surrendered to, regardless whether same people or outsiders. During this advance, there was no supply of provisions behind. Yet the whole army did not lack food or drink at all, until they reached Beech City. Qing Xiu had thought there would be a battle of some scale here to force its surrender. But the reality completely shocked him. When they arrived at Beech City, he was shocked to see troops arrayed there. But they weren't preparing to resist the Tang army. Instead, 2 Beech forces, one inside and one outside the city, were fighting each other. Even though Qing Xiu's army had clearly entered their intelligence range, these people completely ignored the Tang army and continued their bitter struggle. The scene was so absurd that, out of curiosity, Qing Xiu didn't immediately attack the city but first sent someone to investigate the situation, and only then learned the full story. After Jin Xianji was defeated at the front, the old nobles who had been suppressed in the capital realized their opportunity for a comeback had finally arrived. They had once held power and influence in the kingdom, but these unknown peasants had seized the throne and taken much of their resources. Though the old nobles didn't want to accept it, the rebel army clearly had superior military power, so they had to grit their teeth and endure. Now that Jin Xianji had died in defeat, they certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity. They immediately raised troops to fight against the rebels occupying the capital. Although the rebels held the city, they had few troops left and couldn't hold out much longer even if they controlled the stronghold. Just as Qing Xiu was considering when to launch an attack and wipe them all out, 2 groups of envoys arrived at his command tent at the same time. One group represented the rebels, and the other the old nobles. Out of curiosity, Qing Xiu decided to meet with the noble's envoy himself and had Li Xiaogong receive the envoy from the rebels. As soon as the noble envoy saw Qing Xiu, he shouted, "Long live," and tried to kneel on the spot. Qing Xiu shouted for him to shut up and speak plainly. "You must know, Your Excellency, that our Sila has always been a loyal subject of the Tang. Not long ago, even our king sought refuge on Tang soil. Now there are traitors and rebels in our land. Tang is our parent state and should not stand by while we are overthrown. As he spoke, the noble envoy wept bitterly. It was unclear whether the tears were real or fake. We heard you destroyed Jin Xianji at the front, surely you meant to help us. Please, we beg you to go all the way and eliminate the traitors still holding the capital. Qingxiu was about to respond when the envoy, guessing what he might say, quickly added, if you can restore our territory fully and drive out the rebels, and help our king return to Beach, then whatever the Tang Empire asks for, we will provide. Qingxiu thought to himself, these words, talk of ceding land and offering money, were all meaningless. Once he took over the place, how much land or money to take would be entirely up to him. Enough. Step down. I'll think this over carefully. Qingxiu waved the man away, but to his surprise, the envoy immediately knelt and stubbornly refused to leave. If your excellency refuses to help us, then I will kneel here until death, until you agree to send troops. The man wept as he spoke. Whether or not he moved others, he certainly seemed to have moved himself. Fine, then kneel. Leave when you're tired. This tactic didn't work on Qingxiu at all. Before the envoy could react, Qingxiu pushed open the door and left. He didn't listen to another word. The envoy tried to grab Qingxiu's sleeve, but was immediately held down by soldiers and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Lord Qing, please, show mercy. If Beach is taken by traitors, there will be no more home, no more country, and chaos will engulf the world. The man spoke as if the sky were about to fall. Qingxiu ignored him, letting him cry and wail in the tent. At that moment, he happened to see Li Xiaogong exiting the other tent, his clothes stained with blood. Drag it away and bury it somewhere. Li Xiaogong, in a foul mood, took off his blood-stained outer garment and rushed off to get clean clothes prepared for him. From his tent, a corpse was carried out. Li Xiaogong looked very irritated. Prince, what happened? Qingxiu stepped forward, puzzled. Damn it, don't even ask, this guy wasn't here to negotiate at all. Li Xiaogong cursed angrily. The rebel envoy had initially claimed he was here to offer all of Beach's territory to the Tang, even bringing a map. But as soon as he opened the map in front of Li Xiaogong, the latter sensed murderous intent. It reminded him of Jing Ku and the Qin Emperor. He immediately drew his sword to subdue the envoy. The envoy reacted quickly. Seeing his plan was exposed, he pulled a dagger from the map and tried to assassinate Li Xiaogong, who killed him with a single stroke. Qingxiu laughed, so you got to play Jing Ku stabbing the Qin Emperor? Li Xiaogong cursed, these bastards, even while trying to assassinate me, they shouted it was for General Jin Xianji. These people never plan to surrender. Even with their leader dead, they still fight to the end. Anyway, I just took the knife for you, Lord Qing. Don't you owe me one? Compensation? Of course there'll be compensation. Qingxiu casually replied, but actually, he had gained some respect for these people. Compared to those outside who would rather cede land and pay money just to keep being noble lords, these ones hadn't lived in vain. Those old guard officers outside promised me, they said as long as I help them destroy the rebels, they'll agree to any conditions. Whether land or money, I can name it. Qingxiu casually mentioned the earlier talk. Though it seemed the conservatives were more sincere, Li Xiaogong knew Qingxiu well. If there was something he could take for sure on the battlefield, he'd never let it be bargained away at the negotiation table. And if he had truly made up his mind, he would have already ordered an attack, no need to wait. We'll talk tonight. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling to leave it for now. But Li Xiaogong heard the hidden meaning in his tone. After returning, he immediately ordered the entire army to prepare, something big would happen tonight. The two forces didn't cease fighting until dusk. The troops outside the city, exhausted, had just returned to their camps when suddenly a deafening explosion rang out. It's cannons, Tang army cannons. Some experienced soldiers immediately recognized that it was the Tang army attacking. They rushed outside the camp and were surprised and thrilled to see the Tang fully opening fire, bombarding the capital. Though the Tang only brought portable, relatively low-powered Shinji cannons, they were more than enough to smash the stone and mortar city walls. After just a few shots, most of the wall had already collapsed. The conservative officials and officers were overjoyed. They believed this showed the Tang had chosen to support them. They immediately ordered their troops to charge and return to the battlefield. Although the soldiers were already so exhausted that they protested, the officers had no intention of missing this great chance to retake the capital. As long as you break into the city, anyone can loot freely, whether it's stealing money, grain, or women, there will be no punishment afterward. Under this kind of encouragement, the soldiers who had just been listless immediately went crazy, racing back to the battlefield to charge ahead. For these poor, strong soldiers, such an offer was incredibly tempting. When the Beech army noticed the return of the attacking troops, the Tang army even seemed to cooperate by withdrawing from the battlefield, opening the path into the city for them. This made the government troops even more certain that the Tang army was there to help them. The rebel forces inside the city were already hanging by a thread. Now, with no walls to rely on, and faced with enemies several times their number, they collapsed completely within just 1 hour. Even the street fighting didn't last long. And the collapse of the rebels meant the day of suffering had arrived for the civilians inside the city. The government troops went wild, looting and killing. Anyone they targeted, men, old people, and children, were all slaughtered. Only money and women were spared and taken. Some didn't even stop at looting. After taking what they wanted, they set fire to the houses. The whole city soon became hell on earth, full of killing, burning, and pillaging. The officers outside the city had completely lost control of their troops. They didn't even dare enter the city themselves. They could only wait for the looting to end before planning to go in. Watching from a high point, Qingxiu frowned deeply at the terrible state inside the city. He had thought they would only rob the wealthy, but even the poor districts were not spared. The captured women were all tied by the necks with ropes, strung together like beads, treated like animals. Some women were still holding babies in their arms when captured. The soldiers whipped the mothers, forcing them to abandon their infants. Damn it! One woman was beaten until her body was covered in bruises, yet still refused to let go of her baby. A sergeant lost patience, drew his blade, and stabbed through the mother and the baby in one strike. This scene terrified the women who didn't want to be dragged away. They all lowered their heads and followed the group without a word. I'll say it one more time, anyone who disobeys, I'll cut off her head and feed the body to dogs. The sergeant stepped on the corpses of the mother and baby, showing off. The helpless women stayed silent, while the soldiers laughed loudly. Qingxiu put away his spyglass, and his expression turned darker. These people were not in enemy territory, they were on their own land, yet acted with such cruelty and ruthlessness, slaughtering their own people like pigs and dogs. Robbing wasn't enough, they had to kill civilians for fun. Qingxiu was now certain, not forming an alliance with these scumbags was absolutely the right decision. Lord Qing. Looks like everyone's inside now. If we attack, it'll be like catching fish in a barrel, shouted Li Xiaogong from below. All right. Qingxiu returned to camp and gave the immediate order to mobilize the entire army. No need to hold back. These soldiers inside the city are like wolves, they deserve to die. Today, we kill them in the name of justice. At his command, the Tang army, silent for a long time, launched their assault. Li Xiaogong led the charge once again. Meanwhile, the officers who had stayed behind in the camp were waiting for the battle to end so they could enter the city and reclaim it. But they didn't know that cannons had already been aimed at their camp from a distance. With a single order, dozens of Shinji cannons fired together, turning the entire camp into a sea of fire. Those who had been dreaming of becoming lords in the city were blasted to pieces, caught completely off guard. After the bombardment, Tang cavalry charged straight into the city. The government troops inside, who were still showing off in front of civilians, hadn't even noticed. Not until the Tang army began silently slaughtering them did they panic and flee, no longer looking like the mad dogs they had been. The Tang army ignored the civilians. Inside the city, anyone wearing armor was killed on sight. Compared to the government troops who looted, burned, and abused the people, the Tang army now looked like a force of justice. This chaotic battle lasted until early morning. All Beech forces were completely wiped out. The only people left in the city were helpless civilians. Thanks to the officers' actions, even most of the adult men in the city had been killed. When Qingxiu entered the city, all he could see was blood and corpses. Every well was filled with bodies. The soldiers who looted hadn't buried anyone. Greetings, Lord Qing. Please stay here, don't ever leave again. You are our savior. The Tang army is righteous, the government troops were animals. Please stay here with your army. Otherwise, we don't know when we'll be robbed again. The surviving civilians rushed to Qingxiu, crying and begging him to protect them. Even Qingxiu was surprised to find himself treated like a savior. When our troops entered the city earlier, no one looted or killed, right? Qingxiu asked Li Xiaogong. Of course not. Before entering, I gave strict orders, whoever disobeyed would be punished. Li Xiaogong said, patting his chest in assurance. Only then did Qingxiu feel at ease. If these civilians welcomed them now, only to be looted again later, his reputation would be in ruins. When Qingxiu entered the royal palace, it was already destroyed. Treasures were scattered everywhere, dragged out before they could even be packed. He glanced at the throne once, then gave the order without looking back, burn the throne. From this day forward, this is Tang territory. The kingdom of Beech no longer exists. After conquering Beach, Qingxiu immediately followed the map given to him by Jin Yuhua and sent soldiers to search for the gold mine. According to her, the area used to belong to Sila. After being defeated by Goguryeo, Sila had to abandon large areas of land, including the region with the known gold deposit. Of course, the Beach people had no idea there was gold there, so they never sent anyone to explore it. Because the area was remote and desolate, the news about the gold mine remained unknown. Qingxiu personally led several hundred soldiers to search the area. But only after arriving did he realize why Beach had never discovered the gold mine even until now. This place is full of dense forests and deep mountains. There's no way to farm or plant crops, so naturally, no civilians have ever moved here. They had only just made it halfway into the mountains when the soldiers found it hard to move forward. They had no choice but to draw their blades and forcefully cut through the bushes to advance. Could it be that the queen was fooling you? How can we find a gold mine in this kind of remote mountain forest? Even if there's nothing here, she could just make up an excuse, and we wouldn't even know. If you ask me, we should have just made the queen come find it herself. Since she knows where it is, she'd find it faster than we would. The soldiers kept complaining, clearly thinking the queen was just making things up. Qingxiu, however, was much more optimistic than them. He knew that Jin Yuhua was a shrewd politician and would never risk her own life by joking about something like this. Moreover, in a remote and untouched mountain forest like this, it was very likely to hide some unknown treasures. Even if they couldn't find a gold mine, discovering some high-quality exposed mineral veins would still make the trip worthwhile. They continued climbing toward the mountain top. Halfway up, the soldiers could no longer move, so Qingxiu had to order them to take a short break. But the mosquitoes in the mountain were unbearable. Qingxiu told the soldiers to find firewood and light a campfire to drive them away. While the soldiers scattered to search for firewood, Qingxiu didn't sit idle. He kept observing the mountains, trying to figure out where the gold vein might be. "Lord Qing, would you like something to eat?" A soldier brought dry rations and dried meat, but Qingxiu shook his head. He had no appetite. "You should eat something. Who knows how much more climbing we have to do? Your body might not hold out." The soldier simply sat beside Qingxiu and began eating heartily. "But seriously, do you really believe that Sila Queen didn't lie to us?" Without lifting his head, Qingxiu casually replied, "If it were you, and your life was in someone else's hands, would you joke about something like this? Aren't you afraid I'd take my anger out on you if I couldn't find it?" The soldier was speechless. What he said made sense. But still, even if there is something in this mountain forest, it'll be really hard to find. The soldier got up, went to a nearby mountain stream, and filled his canteen. He took a big gulp. But before he could swallow, his expression turned strange, and he immediately spat the water out. "Damn it. What the hell, it's like a mouthful of sand. That's disgusting." The soldier cursed in annoyance. The water looked clean. Why is there sand in it? Qingxiu glanced over casually, not paying attention, until something in his peripheral vision caught his eye. He immediately focused his gaze. To his surprise, under the sunlight filtering through the forest leaves and branches, the water the soldier had spat out was sparkling with golden light. He quickly stepped forward for a closer look, and sure enough, mixed in the water were sand-like particles. Under sunlight, they shimmered with golden glints. He immediately ordered the golden sand mixed in the soil to be scooped up and washed repeatedly to remove the dirt, collecting it all. Qingxiu held it in his hands and carefully examined it under the sun. The sparkling golden specks made him absolutely certain it was gold. "There's really gold?" The soldier who discovered it came over, unable to believe it. "You're lucky, you found gold before anyone else. Now do you believe there's a gold mine here?" Qingxiu smiled and handed the handful of gold sand to the soldier. "Consider this your reward. Brothers, now you all know what to do. Everyone climb the mountain. Whoever finds more gold along the way, it's all theirs. If someone discovers the gold mine, I'll reward them with 100 taels of silver." Motivated by the huge reward, the soldiers got excited. They ignored their fatigue and the mosquito bites, grabbed their tools, and followed the stream up the mountain. "You lucky bastard. If it weren't for you, we'd still be wandering in circles. Let me say this first, brothers or not, if anyone steals my gold, I won't let it go. You, get gold? Keep dreaming." They climbed up to the source of the stream and suddenly saw water flowing from a crack in the stone wall. Someone immediately stepped up with a pickaxe and struck the stone hard. After a few hits, they knocked off a piece of the weathered stone wall. Everyone gathered around and saw, there were gold specks inside the broken rock. "It really is gold." The soldiers cheered. Now they were sure this stone wall was part of a gold mine. But Qingxiu didn't look excited like them. He stared at the wall for a long time, knocked it with a pickaxe, and found there was no more gold behind it. This probably isn't the main body of the gold mine. It just contains some mixed gold sand. Even digging this deep, there's only a small amount of gold, Qingxiu frowned. Don't worry, Lord. Maybe we just have to dig deeper. We haven't gotten far yet. The soldiers thought Qingxiu was giving up and quickly tried to persuade him. But he ignored them. After searching around, he found a deep pit in a pool below. The water was so deep you couldn't see the bottom, just complete darkness. Qingxiu immediately ordered, "Who dares go in? Whoever reaches the bottom gets 10 taels of gold." "I'll go." They didn't understand why, but with money on the line, no one cared. A soldier stripped off his armor and dove into the pool. "Is that guy good at swimming? That pit is really deep." Qingxiu was worried someone would die for just 10 taels of gold. But the others reassured him. "That kid's great in water, don't worry, he won't die." The soldiers laughed loudly, clearly confident. The man disappeared underwater for a long time, only a few bubbles surfaced occasionally. By calculation, he'd been underwater for almost the time it takes to burn one stick of incense. Just when Qingxiu thought he might have passed out and wanted to send someone to pull him up, the water suddenly surged, then the guy popped up, gasping for air. "You brat. I thought you drowned." Qingxiu was relieved to see him alive, but also cursed at him. "Heh. I nearly passed out down there, but that trip to the gates of hell was totally worth it." The man proudly raised something over his head. "Look what I found." This guy struggled to lift a piece of rock, and upon closer inspection, he found that the rock contained a large amount of gold sand. And it was much more than what they had previously dug up. It looked like at least 20% of the rock was gold. Don't underestimate 20%, a gold mine is not like others. Even 10% content is worth investing massive labor to develop. 20% means it's a high quality and rare vein. As for a 30% gold content vein, it's not unheard of, but most of them lie nearly 100 zhang underground. Even in the industrial age, mining such deep, high-content gold is difficult, let alone in this era. Qingxiu ordered the man to come up quickly and had the rock he brought up smashed open to check the gold content carefully. Sure enough, just as Qingxiu had guessed, the content was not low. The soldier who had emerged from underwater proudly said, "Lord Qing, does this count as a big contribution?" "Of course. Not only is that gold yours, I'll reward you with another 20 taels of gold." Qingxiu was true to his word and even increased the reward, showing the soldiers that under his command, there was no need to worry, rewards would only increase, not decrease. Qingxiu once again examined the pool. Although it was deep, it wasn't very large. As long as the water source upstream was cut off and they spent time draining the pool, they could start mining. But the depth of the pool was concerning. It looked to be 4 to 5 zhang deep, with no slope, just a straight pit. This meant that even if someone could dig gold from below, bringing it back up would be extremely hard. And as the mine was dug, the leftover debris and stones would also have to be transported out. Otherwise, they would pile up and bury the entire mine. Not to mention, the longer the mine was worked, the deeper it would get. That would only make mining more and more difficult. Clearly, though this gold mine had high content, it was extremely difficult to mine with the technology of this era. If anyone else had discovered it, they would have sighed and given up. Mining this gold vein was beyond what this era's productivity could handle. The soldiers knew this too, but they were unwilling to give it up and started brainstorming ways to dig it. What if we tie a rope to the miners and lower them down? After digging some gold, we can pull them back up. It'd be slow, but at least we'd get gold. Qingxiu shook his head. Are you kidding? If the miners' feet can't touch the ground, they can't use their strength, they won't be able to break the rocks. And once they go 10 zhang deep, no one above can pull them back. Though that suggestion was rejected, someone else had a new idea. Why don't we just dig a slope from the side? Are you dreaming? With this hard and thick terrain, you'd need tens of thousands of men working for years. That idea made Qingxiu even more speechless. The man scratched his head awkwardly, then suddenly lit up. We could use gunpowder. Using gunpowder to mine, this was something Qingxiu had considered many times. He had even instructed the soldiers in Sila that if mining was hard, they could use gunpowder to blast the mountain. But the gunpowder he had now was black powder, with very limited power. Using it for large-scale mountain destruction was nearly impossible. Even if it did work, the destruction would likely cause the mountain to collapse, burying both people and the mine underground. Damn, if only there was a way for the gold to dig itself out of the ground. Shit, why don't we just pour water into it and let the gold float to the top, then we scoop it up? Even the man who said this couldn't help but laugh, and the surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. Qingxiu also laughed. Actually, what he said was close to a method used in oil extraction. When facing deep oil deposits, people would inject water to force the lighter oil to float up. This guy knew nothing, just babbling nonsense, but somehow stumbled onto a principle. Of course, this method wouldn't work for mining gold. Brothers, your ideas aren't bad, but I'm afraid this isn't something you can solve. I'll figure it out myself. As soon as he said this, many looked disappointed. Not because they didn't want Qingxiu to worry alone, but because they hoped to get a reward if they came up with a good solution. Someone quickly asked, if we do come up with a usable method, could we? Yes, of course. If your method works, I'll reward you with 100 taels of gold. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up and they shouted with excitement. 100 taels of gold, that's enough to get rich and live comfortably for generations. Everyone immediately began thinking hard. Some even dived back into the water, hoping to find a better solution. But no matter how hard they tried, it was a waste of time. Their thinking was limited by the productivity of this era, and no amount of effort could change that. Seeing that it was getting late, Qingxiu ordered everyone to return. Even so, he noticed the soldiers were reluctant to leave, clearly still thinking about the reward. You could spend your whole life here and never come up with a plan. Why are you still standing around? Get down the mountain. Qingxiu gave the order again. The soldiers didn't dare disobey and immediately returned to a small town at the foot of the mountain. While the soldiers returned to rest, Qingxiu was busy asking around the village for blacksmiths, summoning them all, not saying what he wanted them to make. The soldiers, exhausted from the mountain, went to sleep right away. Only Qingxiu stayed at the forge, working with blacksmiths from nearby villages within 10 li. Beak's blacksmiths were no match for Tang's craftsmen, but they might do in a pinch. The blacksmiths worked through the night, but by morning, they still couldn't figure out how to create the item Qingxiu had drawn. Your skills are really poor, Qingxiu frowned. He had expected they might lack ability, but not to the point of being unable to make something so simple. With no other option, Qingxiu had to personally instruct them on how to forge curved iron blanks and even made major improvements to their rudimentary techniques. Qingxiu wasn't even half competent in iron forging, he just had a basic understanding of some forging principles. But surprisingly, after a few instructions, he greatly improved their skills, benefiting them immensely. After this, he finally understood why Beak's equipment was so fragile, even armor could be cut through with one slash. Their backward smelting techniques made him feel as if they had just stepped out of the Bronze Age. In any case, after a round of busy work, what he wanted was finally made. By then, a whole night had passed, the sky was already brightening, and the blacksmiths, exhausted, showed Qingxiu the completed item. Indeed. You've all worked hard through the night. Go rest quickly. Qingxiu looked over the object from top to bottom, it was barely acceptable. He casually tossed a silver ingot onto the table as payment. On the Korean peninsula, where gold and silver were extremely scarce, even touching copper coins was a luxury. In most cases, people had to barter goods. Now, Qingxiu handed out an entire silver ingot so casually, his generosity was eye-opening to the blacksmiths. But they didn't accept it. One of them even returned the silver, saying, Lord Qing has taught us so much. Though we are tired, what we gained tonight is worth decades of blacksmithing. How could we still accept this money? Qingxiu immediately looked at them in a new light, he hadn't expected them to have such principles. Fine. Keep it for now. I'll be staying in this village for some time. I'll need your help, so do your best to improve your smithing skills. It'll be good for both of us. If you do well, I can even take you back to the Tang Empire to work for me as craftsman. These words instantly excited them. With Qingxiu's promise, they'd be willing to risk their lives for the chance. Thank you, Lord Qing. Whatever you ask of us, we will do it without hesitation. When Qingxiu and his men returned to the mountain, they were surprised to find that many wild animals had inexplicably appeared, some were even fierce beasts like wild boars. It turned out that animals often came to drink at the small pool. But this didn't stop Qingxiu and his men, they drove the animals away or shot them, clearing the area. The soldiers didn't understand why Qingxiu returned, especially since they still had no way to mine the gold in the deep pool. While everyone was busy, Li Xiaogong personally arrived with his subordinates. He had worried all night when Qingxiu didn't return. Seeing the large mine, Li Xiaogong was puzzled, so this whole night, you were just studying a mine? You could have left it to subordinates. If it were a coal or iron mine, I wouldn't care. But look for yourself. Qingxiu told Li Xiaogong to chip off a piece of ore and examine it closely. At first, he didn't care, but once he saw the gold flecks, he was shocked. A gold mine. How did you find it? Qingxiu just smiled. Li Xiaogong examined the mine excitedly, but soon looked disappointed. He understood mining technology. After supervising coal mining in Liaodong for over a year, he knew this mine would cost more to dig than it could earn, just something to look at. But he didn't know Qingxiu had already come up with a low-cost method for extraction. Everyone, did anyone come up with a good idea last night? Qingxiu smiled. I've already prepared a reward of 100 taels of gold. Though tempting, the soldiers just looked at each other, no one had any ideas. Qingxiu wasn't surprised. He ordered the equipment he had brought to be set up. It was a steel tripod with several small circular pulleys hanging from the top. Unlike other pulleys, these were made of steel and had a concave surface. This design looked strange to them. In their understanding, pulleys should be convex and never made of steel. The thing looked bizarre. Brothers, today you'll see something new. This is called a fixed pulley. Qingxiu had worked all night with the blacksmiths to make this fixed pulley system. Though rough, it was good enough. They didn't understand what a fixed pulley was. So Qingxiu asked Li Xiaogong, from here to the bottom of the mine, if you use a winch, how much weight can you pull? A winch is the roller used for drawing water from wells. It helps, but doesn't reduce effort. Li Xiaogong thought for a moment, at most, 6 sure in weight. You're strong. But could you pull 12 sure? Li Xiaogong laughed, impossible. Being able to pull 6 sure made you a top soldier. 12 sure was beyond normal human capability. I have a way to let you pull 12 sure from this depth. Qingxiu was confident. He ordered the soldiers to drain the water in the pool down the slope, leaving an empty pit. Once the water was drained, they saw the mine was even deeper than expected, nearly 7 zhang. No one would dare jump in and expect to climb out. Qingxiu had the broken stones gathered and tied into one bundle with rope. Once it reached about 12 sure in weight, they pushed it into the mine. Thud. Even on the surface, they could feel the ground tremble from the impact. This thing's gotta be 13 sure, a soldier whispered. Qingxiu ran the rope through the fixed pulleys and tugged it to ensure it was tight. Prince, you saw just now, this thing is 12 sure, right? Of course. Li Xiaogong replied. Qingxiu pointed down and said confidently, do you believe I can pull this 12 sure load out of the mine? Impossible. That was not only Li Xiaogong's first thought, every soldier thought it was absolutely impossible. Of course, they knew Qingxiu was one of the most powerful warriors on the battlefield, even more skilled than Shui Rengue, the widely recognized #1 general of the time. But that didn't mean he could break human limits. 12 sure of weight, from that height, even a black bear might not be able to do it. I know you don't believe it. Watch closely. Qingxiu took a deep breath, grabbed the rope, and got into position. Although a fixed pulley system greatly reduced the effort, this was still 12 sure of real weight, and even with resistance reduced, it still took a lot of strength. He stepped back slowly, then suddenly pulled with full force, drawing the rope backward. Everyone expected nothing to happen. But what they saw shocked them. The fixed pulley actually started turning, and the 12 sure pile of heavy stones at the other end was being slowly lifted by Qingxiu. Qingxiu wasn't just pulling, he kept alternating hands and applying force continuously. The pulley squealed harshly as it raised the stones, inch by inch. With each pull, everyone's hearts pounded, especially Li Xiaogong, who stared in disbelief as the massive stones rose. He began to wonder if Qingxiu was even human. Just like that, from a depth of 7 zhang, the 12 sure weight was pulled up to ground level, and Qingxiu wasn't even out of breath, clearly still full of energy. Good. Only when the stones were fully raised and suspended above the pit did Qingxiu tie the rope to a stake in the ground, letting everyone come check. It was indeed a solid 12 sure. Li Xiaogong's expression grew complicated. After a long sigh, he thought, he could pull 6 sure, but it always left him breathless. Yet Qingxiu seemed like he hadn't even warmed up. Lord Qing looks like a scholar, where did you get such strength to pull something so heavy? Li Xiaogong felt like all his years of training were for nothing. This isn't much, really. If you give it a try, maybe you can pull it too. Qingxiu untied the rope, and the heavy load dropped back into the pit with a dull thud that made everyone's ears buzz. How is that possible? Li Xiaogong didn't believe it could be done, but with Qingxiu handing him the rope and giving him a challenging look, he felt he couldn't refuse. Whether he succeeded or not, if he said no now, he'd lose face as a man. I'll give it a try. Li Xiaogong grabbed the rope, tested it, and found it didn't budge. The weight was real. Try with full force, maybe you'll manage it, Qingxiu nodded. Li Xiaogong wrapped the rope around his waist, exhaled deeply, and pulled with all his strength. Go for it, General. You might really make it. It's only 12 sure. Maybe it's easy. Li Xiaogong silently cursed. Easy for them to say, they weren't the ones pulling. He meant to try hard once, and if it didn't work, just give up. So he threw his full strength into it, arms straining, body leaning back. To his surprise, the stones at the other end moved. He clearly felt the other end tremble slightly, and the 12 sure weight began to lift. What's going on? Li Xiaogong was stunned, he had actually done it. In that moment of distraction, he lost tension, and the load fell again, but he quickly started pulling again. Maybe he could raise the whole thing by himself. The soldiers had thought it was over, but to their amazement, they saw Li Xiaogong pulling the rope steadily. Someone rushed to look. Sure enough, the stones were rising. The general is mighty. He's really doing it. Brothers, look. That's 12 sure, and the general's lifting it alone. Such strength, almost like Lord Qing. Amazing. The soldiers shouted praises, but Li Xiaogong paid no attention. His world now only had the rope and the massive load rising from the pit. Nothing else mattered, he only wanted to pull that stone up. He even felt strange. With every inch he pulled, the pulley turned, and his effort slightly decreased. He didn't know the principle of a fixed pulley, but he guessed that it must be helping him lift this massive weight. At last, as he neared exhaustion, he pulled the full weight to the surface. Looking closely, all the stones were still there. He had truly lifted 12 sure. General, mighty. The soldiers cheered loudly. Li Xiaogong had broken his own record. In the world, only Qingxiu and he could lift 12 sure. But Li Xiaogong didn't think he had broken a record. He studied the pulley for a while, then said thoughtfully, "Quiet. I know my own limits, I can't lift 12 sure. It must be this pulley." "General, you're wrong. A pulley's just like a winch. 12 sure doesn't just disappear. You don't know anything." Li Xiaogong looked at Qingxiu. He knew only Qingxiu could explain it. Qingxiu calmly said, "General, you really did lift 12 sure. That's true. But you also said yourself, your max is 6 sure." He pointed at the pulley. "This tool saved you half the effort, it let you lift the weight from the pit." Li Xiaogong was stunned. That small round wheel, barely palm-sized, how could it save so much energy? Qingxiu didn't hide anything. He explained the pulley's principle to the group. Of course, once he got into friction and physics, no one understood. So he used the simplest way. If you use a fixed pulley, you save half your strength. The soldiers' expressions were very animated. This idea was truly novel. Though they didn't fully understand it right away, they immediately grasped one point. This wasn't some strange trick or magic. As long as they could reasonably use the fixed pulleys, they too could accomplish things with half the effort like Qingxiu. In the end, the more fixed pulleys you use, the more strength you can save. Although a winch looks similar in function to a fixed pulley, in reality, it's very different and doesn't save effort. Immediately a soldier asked, "Lord Qing, can we try it too?" It's not that we don't believe you, we're just very curious." "Of course, and from now on, you'll all be working with these fixed pulleys regularly." Qingxiu didn't stop them. He let the soldiers use the fixed pulleys to try pulling loads themselves and feel firsthand how useful they were for lifting and transporting things. Once the soldiers tried it, they found it exactly as Qingxiu said, and they respected him even more. These weren't mystical forces, they were real, like the land they stood on. Anyone could use them effectively. And Qingxiu didn't hide or keep anything secret, he wasn't afraid of the knowledge spreading. On the contrary, he hoped everyone would copy and use it. Such a broad mind was truly impressive. Now everyone understood why Qingxiu had shown off the fixed pulley here. If we use fixed pulleys here, it'll help us move supplies back and forth. Even heavy loads can be lifted this way. When we mine the gold, it'll save us a lot of effort. We can even tie ropes to the miners and pull them out with pulleys. Though what Qingxiu described hadn't been done yet, it was easy to imagine that it would work. So, we can really mine this gold deposit. The soldiers were very excited, and Li Xiaogong was truly pleased. They had discovered such a gold mine for the court. Though they wouldn't get the mine itself as a reward, they would surely receive substantial titles and rewards. "We should report this to His Majesty as soon as we return, so he can send people here to mine." But to their surprise, Qingxiu responded, "Report to the emperor? Why?" Li Xiaogong didn't expect such a reply and was momentarily stunned before answering, "Isn't this gold mine? I discovered this gold mine. The court hasn't said anywhere that all mines must belong to the state." Li Xiaogong was surprised Qingxiu would claim the mine, but thinking it through, he couldn't say he was wrong. The Tang Empire had only recently been founded. Many laws weren't yet fully established, especially regarding mineral resources. So far, the court had made no official rule about whether discovered mines belonged to the government or to individuals. Though such laws would likely be formalized over time, for now, Qingxiu had found a loophole. Even if the law did say mines belonged to the court, Qingxiu would have found a way to make this one his own. Otherwise, who would go through the trouble of venturing into deep mountains just to hand over a mine for free? The others were disappointed. If the mine belonged to Qingxiu alone, they might not get any reward. But Qingxiu didn't disappoint them. He immediately promised. "But don't worry, brothers. In the future, when this gold mine is developed, all of you will get a share of the profits. I promise you'll all live in comfort." Their low spirits were immediately lifted. Everyone cheered with excitement. Indeed, working for Lord Qing never led to disappointment. Lord Qing, then let's quickly gather laborers and start mining. Mine your head. Qingxiu replied angrily, the whole Beach nation is still unstable. We've only taken the capital, we don't even control half their land. How could we mine this place in peace? The soldier had no reply and scratched his head awkwardly. Qingxiu ordered the gold mine sealed off, leaving only a few dozen guards. He took the rest back to the capital to decide what to do next. Before leaving, he dismantled the fixed pulley setup from above the mine to prevent the guards from sneaking in to steal gold while he was gone. It wasn't stinginess, he wasn't worried about a few bits of gold. The mine itself was still unclear. If anyone dug recklessly, it could collapse. A few flecks of gold didn't matter, what he feared was losing soldiers' lives. Now that the gold mine was secured, Qingxiu turned his thoughts back to the entire Beach Kingdom. It had been more than a month since he arrived in the Three Han region. He had already wasted too much time. He had to wrap up everything within 2 months and return to the western regions quickly. That was where the empire's real economic concerns were. Many matters there required his personal attention. Even before returning, Qingxiu was already thinking about everything waiting for him there. In his mind, Beach was already settled. Everything would naturally fall into place. In the following days, Qingxiu reorganized the capital. Information from all over Beach also arrived. Though Jin Xianji's rebel army had taken over the country, they had no real foundation. Most of their troops were just opportunists who surrendered easily to Qingxiu. These local warlords had ruled their regions independently. Now that Jin Xianji was dead and Beach's old nobility had been wiped out by Qingxiu, they all rushed to distance themselves from the rebels and the old regime. Of course, not all regions sought independence. Some remnants of the government and rebel forces still existed, claiming to represent the old nobility, unwilling to disappear. When Qingxiu looked at the map showing the current factions, he couldn't help but laugh. What a mess, this tiny Beach kingdom, now smaller than half of Guangzhou, had split into dozens of factions. Even a small village could crown its own king. If they had united, Qingxiu might have needed time to deal with them. But they were already fighting among themselves before he even acted, which made things easy. Before he could even contact them, many factions reached out to pledge loyalty to Qingxiu. They had no choice, the Tang Empire's military power was overwhelming. Even a few thousand elite Tang cavalry were an unstoppable force for them. And Qingxiu's condition for their surrender was very simple. Make war on each other. According to Qingxiu's orders, these people had to eliminate all enemies within a 200 to 300 li radius around them before they would be allowed to surrender to him. And even if they did surrender, all of their military power would be stripped away, leaving them only some wealth to live as local landlords and enjoy life with their descendants. As for becoming a regional warlord, don't even think about it. Although these conditions seemed extremely harsh, Qingxiu also stated that they could refuse his demands. However, in that case, when the heavenly army arrived, they would be completely exterminated, leaving not a single descendant behind. It had to be said that Qingxiu's threat was indeed effective. This was thanks to his long-standing reputation from years of warfare on the peninsula and the might of firearms and cannons. Once his order was issued, various local forces on the peninsula immediately began fighting and devouring each other. The war was even more brutal than the previous uprisings and civil wars. And their desperate slaughter of their own kind was only for one goal, to make Qingxiu accept their surrender. Truly ridiculous. However, this farce did not last long. With the Tang army fueling the conflict, they fought each other for just over 10 days. The remaining forces in the region were reduced from dozens to just 5. These 5 forces were mostly remnants of former official troops and rebel armies, and their combat strength was barely acceptable. After surviving the bloodshed, they initially wanted to use the remaining troops and resources to negotiate terms with Qingxiu. But he had already seen through their intentions. That very night, he sent Li Shaogong to attack the closest faction. When the army arrived, that faction was still resting. Li Shaogong struck with thunderous force. By the next morning, the battle was over. Amid the chaos, their leader was captured alive and mercilessly executed, chopped into minced meat, and the remains were sent to the other factions to show them the price of not surrendering. This move was shockingly effective. Every other faction, upon hearing what happened, was filled with fear and awe. Only then did they realize the Tang army was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The remaining 4 faction leaders no longer hesitated. They immediately set out for the capital, preparing to hand over all their territories and soldiers to Qingxiu in exchange for a chance to live. As these leaders knelt outside the city waiting to be summoned, they didn't know that Qingxiu was already watching them from the city wall. Li Rishan, previously a rebel general, controlled 8 towns. Shenjun, originally an official soldier, later surrendered to the rebels. His territory is the largest, covering an entire province, and his army is the strongest. Qingxiu signaled the soldier next to him not to read further. What do they say? Are they surrendering unconditionally? The soldier replied, they say they are willing to accept all the conditions of surrender. They only hope you could be especially lenient on one point. Qingxiu frowned. What is it? They hope the court can grant them noble titles, allow their positions to be hereditary, and permit them to keep a small number of guards for personal safety. Before the soldier could finish, Qingxiu laughed scornfully. Noble titles? Keeping guards for self-defense? These people are dreaming. They're already in the palm of his hand, yet they dare to make such demands. Open the city gates. I will meet them personally. The leaders waiting outside were starting to get nervous, as Qingxiu had not appeared. Suddenly, the gates opened and Qingxiu walked out with firm steps. They immediately kowtowed to greet him. Qingxiu was willing to meet them. This, in their eyes, meant their surrender had mostly succeeded. Greetings to Duke of Qing. Before they could finish, Qingxiu directly questioned them harshly. You want hereditary noble titles? The tone was so fierce that the few of them were stunned into silence. Finally, Shenjun spoke up. You see, although we have not done much for the Tang state, we did help you pacify the last of Beech. Even if we have no merit, we have put in effort. If you think we are unworthy, even the lowest noble rank would suffice. Qingxiu impatiently waved his hand. In that case, you don't need to surrender at all. As soon as he said this, the soldiers stomped their long spears on the ground. The unified and thunderous sound made the 4 leaders uneasy. Noble titles in Tang are only for those who achieve immortal merit. Do you think you are worthy? You've misunderstood from the beginning. My permission for you to surrender was a final mercy, so your families would not be wiped out. And you think that's some kind of merit? If my army marched directly to you and destroyed your entire clans, the court wouldn't even have to waste money feeding parasites like you. Wouldn't that be easier? These words hit hard. The leaders were now drenched in sweat, nervously glancing at the fierce Tang soldiers. If the soldiers attack now, they could easily slaughter them all. Rest assured. Since you dared come alone to surrender, I will not kill you now. Leave. But next time we meet, don't expect mercy. He gave them no way out, only 2 choices, die, or surrender completely without conditions. Gentlemen, please leave. The officer stepped forward, raising his spear to send them away. But the weakest of them, Li Rishan, immediately knelt and kowtowed, shouting, I am willing to accept all of Duke Qing's conditions. I will do whatever you command. With him taking the lead, the others couldn't hold back. They all kowtowed in surrender. Otherwise, if the Tang army reached their gates, their entire families would truly be exterminated. No matter what, surrendering now meant they could still live the rest of their lives as wealthy men. So be it for now. Shenjun was caught in a bind as those around him surrendered. He knew that if he refused, Qingxiu would likely have them unite and rise up to attack him. Those 3 all had old grudges against him. If they got the chance, his family would be doomed. I also surrender. I will follow all of Duke Qing's arrangements without a word of complaint. Shenjun immediately kowtowed. He had no other choice. Qingxiu didn't look at them again. He only felt endless contempt. This was all these people were good for. As I previously informed you, you may keep part of your wealth and remain in your ancestral lands, but you may not recruit guards or thugs. After your death, half your land will revert to the court. When your descendants die, another half will be taken. This cycle continues until the land left is less than 100 mu. Only then will it stop. Qingxiu certainly wouldn't let these people remain wealthy and noble forever. In his eyes, not killing them was already a tremendous act of mercy. Thank you, Duke Qing, for your grace. The 4 men were drenched in sweat, but still had to express gratitude with deep bows. A few days later, Qingxiu personally led more than 100 of his personal guards to various places to take over the surrendered Beech troops. At each location, he confiscated all the armor and weapons from their hands, and in return distributed hoes and farming tools to them. He also divided up the land owned by local gentry and redistributed it fairly among them. These powerful clans had ruled their regions for nearly 100 years. Whether it was government troops or rebels, no one had ever dared to touch them. But now, in Qingxiu's hands, under the gleam of blades and spears, no matter what was taken or given, these people didn't dare utter a single word of complaint. They truly knew that Qingxiu would show no mercy if he decided to kill, and once he struck, he would wipe out entire families, leaving no room for survival. This move made the local civilians and the soldiers who had taken off their armor to return to farming deeply grateful. All over the country, people praised Qingxiu for his righteousness and virtue. If they had known earlier that Qingxiu would treat them like this, why fight at all? They could have just surrendered when the Tang army arrived and saved all that effort. Once Qingxiu had confiscated the last of the Beech army's weapons and returned to the capital to register names and compile records, it meant the war had completely ended. On the Three Han Peninsula, no military force remained other than the Tang army. This land was now completely conquered. Since the time of Qin and Han, this Three Han region has never been fully annexed by our Central Plains kingdom until now. Qingxiu closed the record book. He knew he had just created history. The peninsula no longer needed to be heavily guarded. He could now freely deploy the Tang's forces to fully attack the western regions, with no worries holding him back. At this point, Qingxiu no longer needed to focus on this region. He had more important matters to deal with. He handed over most affairs to Li Shaogong, tasking him with managing the Three Han region, and promised that the court would send experienced civil officials to help govern the area. Me? Li Shaogong was dumbfounded. How could I manage such a vast land? If it's charging into battle, that I'm good at, but this? Qingxiu laughed. What's so hard about it? Though it's called administration, you just need to stay here and make major decisions. Just remember one thing, never slaughter the local civilians at will. Though you don't need to favor them, at least give them a way to survive. Over the past 2 months, as Qingxiu traveled from Beech to Sila, he saw the miserable life of the local people along the way. Sila and Beech were extremely poor in resources, with barren lands. Wars often broke out between the two, forcing both to raise taxes heavily to maintain rule, squeezing the people to the bone. To truly subdue this place, nothing much needed to be done, just giving the people a way to survive would already make life here many times better than before. No matter what, Li Shaogong had no choice but to accept the role reluctantly. Thus, Qingxiu could finally depart in peace and return to the Tang dynasty. As he set out again, Qingxiu suddenly realized that traveling day and night still took more than half a month to return to Guangzhou. This region is far from the Central Plains core. Managing it in the future will be troublesome. But this was no longer his concern. He tossed the matter from his mind, got into the carriage, and continued on his journey with his entourage. This is a farewell for now, but not the last time we'll meet, General. Qingxiu turned back and saw that Li Shaogong was still standing on the city wall, watching him leave. The two looked at each other from afar and then burst into loud laughter at the same time. While Sila and Beech were being pacified, the land Qingxiu had redeemed from the Shi people in Liaodong officially entered development. Qingxiu issued a distant order, offering great rewards to those who developed the land. For a time, countless strong laborers poured in, cutting trees and opening roads, forcefully carving out a route that led directly from Liaodong to the port in Jianzhou. With a seaport, the locals didn't need to be taught how to make money. The news quickly attracted many Han people and Bio people, all rushing there in hopes of striking it rich. It's worth mentioning that the scattered Jurchens, now reduced to fewer than 10,000 people, took the opportunity to change their names and sneak in disguised as Han people. They had no choice. Life in the deep forests, chewing on tree bark, was too hard. If they could make money honestly, who would still want to fight to the death on the battlefield? This unexpected outcome was a surprise gain for Qingxiu. The port caused many to abandon their Hu identity and actively change their surnames to Han, blending into Han society. It further weakened the Hu people struggling to survive in the remote forests. By the time Qingxiu learned of this, he had already arrived in Chongan. This unexpectedly brilliant result made Qingxiu very pleased. He also realized this might be a better way to divide the Hu people. These wild tribes, even if they escaped to the deep mountains, could survive by chewing bark. But if lured with sugar-coated bullets, it was easier to divide them. If this trick is used in the western regions, it'll surely be even more effective. As he pondered, his horse had already entered Chongan City. Soldiers and civilians lining the streets cheered Qingxiu's name. Only a small number were organized by Li Er to welcome Qingxiu. Most came on their own, having heard of Qingxiu's legendary achievement, pacifying Sila and Beech with just a few thousand troops. The western regions were too far to relate to, but Sila and Beech in the east were names they all knew. Originally, Li Er had prepared a banquet to welcome Qingxiu, but the latter casually refused this time. Every time there's a victory banquet, I'm the center of attention. Everyone takes turns offering drinks. Even if they're not tired of it, I am. Let's skip it this time. Li Er was dumbfounded. In the past, returning generals from court always longed to shine at victory banquets and become the center of attention. But someone who's tired of such banquets, there was probably no one else like Qingxiu in the entire world. However, Qingxiu insisted, so Li Er simply cancelled the banquet and stated that from now on, Qingxiu could make any request he wished. After returning, Qingxiu didn't bother with anything else. He immediately summoned all the craftsmen he had used in the past and instructed them to start mass-producing fixed pulleys. Ever since he tried using fixed pulleys in beach, Qingxiu had thought of countless ways to use them. If they were only used for mining, it would be a waste. This time, the skilled craftsmen in Chongan were indeed far better than those half-trained ones in beach. The pulleys they produced all exceeded Qingxiu's expectations in quality. The surface of these fixed pulleys was much smoother and flatter than the ones he had used in beach, and their sturdiness was also far superior. The pulleys he made were not just for transportation, most of them came in various shapes and forms. He was busy for 7 or 8 days, spending all his time discussing and consulting with the craftsmen. Li Er sent several groups of envoys to request a meeting with Qingxiu, but all were told he was occupied with important matters and could not meet with Li Er. This made the latter even more curious. Could it be that Qingxiu had come up with something new again? Originally, Li Er had planned to go see Qingxiu himself after finishing some official business in a few days. But before he could make a move, Qingxiu had already sent him an invitation, inviting him to meet in the eastern suburbs for a hunting trip. As Qingxiu said, he had been on campaign for the past 2 years, always fighting on the battlefield, and now he wanted to experience the feeling of hunting in the forest for once. Beforehand, he especially reminded Li Er not to summon soldiers to drive the wild animals, doing so would make it too boring. Driving animals before a hunt was standard procedure for imperial hunting trips. Although there were many wild animals in the forest, most of them would flee upon hearing the commotion before people entered the mountain to hunt. By the time the emperor and ministers slowly made their way up the mountain, not even a rabbit would be left. What hunt was left to do? So it was necessary to first send large troops into the mountain to drive the wild animals, pushing them toward the area near the emperor to make it easier for him to hunt. That's why many emperors, even if they couldn't hit 2 out of 10 arrows, would always return from hunts with abundant results. With so many animals in front of them, anyone could shoot and kill a rabbit with ease. Who wouldn't come back with a large haul? Calling it a hunt was just a pretense. In reality, it was a military show arranged to entertain the emperor with animals. Qingxiu naturally didn't need this kind of setup, and he didn't want Li Er to go to such trouble to spoil their leisure, so he suggested they hunt by their own skill. This idea suited Li Er perfectly. He hadn't drawn a bow in a while, and this was a good chance to regain the feel. For this outing, he only brought a few guards and summoned several trusted ministers to accompany him. He originally wanted to bring some military generals as well, but looking around Chongan, the most capable generals had all been sent elsewhere, and those remaining were too busy with their own duties. So he gave up on that idea. But just before departure, he suddenly thought of someone. If he could bring this person, the hunting trip would surely be more enjoyable. Call General Chang and tell him I have an important matter and need him to come along. When Li Er's group arrived outside the forest in the eastern suburbs, Qingxiu had already been waiting there for a long time. Though he only brought 2 household guards, his carriage was loaded with several boxes. He seemed to have brought quite a bit of luggage for the trip. Duke Qing, it's really been hard to see you lately. What have you been working on this time? Li Er walked up, complaining aloud. He quickly noticed the large boxes. It's just a hunting trip, why bring so much stuff? Your Majesty will know soon. Let's head into the mountains first. Qingxiu looked at the horse and carriage behind Li Er and frowned. Is your Majesty really planning to go hunting? Although Li Er's setup was already low profile, his group still had more than 10 people and over 20 horses. Entering the mountain like that would definitely scare off all the birds and beasts. What kind of hunt would that be? So he simply asked Li Er to leave all horses outside and have everyone enter on foot. After all, he had brought enough dry food and water. Li Er didn't mind walking up the mountain himself, but the civil officials accompanying him usually had sedan chairs for even short trips and didn't walk a few steps on their own. Now asking them to give up the horses and hike up the tall mountain in the eastern suburbs, their old bones really couldn't handle it. Old Chang has no problem. He hasn't moved his body in ages. Sitting around all day is enough to make him rot. Chang Yaojin didn't say a word. He jumped off his horse and started warming up, but the few civil ministers behind him were already inwardly groaning. Especially Zhang Sun Wuji, his elderly body really couldn't handle this kind of strain. Father-in-law can stay in the carriage. After all, you're of advanced age, you should take care of your health. Thanks a lot. Zhang Sun Wuji was speechless. If Qingxiu really cared about him, he could have just let him rest at the bottom of the mountain. At his age, how could he endure this kind of torment? Qingxiu personally led the way on foot, and Li Er kept pace as if trying to show off, insisting he was still in his prime. The few old men behind were clearly suffering, but thankfully Qingxiu's household guards and the emperor's guards looked after them, so they were still able to make it up the mountain. The 2 remaining mules were assigned by Qingxiu to pull the carriage. No one knew what was inside that he treated with such importance. Because of this, their entry into the mountains caused little disturbance. Everyone moved quietly and carefully, and they actually saw quite a few wild animals along the way. Cheng Yaojin was feeling bored during the hike. When they reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly saw a rabbit with particularly beautiful fur darting through the forest. With quick hands and sharp eyes, he drew his bow and shot an arrow on the spot. The rabbit, fast as it was, couldn't outrun the arrow. It was pierced straight through the head and pinned to the ground, trembling. Haha! Cheng Yaojin excitedly stepped forward and picked up the rabbit. Even though I haven't fought in a while, I still have the skills. If your majesty sends me to war again, I can still earn military merits like I did in my youth. That may be so, but didn't you say you were tired of the battlefield and just wanted to retire peacefully at home? Li Er smiled slightly. Suddenly, he noticed a raptor flying low. It seemed to be hunting a small animal hiding in the bushes. Without thinking, Li Er instinctively grabbed an arrow from his quiver and threw it with force in that direction. Just using arm strength alone, the arrow flew powerfully through the air with a sharp whistling sound. In the next moment, it killed the eagle mid-dive. The falling eagle startled the small animal in the bushes, which immediately jumped up and darted deeper into the forest. The prey had shown itself. There was no way Li Er would let it escape so easily. He quickly drew his longbow from his back, knocked a second arrow, and fired again. That arrow should have hit the prey, but unexpectedly, a branch in the low shrub happened to block it. The arrow had great force, breaking off the low branch, but it also used up all its strength and fell to the ground. In just a moment, the small animal had already darted into the depths of the shrubs, completely vanishing from sight. What a pity! Li Er shook his head, but in the next moment, Qingxiu beside him suddenly pulled out a crossbow from his waist and shot directly into the bush where the prey had fled. Everyone thought Qingxiu was wasting his effort. Even if he could see where the small animal was hiding, the arrow would surely be blocked by the low branches and shrubs. But to everyone's surprise, the arrow shot into the bush and actually pierced through a large tree. With weakened momentum, it continued flying through the brush and hit the target at the far end of the thicket. Squeak squeak! A sharp, ear-piercing screech came from deep within the forest, astonishing everyone. He actually hit it? Qingxiu laughed loudly and motioned for one of his guards to search the shrubs. Sure enough, they found a marmot that had been shot through the body. The arrow didn't remain in the body. After piercing through it, it still had enough force to fly several more zhang before embedding itself into a rock. When the guard showed the arrowhead to everyone, they could clearly see it was twisted from the impact. How much power must that take? Li Er didn't care about the prey anymore and went up in amazement to examine the arrow. If Qingxiu had drawn a bow with brute strength and used an iron-banded bow, Li Er could believe it would have that much force. But it seemed Qingxiu had only used a crossbow, without any help from his own strength. How could a crossbow alone generate such power? Out of curiosity, Li Er wanted to take a closer look at Qingxiu's crossbow, but Qingxiu had already put it away on his back. So Li Er didn't feel right asking for it directly, but he noticed the crossbow looked strange. On both sides of the crossbow, there were 4 small wheels, and every time the bowstring was activated, these 4 pulleys would spin. Li Er really didn't understand this design. What's the point of putting wheels on a crossbow? Duke Qing, your crossbow is amazing. What material is it made of? Cheng Yaojin blurted out, quickly stepping forward to ask. A seasoned warrior like him loved powerful weapons. A crossbow with such power, it truly opened his eyes. Just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Qingxiu didn't explain and brushed it off. Cheng Yaojin also didn't press further. Although the power of a crossbow shot is fixed, its force still comes from the crossbow's build and string. Greater power also means more effort is needed to load an arrow. Even though arrows can be preloaded, this level of force isn't something just anyone can pull. Very few could use it in battle. Your Majesty, the prey around here is boring. Why don't we go deeper into the mountains and hunt some beasts? This suggestion hit the spot for Li Er, and he immediately agreed. Great. I heard there are tigers and wolves in this area, occasionally coming down the mountain to steal chickens and ducks from the locals. Today we'll count it as helping the people. Let's see who can kill more beasts. What do you say? Cheng Yaojin was the first to agree. The other ministers, seeing Li Er so enthusiastic, couldn't dampen his mood and all smiled in agreement. But they didn't expect Qingxiu to turn the attention to them. Gentlemen, since you're here, you must take part to some extent. How many animals do you plan to hunt? Us? The ministers felt their scalps go numb. Never mind their old limbs, some of them had never even held a bow before. What would they hunt with? If a wild beast actually appeared, they wouldn't even be able to run. Don't worry, gentlemen, I've already thought of that. I know you can't draw a bow, but you should at least know how to use a crossbow, right? Qingxiu gave the order, and his guards opened the large boxes on the cart, pulling out several crossbows fitted with pulleys and handed them out. Using a crossbow was fairly simple. They only needed to know how to load arrows and pull the trigger to shoot. As for aiming, well, that depended on luck. Li Er had been curious about these crossbows, but when he saw Xiao Yu Tess pull the string and load an arrow, although it took effort, he could pull it fully, he immediately lost interest. If an old man like that could fully draw the bowstring, then it obviously didn't have much power. It probably wasn't the same type Qingxiu had just used. However, Li Er noticed an interesting design on the crossbow. It had a storage slot underneath that could hold 7 or 8 arrows at once. After firing, drawing the string again would automatically load the next arrow, increasing rate of fire significantly. But Li Er didn't pay it much mind. Adding a magazine to a crossbow must compromise its size, which greatly reduces its power. This thing really doesn't take much effort. Duruhue loaded an arrow and fired it into the air. The arrow vanished into the forest. None of them expected much from the weapon, treating it more like a toy. None of them planned to catch anything for real. The deeper they went into the forest, the rougher the path became. Eventually, Qingxiu left the cart behind and assigned a guard to watch it, while the rest of them continued on foot. It had to be said, the deeper into the wilderness, the more intense the killing aura in the air. Animal corpses, rotting and decomposing, could be seen everywhere. Clearly, the law of the jungle here was brutal. Qingxiu was still in high spirits, but Li Er called for a break. Not because he was tired, but because the accompanying ministers really couldn't go any farther. These people had never suffered like this. On top of hiking, they were carrying loads. Just getting here was already giving Qingxiu a lot of face. What a shame. If we go just a little deeper, we might run into a hunting wolf pack. At that point, before he could finish, Qingxiu's expression suddenly changed. He sharply turned to look toward the eastern forest. What's wrong? Li Er asked, seeing his reaction. Qingxiu didn't reply, only gestured to stay quiet and wait. Others didn't know, but his instincts clearly sensed something alive was lurking there, ready to ambush. Li Er saw Qingxiu's movements, and his own battlefield-honed instincts immediately sensed that danger was approaching. He didn't look around but carefully reached for the bough behind his back. He was inwardly annoyed. He shouldn't have left all his personal guards down below. With their numbers reduced, the wild beasts in the forest had started to hunt them. Although they currently had 7 people, 4 of them were elderly ministers, and the crossbows in their hands were practically toys, useless in a real fight. If it came to combat, only the 3 of them could really fight. Chang Yaojin quietly gripped the handle of the knife at his waist. Seeing the others with crossbows, he planned to engage in close combat to buy them some time. Qingxiu extended his perception. Upon scanning, he suddenly realized something was off. He had thought there would only be a few beasts preparing to ambush them, but unexpectedly, it was a whole pack of wolves. And a very large one. After a quick count, he found there were more than 20 of them. The more wolves there are, the more coordinated and dangerous their attacks become. A pack of over 20 meant these wolves had hunted many times and grown stronger. Surely they had rich experience. And for them to dare attack a group of people like this, it probably meant it wasn't their first time preying on humans. Your Majesty, the situation seems a bit serious. Qingxiu bent down casually, but in fact he was drawing his crossbow. There are 23 wolves nearby. Li Er had been thinking about how to divide up the prey if they were surrounded, but upon hearing this, he nearly dropped his longbow. More than 20 wolves, this was far beyond what their group could handle. This isn't good, Jijia, Li Er said in a low voice. Chang Yaojin's face turned grave. Damn it, this is the first time I've been pushed into a corner by animals. Your Majesty, no need to worry too much. We've been through fire and blood on the battlefield. We've killed countless men. Could it be we'll die at the hands of a few beasts today? Chang Yaojin grinned widely. Relax. Every time I go to war, I take out 10, 20 enemies. Just a few beasts. But despite the words, his expression grew more serious. The elderly ministers had no idea what was being discussed. They kept chatting, not knowing that they'd already been targeted by the wolves. Qingxiu looked vigilant on the outside, but inwardly, he didn't take the wolves seriously at all. More than 20 wolves? Could they compare to the time he fought tens of thousands of armored, weapon-wielding soldiers in Lulan with just a few hundred men? If he wanted, he could just pick up a blade and easily wipe out these beasts. But if he finished things that cleanly, this whole mountain trip would be for nothing. He had come here precisely to use this hunt to show Li Er the power of the pulley crossbows he had just developed. These beasts were the perfect targets, and could also be eliminated to protect the people. Your Majesty, we've rested enough. Shall we? Duruhue walked over, and in the corner of Li Er's eye, he suddenly noticed movement in the forest. Then, several gray figures darted out behind Du Ruhui, mouths wide open, lunging for his neck. Du Ruhui was completely unaware. Li Er instinctively drew his sword, ready to rush forward and push him away, slashing at the wolves. But just then, snap, a bowstring sounded. An arrow tore through the air, hitting one wolf right in the head. The arrow went clean through its skull, and with its remaining power, pierced another wolf beside it, pinning it to the ground. Good bow strength! Li Er exclaimed, and quickly turned to strike another wolf. His sharp and solid blade crushed its skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. He snapped back to his senses and looked around to see who had fired that arrow. Looking up, he saw Xiaoyu standing there stunned, holding a crossbow. The crossbow had just fired and was waiting to be reloaded. Clearly, he had fired that shot. Sherwin, you! Li Er looked at him in disbelief. Xiaoyu stood there confused, holding the crossbow. Just a moment ago, seeing the wolves rush Du Ruhui, he instinctively raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. He didn't even aim. He hadn't expected the shot to actually hit, let alone take down 2 wolves. What shocked him more was the crossbow's sheer power. Sherwin, how did you do that? Li Er immediately asked. Xiaoyu instinctively replied, your subject really doesn't know. I just saw Lord Du in danger and tried to help with a shot. Before he finished speaking, more howls echoed from the forest around them. Li Er quickly signaled everyone to form a circle. He then saw more gray figures slowly emerging from the forest. Just as Qingxiu said, there really were over 20 wolves. Chang Yaojin swung his long blade and shouted, everyone, I'll go hold them off. You find chances to shoot some of these beasts. Once we kill enough of their kind, the rest will flee. That's how they work. Just as Chang Yaojin was about to rush forward, Qingxiu stepped up and stopped him. No. These wolves are filthy. If they bite you, it's not just a wound, it could be tetanus or rabies. Your life would be at risk. What diseases? Chang Yaojin looked confused but still followed Qingxiu's instructions and retreated. Take out the crossbows I gave you, shoot these beasts down. Qingxiu called out. Everyone except Li Er and Chang Yaojin immediately grabbed their crossbows. These two still subconsciously didn't trust the crossbows, thinking their bows were more reliable. The wolves seemed to be gauging their strength, steadily closing in, squeezing their space, giving them no room to run. Fire! Qingxiu shouted 3 times, but no one responded. He turned to see the elderly ministers holding the crossbows, frozen and clueless. He nearly passed out from frustration. What are you waiting for? Fire! Yes, okay. The ministers snapped out of it, fumbling to aim and pull the triggers. Many didn't even have time to aim. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several sharp sounds split the air. The powerful arrows flew through the air and scattered among the wolves, not a single one hit. Continue. Qingxiu had long known that these people's archery skills were incredibly poor. Giving them these crossbows was meant to make up for their lack of accuracy with shooting speed. He didn't care whether the first volley hit or not. Those big shots, who usually stirred up storms in court, now looked like raw recruits on their first day in the army. Under Qingxiu's command, they hurriedly and clumsily pulled the bowstrings, loaded arrows from the magazine, and continued shooting. At this moment, the design advantage of the magazine showed itself. They only needed a few movements and a strong pull on the bowstring to load another arrow, and the rate of fire was no less than that of a skilled archer. Within a short time, they had fired more than 30 arrows in total, completely emptying the magazines. Although the arrows were fired without aiming and had terrible accuracy, the dense volley still killed more than 10 wolves, scattering the wolf pack and making them flee in all directions. Li Er could hardly believe his eyes. These few old men had just unleashed more arrows in one go than even elite archers. One must know that even an elite archer can barely lift their arms after shooting 5 arrows in a row, but these old guys still had energy left. These wolves have often attacked the people. Killing even one more is a good thing, eliminating harm for the people. Qingxiu didn't want to let the wolves escape easily. He looked up and saw the lead wolf running the fastest, about to disappear from sight. Qingxiu quickly raised his hand, aimed at the lead wolf, and fired an arrow. After the whistling sound through the air came the painful howl of the lead wolf. Even at such a far distance, the arrow still had enough power to kill. What everyone thought would be a tough fight had been resolved so easily. Not even Li Er or Chang Yaojin had to make a move, it was done just with a few old men and their crossbows. Li Er watched the remaining wolves disappear into the forest and finally felt some relief. The old ministers were drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground gasping for air. Escaping death was never a pleasant feeling, especially for old men like them with weak limbs. But what intrigued him most now was the crossbows they were holding. He couldn't believe that a bowstring that seemed to have no strength could produce such terrifying power. Fuji, let me take a look at your crossbow. Li Er took the crossbow and immediately noticed its craftsmanship was extremely precise, far beyond any standard-issue crossbow from the military. He tried pulling the bowstring, and the 4 pulleys rotated together. It pulled smoothly, with no resistance, very easily. Li Er was still puzzled. He loaded an arrow and casually fired it at a nearby tree stump. The arrow shot out instantly and actually pierced right through the tree. How strange. How can this thing produce such power? That arrow's strength was nearly equal to a 6-stone bow, something only specially trained strongmen could draw. Your Majesty, what do you think of this little gadget of mine? Qingxiu said with a smile, seeing Li Er so absorbed. I don't get it. How can it have such power? The more Li Er examined it, the more confused he became. Qingxiu didn't explain immediately. Instead, he removed the bowstring from the crossbow and tied it between 2 tree trunks, gesturing for Li Er to try pulling it. Li Er didn't think much of it. He gave a casual tug and found that the bowstring was extremely taut, he couldn't pull it easily. This made him even more surprised. He had to use all his strength to finally move it slightly, but even so, he couldn't fully draw it. He couldn't help but mutter, strange. It wasn't this hard to pull when it was on the crossbow. But this made him immediately understand why the crossbow was so powerful. With such a tight bowstring, it naturally produced great force. He just couldn't figure out why it was so easy to draw when mounted on the crossbow. It all comes down to this, I call it the fixed pulley. Qingxiu pointed at the pulley on the crossbow and explained its basic principle to Li Er. His explanation quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding ministers, who all listened closely, obviously curious why such a simple-looking thing could save so much effort. Even though Qingxiu explained it using very simple, understandable logic, for ancient people with no concept of physics, the fixed pulley was still a bit too advanced. So, you're saying no matter what you're pulling, having this helps save over half the effort? Li Er asked, half understanding. Exactly. And the more pulleys you use, the more energy you save. Qingxiu nodded with satisfaction. Whether they understood the full principle or not, as long as they grasped the basic idea, that was enough. That's why I installed it on the crossbow, so I could use tighter bowstrings with greater power, reduce the crossbow's size for a built-in magazine, and still maintain strong firepower. Li Er slapped his forehead. If that's the case, this thing is incredible. The court had spent who knows how much manpower and resources to train elite archers, and now just one of these crossbows could let a few frail old men shoot just as well, faster and with more arrows. This kind of engineering skill is far better than blindly throwing people and money at a problem. Li Er held the crossbow lovingly, reluctant to put it down. If this weapon could be mass-produced and widely used on the battlefield, its effect would be unimaginable. The Tang army would dominate the world in weaponry. Even though its power wasn't quite equal to firearms, it had the advantage of rapid fire and some armor-piercing ability. More importantly, it could be used alongside firearms. Your Majesty, would you like to try it yourself? Qingxiu pointed to the sky, where a hawk happened to be flying at a distance far beyond what ordinary arrows could reach. Li Er was eager to try. He immediately loaded an arrow, took aim in the air, and fired. The arrow flew so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. As Li Er followed its trajectory, the hawk screamed and fell from the sky. Good. Li Er immediately said, then grant this crossbow to me, how about it? He truly loved this thing, no less than a firearm. Of course. But Your Majesty, if this fine weapon is kept only in the palace as a toy, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't you want to mass-produce and equip it for the army? Was there even a need to ask? Li Er immediately agreed. How much does it cost to make one of these pulley crossbows? Well, Qingxiu calculated briefly, about 5 to 8 taels of silver. Li Er's smile slightly stiffened. After a moment, he stammered and asked, 7 or 8 taels. That's more than enough to forge 3 treasure steel bows. Your Majesty, do you think 3 treasure steel bows can compare to 1 pulley crossbow? Qingxiu countered. You get what you pay for, that's an unchanging truth. Besides, this price is already the result of cost compression. Otherwise, even 10 taels wouldn't be enough. Li Er had no idea how intricate the structure inside the pulley was. Only the most skilled craftsman could forge it. Moreover, the steel used for the pulleys had to be specially refined. Ordinary steel couldn't withstand the bowstring's constant tension for long. Li Er did some calculations in his head. If these were mass-produced for the army, how much silver would it cost? But he quickly realized he was totally wrong, wildly wrong. Currently, the Tang Empire was expanding outward at low cost, gaining massive tracts of farmland and population. On top of that, business in the west was booming, and nearly all the silver mines in the western regions and the Abbasid Caliphate were operated for Tang. In recent years, Qingxiu had been waging war abroad while governing diligently at home, already saving up a massive treasury. So what if some of it went to develop powerful new weapons? Let alone equipping thousands, he could afford to arm tens of thousands. Spend the gold freely, and it'll come back. Once the army was strong enough, the returns would be hundreds of times greater than the cost of equipping it. All right. I'll order the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds immediately. The more we can produce, the better. All of it will be given to you to take west and use at will. Li Er made the decision on the spot. After all, it was Qingxiu who helped build up this wealth, might as well let him spend it. Wise decision, Your Majesty. I'll have the sample model sent to the palace guard at once, Qingxiu said with a smile. He wanted Li Er to see firsthand how powerful this thing was. Once Li Er had tried this semi-automatic weapon for himself, he would never let it go. Soon after, the sun began to set. Only then did the group realize they had been hunting outside nearly all day. It was already past noon, and they hadn't even noticed. After a short rest, they got up and began descending the mountain, preparing to return to the city. Thanks to Qingxiu's pulley crossbows, even old Zhangsun Wuji managed to hunt several animals. It was the first time he had truly experienced the joy of hunting, and he was extremely satisfied. Only now did he understand why Li Er always went out hunting when he had free time. This was far more interesting than watching dancers and musicians in the palace. On their way down, they reunited with the outer guards. By dusk, they still hadn't reached the outskirts of the capital, and it was getting late. Li Er didn't mind. He simply ordered them to set up tents on the spot. They would camp here for the night and return to the city tomorrow. After a day of running around, even Cheng Yaojin was tired. As soon as the tents were up, he lay down and fell asleep, snoring within moments. The elderly ministers did the same. Qingxiu, however, didn't feel sleepy inside the tent. Maybe because today's hunt wasn't thrilling enough, he couldn't sleep at all. He was about to go for a walk outside when he saw Li Er already sitting alone on a slope outside the camp, quietly staring at the moon. Your Majesty, you're not tired? Qingxiu walked over with a smile. Li Er noticed him, shifted to the side, and motioned for Qingxiu to sit with him. In the early years, when I fought in wars, I could sleep as soon as I lay down at night. But ever since ascending the throne, I've worried constantly about the country. Though my body isn't exhausted, my mind is restless. Many nights I lie awake thinking. Li Er sighed. Most nights, I toss and turn without sleep. Qingxiu noticed some white hairs at Li Er's temples. He was just in his 30s, yet already had silver among his black hair. Clearly, he had poured heart and soul into ruling. But to be fair, Your Majesty's recent efforts have yielded great results. Li Er could only give a weary smile. A rich country, a strong people, vast territory. In the end, it's only temporary. What do you mean? You already know. Since the founding of the Xia dynasty, dynasties have risen and fallen like passing horses. Every dynasty has had its heyday. But in the end, all those glorious times vanished, and the entire kingdom collapsed into ruin. Qingxiu hadn't expected Li Er to worry about such things. Heaven has its order, it doesn't exist because of Yao, and it doesn't collapse because of Jia. Isn't that perfectly natural? Li Er sighed again. That's exactly what troubles me. He had done everything for the empire, even exhausting himself without hesitation, to raise it to unprecedented glory. In all of history, who else had achieved this? But when he thought of the elite soldiers and powerful state he had built, all someday falling into chaos and ruin. The peaceful citizens becoming starving refugees. How could he accept that? Sure, he could govern for 10, 20, even 50 years. But in 100 years, what's bound to come will still come. He couldn't stop it. Qingxiu calmly asked, if Your Majesty knows this is inevitable, what should you do? Ignore state affairs and let the empire collapse. How could I do that? Qingxiu laughed. Exactly. Since the empire is strong now, what Your Majesty should do is make the most of its rise, expand Han Chinese living space as much as possible and leave future generations with capital they can use. That way, even if 100 years from now the empire shrinks, at least the central plains can be preserved. But if you stop expanding now, then in wartime, even the central plains might be lost. Besides, how do you know that what you do today won't bless people hundreds of years later? These words struck home like a thunderclap. The deeply worried Li Er was suddenly awakened. Yes, that's it, exactly that. Li Er couldn't help but laugh heartily. In this moment, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. Indeed, every generation can only do what belongs to its time. What happens to future generations, that's beyond our reach. Li Er suddenly felt relief. Once he had broken through his mental block, his thoughts became clear, and he finally began to feel tired. Duke Qing, thank you for your guidance today? Whatever else we need to discuss, let's continue tomorrow. I'm off to bed. Lier stood up, his steps light and fast, as if he had just cast off a heavy burden. He might not be able to control what happens after his death, but as long as he does his best while alive, that's enough. After returning from hunting in the suburbs, the next morning at court, Lier eagerly ordered the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds. He wanted to produce a large batch of powerful pulley crossbows. Most of the court officials had no idea what this new weapon was, but seeing Lier so enthusiastic, no one spoke out against it. After all, the Tang Empire had recently made a fortune from border trade, there was plenty of silver to spend. Your Majesty, the next round of imperial examinations is about to begin. Please prepare the exam questions as soon as possible so that we can begin planning. Someone from the Ministry of Rights proposed. Lier responded, then ordered Xiao Yu and others to quickly prepare the questions and submit them for his personal review. Just as Lier was about to announce the end of the session, a voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, what will be the focus of the exam questions this year? That voice stunned the entire court. It had been a long time since they'd heard that voice in the hall. They looked toward the sound, and only then saw that Qingxiu had arrived at court without anyone noticing. He was truly a rare guest. Since the Western Regions campaign, no one could recall the last time he'd appeared here. Yet seeing Qingxiu again now, the ministers all felt a vague, indescribable sense of awe. It was fine when they saw him every day at court, but these days they only heard stories of him conquering city after city, gaining land and people. Especially since he had recently conquered 2 nations in the east, expanded the territory by thousands of li, and gained nearly 1 million people. Someone who lived only in legend was bound to inspire fear and reverence. Lier finally noticed that Qingxiu had come to court today, truly a rare event. Qingxiu asking about the exam topics in court was quite a sensitive matter. After all, the imperial exams were extremely important to the court, and any leak beforehand could easily cause scandal. But since it was Qingxiu asking, Lier gave him full respect and replied, I intend to expand the scope, not limited to the 4 books and 5 classics. Classics like the Tao Te Ching, Strategies of the Warring States, and others should be included. Qingxiu thought for a moment and said, expanding the scope is a good thing, but I believe that the exam already includes plenty of classical texts. Adding more doesn't make a real difference, no matter how much is studied in the fields of classics and literature, it will always be limited. Lier perked up. It seemed Qingxiu had a good idea? Duke Qing, speak freely. Qingxiu thought briefly, then said, Your Majesty has seen with your own eyes weapons like gunpowder, treasure ships, pulley crossbows. These are treasures that truly enhance national power. But at their root, these things all come from the common craftsmen and their accumulated skills and experience. At this point, everyone felt Qingxiu was being truly modest. Everyone knew that these heavy weapons he mentioned were almost all invented by Qingxiu himself. Yet he credited it to the collective effort of craftsmen. Our Tang dynasty owes its weapons of war entirely to craftsmen, yet their status remains far lower than many idle officials in the court. As he said this, Qingxiu swept his gaze openly across the court. Everyone his eyes landed on quickly lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. Lier became thoughtful. So you mean, the imperial exam should include a section testing craftsmanship, and from their select officials? Before he could finish, someone immediately objected. Your Majesty, that absolutely cannot be. Those craftsmen, even if skilled, most can't even write their own names. Putting them in charge of governance would plunge the country into chaos. Exactly. That's absurd. Can you imagine someone who can't read judging legal cases as a magistrate? Many positions in the 6 ministries require proficiency in mathematics. Those craftsmen would be completely unqualified. Lier hadn't even finished his sentence, and already a dozen voices opposed the idea. His face darkened on the spot. I wasn't asking you. Why do you think you can lecture me? Do you really think I can't tell the difference? His voice carried visible displeasure, instantly silencing the objections. No one dared speak again, but they all harbored resentment. They simply couldn't accept making craftsmanship part of the imperial exam. It wasn't that they didn't understand how important these inventions were to the empire. They had read first-hand records detailing the terrifying power of those firearms and heavy cannons. But if the exam system changed, then their disciples, students, and descendants, who had spent years studying classics, would have wasted it all. Worse still, they'd have to share office with those craftsmen they always looked down on. What a humiliation. These scholar officials monopolized knowledge precisely to monopolize advancement in the court, ensuring their families held power generation after generation. If this policy went through, all that would be in vain. Heh. Watching these men pretend to care about the nation, Qingxiu found it laughable. He couldn't help saying, You all really think for the good of the country, huh? If only your actions in daily life were as restrained, this country would be far better off, and the people would live much easier lives. At this, many officials blushed deeply, not daring to utter a word. Qingxiu then explained to Li Er, his suggestion wasn't what Li Er had assumed. Testing craftsmanship in the exam isn't about appointing craftsmen as officials with administrative duties. It's about selecting skilled workers for specific ministries, like the Ministry of Works. As far as I know, although the Ministry of Works records various techniques and inventions, it doesn't have its own dedicated craftsmen. Nor are these people even officially registered within the court. Li Er seemed to understand. He replied, so your idea is to make craftsmanship part of the exam and recruit skilled artisans into the Ministry of Works? Exactly. As expected, the only real understanding in court was between Li Er and Qingxiu. Whatever the latter said, Li Er could immediately grasp it. These talented craftsmen, once selected and brought together, can greatly contribute to imperial construction, and they can also exchange knowledge and create even more specialized devices. This would boost productivity tremendously. Though Li Er showed no reaction on the surface, inwardly he was thrilled. Qingxiu's suggestion was truly brilliant. Especially after working with Qingxiu, he had grown increasingly aware of the value of craftsmen. This was a great opportunity to raise their status and motivation. I understand. Li Er had already devised a plan to implement Qingxiu's idea. But that's not all. Qingxiu added, clearly, he had more to say. In my opinion, it is not only the artisan skills, many things like medicine, livestock breeding, and other practical techniques that really can increase material output should also be valued. Qingxiu seemed merely to offer a normal suggestion, but actually his idea for Li Er, and for the court ministers, was like a renewal of their understanding. Before, they thought these technical branches among the people would pass down and evolve on their own. But as Qingxiu said, after long periods of unstructured inheritance, the skills passed down had long since lost their form, even regressed. Unless the court builds a system to preserve them, that would be the correct way. If the court could give special privilege to those selected artisans and physicians, and officially record their techniques, not only could they be fully handed down, but also improved and refined generation after generation, truly the most ideal method of inheritance. Those who before had voiced opposition, after weighing Qingxiu's words, were not quite so opposed anymore. After all, these artisans, through assessment, rising channels are not the same path as theirs. Their classics and literary studies still have some hope, so they do not need to rush to oppose. By contrast, many officials in the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue immediately spoke in support of Qingxiu's idea. Duke Qing's view is indeed wise. We believe what he says ought to be as he states. I suggest your majesty accept this completely. I think it's workable. The bureaucrats all began speaking up for Qingxiu. They understood very well the importance of good artisans. Li Er frowned, thought for a moment, then loudly said, since this is so, I request Duke Qing need not hurry to go to Lulan, stay a few more days at court, to discuss with the ministers together about constructing a system. How about that? Qingxiu was not in a rush either. He agreed immediately. Also, there is one matter I wish to bring to your majesty. Qingxiu was about to take something out from his bosom, when Wei Zhang, that old man, suddenly stepped forward, voice loud, Duke Qing, some things you need not always hide from your majesty. If it should be said, just say it. After all, some things are not yours alone, sooner or later you won't be able to conceal. These words stunned the ministers. What was he speaking of? The thing Qingxiu had intended to take out, he suddenly put back. He looked at Wei Zhang with interest. What do you mean, Minister Wei? Wei Zhang took a deep breath, face filled with anger, and said, Your Majesty may be unaware. Though Duke Qing conquered Beach, he discovered a gold mine there, took it for himself, and concealed it from the court. Gold mine. Everyone cried out in astonishment. They knew very well the value of that. Wei Zhang continued, It is said the gold mine is of excellent quality. If mined, every day it could produce dozens of caddies of gold. To conceal such an important deposit is improper. Duke Qing should give it over to the court. Li Er was about to speak. Wei, Your Majesty, even if you don't wish to punish Duke Qing, at least let him willingly hand over the gold mine. All mines under heaven should belong to the court. Surely this is right. Wei Zhang grew more and more impassioned, not noticing Li Er's expression growing more helpless. That's enough, loyal minister. Li Er cleared his throat in some awkwardness. I know about this matter. Wei Zhang, face still showing boldness and indignation, froze somewhat, looking at Li Er in surprise. If that is so, why have you not demanded he hand over the mine? Li Er inwardly sighed at this old share of rules fellow, who was unchanging. Actually, on the day Qingxiu returned, Li Er had already sent a memorial reporting all the mines discovered in Beach and Sila. And Qingxiu stated that in this campaign he did not want other rewards, only that gold mine, and the shallow veins in Sila. Anything else found in either place should go entirely to the court. Given the merits Qingxiu had made, even if there were 2 more gold mines, Li Er would not hesitate. He not only agreed to all of Qingxiu's requirements, but also apportioned a third of the good fields in the 2 countries, decreed them granted to Qingxiu, letting him dispose of them as he pleased. Old Wei Zheng, holding tight to his dogma, completely forgot the kind of military achievements Qingxiu had made. Loyal minister, it is not that I deliberately favor Duke Qing. Today let me ask, throughout the court, who else but Duke Qing could in less than 2 months pacify 2 countries, and have their people submit wholeheartedly? Li Er swept his gaze across ministers. As expected, no one in attendance spoke up. Wei Zheng also was speechless, his face showing discomfort. Court is dismissed. Li Er didn't speak further. He flicked his sleeve, signifying everyone depart. Actually, the ministers were not surprised Li Er could accept Qingxiu's demand so easily today. They were only amazed that Qingxiu's luck was so good, to actually find a gold mine in beach. Merchants in Chongan often said Qingxiu made money so easily as if he had a gold mine at home, money appearing ceaselessly. They had not expected he would actually open a workable gold mine in the western regions. Actually, I say, we need not envy Duke Qing. You probably do not know, but that gold mine is very deep. Reportedly the entrance alone is nearly 10 zhang. 10 zhang? Then surely that gold mine is dead or, no one can mine it. That is the problem. But Duke Qing happens to have a method to extract gold from that mine. If it were given to us, we could not even retrieve the gold sand. In that case, Duke Qing really has his fortune, such things we envy but cannot match. After court, the ministers still discussed this matter, feeling deeply stirred. Yet they were all used to there being such a large gap between themselves and Qingxiu, they really could not compare. 2 days later, in the Ministry of Works, the officials all looked at Qingxiu's planning document. None failed to admire how thorough Qingxiu's considerations were. They didn't even need to adjust anything, completely following what Qingxiu had written in that booklet would do. Duke Qing truly is a great talent. We absolutely cannot think like you, covering every angle like this. Zhou Daqing, Deputy Minister of Works, could not help but exclaim. Qingxiu smiled faintly. No matter how well the plan is written, in the end it depends on execution. If the ministries pretend to comply but do the opposite, no matter how good the writing, what use is it? Zhou Daqing knew Qingxiu was pointing at him. He quickly pledged, you need only trust me. I will personally supervise this matter. If there is any issue, you just come find me. This is more like it. Qingxiu nodded slightly, reluctantly showing his approval. Just as he was about to give further instructions to Zhou Daqing, someone suddenly came in and reported that Tang Jian had personally arrived at the Ministry of Works to meet with Qingxiu. Why does Lord Tang have time? Wasn't he overseeing water wheel construction in Shandong and couldn't leave? Mentioning this person, Qingxiu suddenly remembered that it had been more than a year since they last met. He only knew that the officials under Tang Jian's leadership had extremely high execution efficiency. Ever since he had cleared all resistance in and around Shandong, the construction of the court's water wheels had not been delayed even for a moment. Soon, Tang Jian arrived at the Ministry of Works with light steps. As soon as he saw Qingxiu, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Duke Qing, I hope you've been well. All has been well. Qingxiu also felt emotional. Thinking back to their last meeting, both had left in a rush, not knowing it would be over a year until they met again. And now, after Qingxiu was about to go to the western regions, who knew when they'd see each other next? Back to the point, why didn't you stay there and continue building the water wheels? How did you find time to return to Chongan? Tang Jian smiled and said, nowadays the people everywhere are very accepting of the water wheels. Once construction begins, even the locals eagerly help. There's no need for me to supervise constantly. So, I was summoned back to court by His Majesty, just arrived yesterday. As soon as he arrived in Chongan, he heard that Qingxiu was preparing to reform the imperial examination system, and naturally hurried to the Ministry of Works. After being influenced by Qingxiu over the years, he became increasingly aware of the importance of such matters and was curious about how Qingxiu planned to implement the reforms. At first, Qingxiu only wanted to briefly explain his thoughts so that Tang Jian could get the general idea. But thinking about who he was talking to, a lively idea came to mind. He first explained all his plans to him. According to Qingxiu's thinking, the original system of selecting officials through exams would remain unchanged, but in addition to the 4 books and 5 classics, topics on how to govern and be an official would be added, and during the final palace examination stage, there must be a debate on the current surrounding situation of the Tang dynasty and the conditions of the people. Besides that, Qingxiu added subjects directly related to people's livelihood, such as craftsmanship, medicine, animal breeding, and metallurgy, to screen and evaluate talents. Those who passed would be officially recorded in the court's registers and assigned to the Ministry of Works or the Imperial Medical Institute. These craftsmen and others, besides doing necessary work for the court, would also be required to document their techniques and share them with each other. All their results would be officially recorded by the court. As for the Imperial Medical Institute, Qingxiu also advised Li Er to open it up. Besides treating only the royal family, it should accept difficult civilian cases and record various prescriptions. In addition, Qingxiu made changes to the National Academy. Besides training students of Confucian classics, new departments would be opened for craftsmen and physicians to train apprentices. These apprentices would also be required to go through evaluations and obtain qualifications before entering the academy for instruction. This way, commoners who failed to pass the exams for officials could choose not to pursue an official career but instead enter the departments of craftsmanship or medicine, which would satisfy everyone. Though Qingxiu explained simply, these plans would in reality be extremely long and complex to carry out and would require full support from the court. Just hearing it, Tang Jian felt how difficult it would be to implement. Even with the emperor's full support, resistance from many corners was inevitable, especially since this would impact the vested interests of many people. If not for Qingxiu's years of unmatched military achievements and Li Er's internal governance skills in consolidating the territories Qingxiu won, earning great prestige, this kind of reform would have been unimaginable. But if this plan succeeded, it would be like completely rewriting the Qin system that had been in place for nearly 1,000 years, putting the empire into a new cycle. The old structure of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce, with scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants ranked rigidly, might finally become more dynamic. Tang Jian was excited just listening. He felt he was witnessing history. If this succeeded, perhaps future dynastic cycles would be different. Seeing Tang Jian's great interest, Qingxiu's mind became even more active. He knew better than anyone that such a reform would be long and profound. It would need a bold and capable official to lead. Most importantly, that person had to trust him. No matter how strong the resistance, he must not waver. Looking through the entire court, the only person fit for this was Tang Jian. Not that there weren't more capable officials, but only Tang Jian had truly been tested by him. Lord Tang, since the water wheel project no longer urgently needs your supervision, why don't you help me with this exam reform? Qingxiu directly invited him with sincerity. Tang Jian was briefly stunned, then looked at Qingxiu in disbelief. Duke Qing, are you sure you want me to join? Qingxiu teased, what, afraid of offending people and getting backlash? Come on, you've already offended so many people with your bold actions and didn't care, what do I have to fear? Seeing Qingxiu was serious, Tang Jian no longer hesitated and said on the spot, since Duke Qing trusts me, I'll gladly join. Perfect. The two laughed heartily together. With Tang Jian joining, Qingxiu immediately petitioned Li Er to appoint him as the chief supervisor of the reform and temporarily head of the newly established craftsman department. Tang Jian truly proved capable. Once in office, he acted swiftly, even boosting the work efficiency of his subordinates, visibly advancing the project each day. This confirmed to Qingxiu that asking Tang Jian for help was absolutely the right choice. Half a month later, it was time to register for the exams. Notices of the reform were posted in all regions within the empire. This reform was announced to nearly every household in Chongan, requiring them to gather outside the city to hear the court's announcement. At first, people were confused. Wasn't this something only scholars needed to worry about? Why inform farmers and craftsmen? As the crowd murmured, a soldier climbed the city tower and motioned for silence. Quiet down, this is important. This exam reform might concern every one of you. Listen carefully. The soldier held up the decree and shouted. Everyone fell silent, and he began reading the official announcement. At first, the crowd was indifferent. But when the soldier read that this reform allowed craftsmen and doctors to participate, everyone was shocked. What kind of joke is this? A carpenter like me can also take part in the imperial examination? Take the exam and become an official? Are you deaf? This assessment isn't for selecting officials, but to pick a group of highly skilled craftsmen to serve the court. You, become an official? You can't even read. Bullshit. I don't like what you're saying. As if you know more characters than me. If a shoulder pole falls, you wouldn't even know it's the character for one. This is great. We blacksmiths, always looked down on as the lowest of the low, never thought we'd be recognized by the court one day. I'm good at raising pigs. No matter how thin the pig, I can fatten it up. Can I also join? If I can eat the court's rice, that would be great, bringing honor to the family. The crowd buzzed with talk, and most of them couldn't hide their excitement. It wasn't just because they now had a chance to rely on their skills to earn a living supported by the state. More importantly, the craftsmen who were always treated as lower class and looked down upon, could now be seen by the court on the same level as scholars. After the announcement was read, the people quickly returned home to prepare. As the pilot program started in the central region, overnight, blacksmiths and carpenters from all around packed up and headed to Chongan to participate in the exams. Along the way, scholars were shocked to see these craftsmen, who were usually beneath notice, now walking proudly, no longer with heads bowed as before. As examinees from various subjects arrived in Chongan, officials were surprised to find that the number of candidates was far more than expected. It turned out there were many craftsmen among the people. But during the exam, the examiners realized many were just faking it, people who didn't understand the 4 books and 5 classics and assumed low-level jobs like carpentry or blacksmithing were easy, so they learned a bit and came to test. Naturally, they ended up making a fool of themselves. Seeing these fakes wasting resources, Qingxiu asked to add a preliminary screening stage to test basic skills. If they couldn't even pass that, then they weren't allowed to take the provincial exam, just kicked out. But through the exam, court officials realized the craftsmanship among the people was shockingly high. Some could carve a portrait on a grain of rice, others could build self-operating machines out of wood, very impressive. They felt that if it weren't for this screening process, these skills would have gradually deformed or been lost entirely through generations of unstructured inheritance. Fortunately, Duke Qing had foresight and screened these people early, allowing these high-level techniques to be preserved and passed down. After several days of examination, Qingxiu's eyes were truly opened. In later history books, most stories were about nobles and generals making grand entrances, stealing the spotlight. As for common folk, they were usually written as numb, thoughtless objects. But seeing these nearly artistic creations, Qingxiu realized that the sophistication of the common craftsman's skills was astonishing, even by industrial age standards. While walking and observing, something suddenly caught Qingxiu's attention. Who made this? Qingxiu pointed at a pile of wooden assembly structures. Tang Jian immediately called over the responsible official. Duke Qing, you're here? Why didn't you notify us in advance? We didn't greet you properly. Qingxiu had to cut him off. Cut the nonsense. I need to know who made this. He pointed to the object. The official frowned and said, the craftsman who made this wasn't selected. His work was very ordinary, so we didn't pay much attention. Qingxiu frowned. So, you've already notified him that he failed? Is he still in Chongan? The official quickly replied, not yet, but we're planning to publish the list tomorrow, and then he'll cut the crap. Get him here, right now. Qingxiu ordered urgently. He couldn't let this person leave Chongan, or how would he find him again? The official didn't know why Qingxiu valued it so highly but didn't dare delay. He personally went to find the man. Out of curiosity, Tang Jian studied the object for a long time but still couldn't see anything special. It was square and blocky, like some wooden slats joined together. It didn't look like any beautifully carved artwork or anything practical. Qingxiu stepped forward and lightly pushed a support beam at the back. The square structure inside slowly began to move, one part driving another. What's it for? Tang Jian was confused. It seemed to just spin on its own and had no other purpose. Only Qingxiu understood, it was a primitive version of a transmission mechanism. In industrial times, the transmission mechanism was the most basic and vital structure in machinery. Almost all machines relied on it. Though this object seemed plain by industrial standards, in this era, it was revolutionary. No one in this time, besides himself, could possibly understand what a transmission mechanism was. And this structure, though rough, hinted at the concept. It meant this person was a mechanical genius. In this era, only Qingxiu could recognize it. Unfortunately, this person was born in a time without high-density energy or wear-resistant materials to use his mechanical ideas. But fortunately, he encountered Qingxiu, just as Qingxiu was reforming the imperial examination system. Before long, the officials returned with a young man who looked quite naive. He seemed barely 20, with a dull expression and shifty eyes, clearly afraid when surrounded by officials. But the calluses and wounds on his hands showed he was a carpenter. Judging by the thickness of the calluses, he hadn't been at it long. Duke Qing, we brought him. What do you think? As Qingxiu stepped toward him and pointed to the wooden structure, did you make this? Before the words were finished, the young man suddenly knelt and cried, I know I was wrong, sir, please spare me. I won't dare again. Qingxiu was stunned on the spot. He hadn't said anything yet. He looked at Changjian beside him, who was also completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. Duke Qing is asking you a question. Don't talk nonsense, answer first. The official shouted loudly, but Qingxiu immediately motioned for him to shut up. I only told you to bring the man here. I didn't say to do anything to him. Did you scare him? Qingxiu asked sternly. No, I really didn't. The official quickly explained, all the people outside can testify, we just brought him over. Who knew this kid was so timid he dropped to his knees the moment he arrived? Qingxiu frowned and gestured, you, get up. I know I was wrong. Can you not punish me? The young man asked, trembling. Why would I punish you? Qingxiu was confused, but seeing the soldiers with swords nearby, he began to understand and immediately waved for them to leave. Get up quickly. If you keep kneeling, I really will punish you. That worked. The young carpenter quickly stood up but didn't dare move at all and kept glancing fearfully at the wooden transmission structure. I made that thing, but I really didn't mean anything by it. Please spare me, don't punish me, okay? The young carpenter begged. This is strange. I never said I'd punish you. I just wanted to know if you made this thing. Why are you so scared? Did they scare you earlier? Qingxiu truly didn't understand. The young carpenter mumbled, mainly because this thing, sigh. This carpenter was named Qin Shaoqing, from Fengxiang in Guangzhou. His family had passed down carpentry skills for generations. His father taught him from a young age, and he studied hard. But he always liked to think and tinker. Ever since he learned carpentry, he kept making strange wooden structures, turning the ideas in his head into reality. At first, his father didn't mind. But over time, he realized the boy focused only on these odd things and ignored making furniture or useful tools. His father became furious and even beat him many times, but he still refused to change. Eventually, his father couldn't stand it anymore. He burned all those strange items and said, if you make stuff like that for customers, of course you'll get beaten, and forced him to learn furniture making properly. When the exam reform came, he believed his designs were worthwhile, so he made a structure he valued most, hoping someone would appreciate it. But every examiner gave the same comment, what nonsense is this? Now, when Qingxiu summoned him and asked directly about the item, he thought his father's words had come true, that Duke Qing was going to punish him. That's why he knelt and begged. After hearing this, Qingxiu couldn't help laughing. This kid was really interesting. Someone, bring him something to eat. I still have more to ask him later. As soon as Qingxiu gave the order, someone went to prepare food. From the moment Qin Shaoqing arrived, Qingxiu noticed he kept glancing at the fruit and pastries nearby. Clearly, he was hungry. And Qingxiu was right. Chen's father didn't allow him to take the exam, knowing he couldn't make practical tools. But Chen had sneaked out anyway with just a few copper coins. After a few days in Chongan, he only had enough left for the trip back. He hadn't eaten since yesterday, afraid he couldn't return. When he heard Qingxiu had arranged food, he touched his stomach but still nervously asked, you're not going to do something to me later, right? Qingxiu burst into laughter. Beside him, Changjian chuckled and said, kid, if he's giving you food, he's not trying to hurt you. Relax, you've come across something good. Only then did the boy relax. When the food arrived, he wolfed it down like he hadn't eaten in days. Qingxiu even pushed the fruit plate in front of him. The boy devoured it all so fast he nearly choked. After eating, Qingxiu had the dishes cleared and sat opposite him. The boy immediately jumped to his feet in fear. If we're going to work together in the future, and you're scared like this every day, won't you frighten yourself to death? Qingxiu shook his head. He asked, how did you think of making this thing? Did someone teach you? Chen scratched his head and said softly, no one taught me. When I was little, I often saw wheels, wooden plows, and such. I thought, if there was something that could push from behind without human power, it'd be more efficient. So I started thinking about making something to push, maybe it'd be easier and save effort. Then Chen's explanation was abstract and hard to follow. No one could understand, except Qingxiu. Clearly, he wasn't good at expressing himself. Tang Jian couldn't help but say, kid, haven't you read many books? Your words don't make any sense. Being scolded, Chen immediately lost the courage he had finally built up. He lowered his head and backed away. It's fine. I understand him. Qingxiu was now certain, this young man was a mechanical design genius. And not only that, he was deeply and purely devoted to it. This was exactly the kind of assistant he needed. Kid, lucky for you, you met me, otherwise your talent might have been buried. Qingxiu patted his shoulder. Have you ever been far from home? No, all my life I've only left the village twice, the other time was today when I came to Chongan. If I give you a good salary, lots of land, and let you build anything you imagine, would you be willing to travel far with me? Chen froze. He couldn't believe it. Duke Qing had chosen him. Unbelievable. In the village, even his own father looked down on him. Few people ever wanted him to build anything. You don't want to? Qingxiu frowned. Well, I guess it's a long journey. If you think it's too far, I can always find someone else. I'll do it. If you give me money, I'll absolutely do it. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. If you like the things I make, that would be the best. After all, this was Duke Qing. Working for him would bring honor to his family. If his father knew that the useless son had joined up with Duke Qing, he might just go crazy from joy.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.